Chapter 57 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 57. A Double Pledge. The Archdeacon, as he walked across from the court to the parsonage, was very thoughtful, and his steps were very slow. The idea of seeing Miss Crawley herself had been suggested to him suddenly, and he had to determine how he would bear himself towards her, and what he would say to her. Lady Lufton had beseeched him to be gentle with her. Was the mission one in which gentleness would be possible? Must it not be his object to make this young lady understand that she could not be right in desiring to come into his family and share all his good things when she had got no good things of her own, nothing but evil things to bring with her? And how could this be properly explained to the young lady in gentle terms? Must he not be round with her, and give her to understand in plain words, the plainest which he could use, that she would not get his good things, though she would most certainly impose the burden of all her evil things on the man whom she was proposing to herself as a husband? He remembered very well as he went that he had been told that Miss Crawley had herself refused the offer, feeling herself to be unfit for the honour tendered to her, but he suspected the sincerity of such a refusal. Calculating in his own mind the unreasonably great advantages which would be conferred on such a young lady as Miss Crawley by a marriage with his son, he declared to himself that any girl must be very wicked indeed who should expect, or even accept, so much more than was her due. But nevertheless he could not bring himself to believe that any girl, when so tempted, would, in sincerity, decline to commit this great wickedness. If he was to do any good by seeing Miss Crawley, must it not consist in a proper explanation to her of the selfishness, abomination, and altogether damnable blackness of such wickedness as this on the part of a young woman in her circumstances? Heaven and earth, he must say, here you are, without a penny in your pocket, with hardly decent raiment on your back, with a thief for your father, and you think that you are to come and share in all the wealth that the Grantlys have amassed? That you are to have a husband with broad acres, a big house, and game preserves, and become one of a family whose name has never been touched by a single accusation, no, not by a suspicion? No, injustice such as that shall never be done betwixt you and me. You may wring my heart, and you may ruin my son, but the broad acres, and the big house, and the game preserves, and the rest of it shall never be your reward for doing so. How was all that to be told effectively to a young woman in gentle words? And then how was a man in the Archdeacon's position to be desirous of gentle words which would not be efficient, when he knew well in his heart of hearts that he had nothing but his threats on which to depend? He had no more power of disinheriting his own son for such an offence as that contemplated than he had of blowing out his own brains, and he knew that it was so. He was a man incapable of such persistency of wrath against one whom he loved. He was neither cruel enough nor strong enough to do such a thing. He could only threaten to do it, and make what best use he might of threats, whilst threats might be of avail. In spite of all that he had said to his wife, to Lady Lufton, and to himself, he knew very well that if his son did sin in this way, he, the father, would forgive the sin of the son. In going across from the front gate of the court to the parsonage, there was a place where three roads met, and on this spot there stood a finger-post. Round this finger-post there was now pasted a placard, which at once arrested the Archdeacon's eye. Cosby Lodge, sale of furniture, growing crops to be sold on the grounds, 3 hunters, a brown gelding warranted for saddle or harness. The Archdeacon himself had given the brown gelding to his son as a great treasure. 3 Alderney cows, 2 cow-calves, a low phaeton, a gig, 2 ricks of hay. In this fashion were proclaimed in odious details all those comfortable additions to a gentleman's house in the country with which the Archdeacon was so well acquainted. Only last November he had recommended his son to buy a certain new invented clod crusher, and the clod crusher had of course been bought. The bright blue paint upon it had not as yet given way to the stains of the ordinary farmyard muck and mire, and here was the clod crusher advertised for sale. The Archdeacon did not want his son to leave Cosby Lodge. He knew very well that his son need not leave Cosby Lodge. Why had the foolish fellow been in such a hurry with his hideous, ill-conditioned advertisements? Gentle! How was he in such circumstances to be gentle? He raised his umbrella and poked angrily at the disgusting notice. The iron ferrule caught the paper at a chink in the post and tore it from the top to the bottom. But what was the use? A horrid, ugly bill lying torn in such a spot would attract only more attention than one fixed to a post. He could not condescend, however, to give it further attention, but passed on up to the parsonage. Gentle, indeed! Nevertheless, Archdeacon Grantly was a gentleman, and never yet had dealt more harshly with any woman than we have sometimes seen him do with his wife, when he would say to her an angry word or two, with a good deal of marital authority. His wife, who knew well what his angry words were worth, never even suggested to herself that she had cause for complaint on that head. Had she known that the archdeacon was about to undertake such a mission as this which he had now in hand, she would not have warned him to be gentle. She indeed would have strongly advised him not to undertake the mission, cautioning him that the young lady would probably get the better of him. "Grace, my dear," said Mrs. Robarts, coming up into the nursery in which Miss Crawley was sitting with the children, "come out here a moment, will you?" Then Grace left the children and went out into the passage. "My dear, there is a gentleman in the drawing-room who asks to see you." "A gentleman, Mrs. Robarts? What gentleman?" But Grace, though she asked the question, conceived that the gentleman must be Henry Grantly. Her mind did not suggest to her the possibility of any other gentleman coming to see her. "You must not be surprised or allow yourself to be frightened." "Oh, Mrs. Robarts, who is it?" "It is Major Grantly's father." "The archdeacon?" "Yes, dear, Archdeacon Grantly. He is in the drawing-room." "Must I see him, Mrs. Robarts?" "Well, Grace, I think you must. I hardly know how you can refuse. He is an intimate friend of everybody here at Framley." "What will he say to me?" "Nay, that I cannot tell. I suppose you know. He has come, no doubt, to bid me have nothing to say to his son. He need not have troubled himself, but he may say what he likes. I am not a coward, and I will go to him." "Stop a moment, Grace. Come into my room for an instant. The children have pulled your hair about." But Grace, though she followed Mrs. Robarts into the bedroom, would have nothing done to her hair. She was too proud for that, and we may say also too little confident of any good which such resources might effect on her behalf. "Never mind about that," she said. "What am I to say to him?" Mrs. Robarts paused before she replied, feeling that the matter was one which required some deliberation. "Tell me what I must say to him," said Grace, repeating her question. "I hardly know what your own feelings are, my dear." "Yes, you do. You do know. If I had all the world to give, I would give it all to Major Grantly." "Tell him that, then." "No, I will not tell him that. Never mind about my frock, Mrs. Robarts. I do not care for that. I will tell him that I love his son and his granddaughter too well to injure them. I will tell him nothing else. I might as well go now." Mrs. Robarts, when she looked at Grace, was astonished at the serenity of her face. And yet when her hand was on the drawing-room door, Grace hesitated, looked back and trembled. Mrs. Robarts blew a kiss to her from the stairs. And then the door was opened, and the girl found herself in the presence of the archdeacon. He was standing on the rug with his back to the fire, and his heavy ecclesiastical hat was placed on the middle of the round table. The hat caught Grace's eye at the moment of her entrance, and she felt that all the thunders of the church were contained within it. And then the archdeacon himself was so big and so clerical and so imposing. Her father's aspect was severe, but the severity of her father's face was essentially different from that expressed by the archdeacon. Whatever impression came from her father came from the man himself. There was no outward adornment there. There was, so to say, no wig about Mr. Crawley. Now the archdeacon was not exactly adorned, but he was so thoroughly imbued with high clerical belongings and sacerdotal fitnesses as to appear always to be a walking, sitting, or standing impersonation of parsondom. To poor Grace, as she entered the room, he appeared to be an impersonation of parsondom in its severest aspect. "Miss Crawley, I believe," said he. "Yes, sir," said she, curtsying ever so slightly as she stood before him at some considerable distance. His first idea was that his son must indeed be a fool if he was going to give up Cosby Lodge and all Barsetshire and retire to Pau for so slight and unattractive a creature as he now saw before him. But this idea stayed with him only for a moment. As he continued to gaze at her during the interview, he came to perceive that there was very much more than he had perceived at the first glance, and that his son, after all, had had eyes to see, though perhaps not a heart to understand. "Will you not take a chair?" he said. Then Grace sat down, still at a distance from the archdeacon, and he kept his place upon the rug. He felt that there would be a difficulty in making her feel the full force of his eloquence all across the room, and yet he did not know how to bring himself nearer to her. She became suddenly very important in his eyes, and he was to some extent afraid of her. She was so slight, so meek, so young, and yet there was about her something so beautifully feminine, and withal so like a lady, that he felt instinctively that he could not attack her with harsh words. Had her lips been full and her colour high, and had her eyes rolled, had she put forth against him any of that ordinary artillery with which youthful feminine batteries are charged, he would have been ready to rush to the combat. But this girl, about whom his son had gone mad, sat there passively, as though she were conscious of the possession of no artillery. There was not a single gun fired from beneath her eyelids. He knew not why, but he respected his son now more than he had respected him for the last 2 months, more perhaps than he had ever respected him before. He was as eager as ever against the marriage, but in thinking of his son, in what he said and did after these first few moments of the interview, he ceased to think of him with contempt. The creature before him was a woman who grew in his opinion, till he began to feel that she was in truth fit to be the wife of his son. If only she were not a pauper, and the daughter of a mad curate, and alas, too probably, of a thief. Though his feeling towards the girl was changed, his duty to himself, his family, and his son was the same as ever, and therefore he began his task. "Perhaps you had not expected to see me," he said. "No, indeed, sir." "Nor had I intended, when I came over here to call on my old friend Lady Lufton, to come up to this house. But as I knew that you were here, Miss Crawley, I thought that upon the whole it would be better that I should see you." Then he paused, as though he expected that Grace would say something, but Grace had nothing to say. "Of course you must understand, Miss Crawley, that I should not venture to speak to you on this subject unless I myself were very closely interested in it." He had not yet said what was the subject, and it was not probable that Grace should give him any assistance by affecting to understand this without direct explanation from him. She sat quite motionless, and did not even aid him by showing by her altered colour that she understood his purpose. "My son has told me," said he, "that he has professed an attachment for you, Miss Crawley." Then there was another pause, and Grace felt that she was compelled to say something. "Major Grantly has been very good to me," she said, and then she hated herself for having uttered words which were so tame and unwomanly in their spirit. Of course her lover's father would despise her for having so spoken. After all, it did not much signify. If he would only despise her and go away, it would perhaps be for the best. "I do not know about being good," said the archdeacon. "I think he is good. I think he means to be good." "I am sure he is good," said Grace warmly. "You know he has a daughter, Miss Crawley?" "Oh yes, I know Edith well." "Of course his first duty is to her, is it not? And he owes much to his family. Do you not feel that?" "Of course I feel it, sir." The poor girl had always heard Dr. Grantly spoken of as the archdeacon, but she did not in the least know what she ought to call him. "Now, Miss Crawley, pray listen to me. I will speak to you very openly. I must speak to you openly, because it is my duty on my son's behalf. But I will endeavour to speak to you kindly also. Of yourself I have heard nothing but what is favourable, and there is no reason as yet why I should not respect and esteem you." Grace told herself that she would do nothing which ought to forfeit his respect and esteem, but she did not care 2 straws whether his respect and esteem were bestowed on her or not. She was striving after something very different from that. "If my son were to marry you, he would greatly injure himself, and would very greatly injure his child." Again he paused. He had told her to listen, and she was resolved that she would listen, unless he should say something which might make a word from her necessary at the moment. "I do not know whether there does at present exist any engagement between you?" "There is no engagement, sir." "I am glad of that. Very glad of it. I do not know whether you are aware that my son is dependent upon me for the greater part of his income. It is so, and as I am so circumstanced with my son, of course I feel the closest possible concern in his future prospects." The archdeacon did not know how to explain clearly why the fact of his making his son an annual allowance should give him a warmer interest in his son's affairs than he might have had the major been altogether independent of him. But he trusted that Grace would understand this by her own natural lights. "Now, Miss Crawley, of course I cannot wish to say a word that shall hurt your feelings, but there are reasons—" "I know," said she, interrupting him. "Papa is accused of stealing money. He did not steal it, but people think he did, and then we are so very poor." "You do understand me then, and I feel grateful. I do indeed." "I don't think our being poor ought to signify a bit," said Grace. "Papa is a gentleman and a clergyman, and mamma is a lady." "But, my dear, I know I ought not to be your son's wife as long as people think that papa stole the money. If he had stolen it, I ought never to be Major Grantly's wife, or anybody's wife. I know that very well. And as for Edith, I would rather die than do anything that would be bad to her." The archdeacon had now left the rug, and advanced till he was almost close to the chair on which Grace was sitting. "My dear," he said, "what you say does you very much honour, very much honour indeed." Now that he was close to her, he could look into her eyes, and he could see the exact form of her features, and could understand, could not help understanding, the character of her countenance. It was a noble face, having in it nothing that was poor, nothing that was mean, nothing that was shapeless. It was a face that promised infinite beauty, with a promise that was on the very verge of fulfilment. There was a play about her mouth as she spoke, and a curl in her nostril as the eager words came from her, which almost made the selfish father give way. Why had they not told him that she was such a one as this? Why had not Henry himself spoken of the speciality of her beauty? No man in England knew better than the archdeacon the difference between beauty of one kind and beauty of another kind in a woman's face. The one beauty which comes from health and youth and animal spirits, and which belongs to the miller's daughter, and the other beauty which shows itself in fine lines and a noble spirit, the beauty which comes from breeding. "What you say does you very much honour indeed," said the archdeacon. "I should not mind at all about being poor," said Grace. "No, no, no," said the archdeacon. "Poor as we are, and no clergyman, I think, ever was so poor, I should have done as your son had asked me at once, if it had been only that, because I love him." "If you love him, you will not wish to injure him." "I will not injure him, sir. There is my promise." And now as she spoke, she rose from her chair, and standing close to the archdeacon, laid her hand very lightly on the sleeve of his coat. "There is my promise. As long as people say that papa stole the money, I will never marry your son. There." The archdeacon was still looking down at her, and feeling the slight touch of her fingers, raised his arm a little as though to welcome the pressure. He looked into her eyes, which were turned eagerly towards his, and when doing so was quite sure that the promise would be kept. It would have been sacrilege, he felt that it would have been sacrilege, to doubt such a promise. He almost relented. His soft heart, which was never very well under his own control, gave way so far that he was nearly moved to tell her that, on his son's behalf, he acquitted her of the promise. What could any man's son do better than to have such a woman for his wife? It would have been no avail had he made her such offer. The pledge she had given had not been wrung from her by his influence, nor could his influence have availed aught with her towards the alteration of her purpose. It was not the archdeacon who had taught her that it would not be her duty to take disgrace into the house of the man she loved. As he looked down upon her face, 2 tears formed themselves in his eyes, and gradually trickled down his old nose. "My dear," he said, "if this cloud passes away from you, you shall come to us and be my daughter." And thus he also pledged himself. There was a dash of generosity about the man in spite of his selfishness, which always made him desirous of giving largely to those who gave largely to him. He would fain that his gifts should be bigger, if it were possible. He longed at this moment to tell her that the dirty cheque should go for nothing. He would have done it, I think, but that it was impossible for him so to speak in her presence of that which moved her so greatly. He had contrived that her hand should fall from his arm into his grasp, and now for a moment he held it. "You are a good girl," he said, "a dear, dear, good girl, and when this cloud has passed away you shall come to us and be our daughter." "But it will never pass away," said Grace. "Let us hope that it may. Let us hope that it may." Then he stooped over her and kissed her, and leaving the room got out into the hall, and thence into the garden, and so away, without saying a word of adieu to Mrs. Robarts. As he walked across the court, whither he was obliged to go because of his chaise, he was lost in surprise at what had occurred. He had gone to the parsonage, hating the girl and despising his son. Now, as he retraced his steps, his feelings were altogether changed. He admired the girl, and as for his son, even his anger was for the moment altogether gone. He would write to his son at once and implore him to stop the sale. He would tell his son all that had occurred, or rather would make Mrs. Grantly do so. In respect to his son he was quite safe. He thought at that moment that he was safe. There would be no use in hurling further threats at him. If Crawley were found guilty of stealing the money, there was the girl's promise. If he were acquitted, there was his own pledge. He remembered perfectly well that the girl had said more than this, that she had not confined her assurance to the verdict of a jury, that she had protested that she would not accept Major Grantly's hand as long as people thought that her father had stolen the cheque. But the archdeacon felt that it would be ignoble to hold her closely to her words. The event, according to his ideas of the compact, was to depend upon the verdict of the jury. If the jury should find Mr. Crawley not guilty, all objection on his part to the marriage was to be withdrawn. And he would keep his word. In such case it should be withdrawn. When he came to the rags of the auctioneer's bill, which he had before torn down with his umbrella, he stopped a moment to consider how he would act at once. In the first place he would tell his son that his threats were withdrawn, and would ask him to remain at Cosby Lodge. He would write the letter as he passed through Barchester on his way home, so that his son might receive it on the following morning, and he would refer the major to his mother for a full explanation of the circumstances. Those odious bills must be removed from every barn door and wall in the county. At the present moment his anger against his son was chiefly directed against his ill-judged haste in having put up these ill-omened posters. Then he paused to consider what must be his wish as to the verdict of the jury. He had pledged himself to abide by the verdict, and he could not but have a wish on the subject. Could he desire in his heart that Mr. Crawley should be found guilty? He stood still for a moment thinking of this, and then he walked on, shaking his head. If it might be possible, he would have no wish on the subject whatsoever. "Well," said Lady Lufton, stopping him in the passage, "have you seen her?" "Yes, I have seen her." "Well?" "She is a good girl, a very good girl. I am in a great hurry, and hardly know how to tell you more now." "You say that she is a good girl." "I say that she is a very good girl. An angel could not have behaved better. I will tell you all some day, Lady Lufton, but I can hardly tell you now." When the archdeacon was gone, old Lady Lufton confided to young Lady Lufton her very strong opinion that many months would not be gone by before Grace Crawley would be the mistress of Cosby Lodge. "It will be great promotion," said the old lady with a little toss of her head. When Grace was interrogated afterwards by Mrs. Robarts as to what had passed between her and the archdeacon, she had very little to say as to the interview. "No, he did not scold me," she replied to an inquiry from her friend. "But he spoke about your engagement," said Mrs. Robarts. "There is no engagement," said Grace. "But I suppose you acknowledge, my dear, that a future engagement is quite possible." "I told him, Mrs. Robarts," Grace answered, after hesitating for a moment, "that I would never marry his son as long as papa was suspected by any one in the world of being a thief, and I will keep my word." But she said nothing to Mrs. Robarts of the pledge which the archdeacon had made to her. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 58. The Cross-Grainedness of Men. By the time that the archdeacon reached Plumstead, his enthusiasm in favour of Grace Crawley had somewhat cooled itself, and the language which from time to time he prepared for conveying his impressions to his wife became less fervid as he approached his home. There was his pledge, and by that he would abide, and so much he would make both his wife and his son understand. But any idea which he might have entertained for a moment of extending the promise he had given and relaxing that given to him was gone before he saw his own chimneys. Indeed, I fear he had by that time begun to feel that the only salvation now open to him must come from the jury's verdict. If the jury should declare Mr. Crawley to be guilty, then, he would not say even to himself that in such case all would be right, but he did feel that much as he might regret the fate of the poor Crawleys and of the girl whom in his warmth he had declared to be almost an angel, nevertheless to him personally such a verdict would bring consolatory comfort. "I have seen Miss Crawley," he said to his wife as soon as he had closed the door of his study, before he had been 2 minutes out of the chaise. He had determined that he would dash at the subject at once, and he thus carried his resolution into effect. "Have you seen Grace Crawley?" "Yes, I went up to the parsonage and called upon her. Lady Lufton advised me to do so." "And Henry?" "Oh, Henry has gone. He was only there one night. I suppose he saw her, but I am not sure." "Would not Miss Crawley tell you?" "I forgot to ask her." Mrs. Grantly, at hearing this, expressed her surprise by opening wide her eyes. He had gone all the way over to Framley on purpose to look after his son and learn what were his doings, and when there he had forgotten to ask the person who could have given him better information than any one else. "But it does not signify," continued the archdeacon. "She said enough to me to make that of no importance." "And what did she say?" "She said that she would never consent to marry Henry as long as there was any suspicion abroad as to her father's guilt." "And you believe her promise?" "Certainly I do. I do not doubt it in the least. I put implicit confidence in her, and I have promised her that if her father is acquitted, I will withdraw my opposition." "No." "But I have. And you would have done the same had you been there." "I doubt that, my dear. I am not so impulsive as you are." "You could not have helped yourself. You would have felt yourself obliged to be equally generous with her. She came up to me, and she put her hand upon me." "Psha!" said Mrs. Grantly. "But she did, my dear. And then she said, 'I promise you that I will not become your son's wife while people think that papa stole this money.' What else could I do?" "And is she pretty?" "Very pretty. Very beautiful." "And like a lady?" "Quite like a lady. There is no mistake about that." "And she behaved well?" "Admirably," said the archdeacon, who was in a measure compelled to justify the generosity into which he had been betrayed by his feelings. "Then she is a paragon," said Mrs. Grantly. "I don't know what you may call a paragon, my dear. I say that she is a lady, and that she is extremely good looking, and that she behaved very well. I cannot say less in her favour. I am sure you would not say less yourself if you had been present." "She must be a wonderful young woman." "I don't know anything about her being wonderful." "She must be wonderful when she has succeeded both with the son and with the father." "I wish you had been there instead of me," said the archdeacon angrily. Mrs. Grantly very probably wished so too, feeling that in that case a more serene mode of business would have been adopted. How keenly susceptible the archdeacon still was to the influences of feminine charms no one knew better than Mrs. Grantly, and whenever she became aware that he had been in this way seduced from the wisdom of his cooler judgment, she always felt something akin to indignation against the seducer. As for her husband, she probably told herself at such moments that he was an old goose. "If you had been there, and Henry with you, you would have made a great deal worse job of it than I have done," said the archdeacon. "I don't say you have made a bad job of it, my dear," said Mrs. Grantly, "but it's past 8, and you must be terribly in want of your dinner. Had you not better go up and dress?" In the evening the plan for the future campaign was arranged between them. The archdeacon would not write to his son at all. In passing through Barchester he had abandoned his idea of dispatching a note from the hotel, feeling that such a note as would be required was not easily written in a hurry. Mrs. Grantly would now write to her son, telling him that circumstances had changed, that it would be altogether unnecessary for him to sell his furniture, and begging him to come over and see his father without a day's delay. She wrote her letter that night, and read to the archdeacon all that she had written, with the exception of the postscript: "You may be quite sure that there will be no unpleasantness with your father." That was the postscript which was not communicated to the archdeacon. On the third day after that Henry Grantly did come over to Plumstead. His mother, in her letter to him, had not explained how it had come to pass that the sale of his furniture would be unnecessary. His father had given him to understand distinctly that his income would be withdrawn from him unless he would express his intention of giving up Miss Crawley, and it had been admitted among them all that Cosby Lodge must be abandoned if this were done. He certainly would not give up Grace Crawley. Sooner than that he would give up every stick in his possession, and go and live in New Zealand if it were necessary. Not only had Grace's conduct to him made him thus firm, but the natural bent of his own disposition had tended that way also. His father had attempted to dictate to him, and sooner than submit to that he would sell the coat off his back. Had his father confined his opposition to advice, and had Miss Crawley been less firm in her view of her duty, the major might have been less firm also. But things had so gone that he was determined to be as fixed as granite. If others would not be moved from their resolves, neither would he. Such being the state of his mind, he could not understand why he was thus summoned to Plumstead. He had already written over to Pow about his house, and it was well that he should at any rate see his mother before he started. He was willing, therefore, to go to Plumstead, but he took no steps as to the withdrawal of those auctioneer's bills to which the archdeacon so strongly objected. When he drove into the rectory yard, his father was standing there before him. "Henry," he said, "I am very glad to see you. I am very much obliged to you for coming." Then Henry got out of his cart and shook hands with his father, and the archdeacon began to talk about the weather. "Your mother has gone into Barchester to see your grandfather," said the archdeacon. "If you are not tired, we might as well take a walk. I want to go up as far as Flurry's cottage." The major, of course, declared that he was not at all tired, and that he should be delighted of all things to go up and see old Flurry, and thus they started. Young Grantly had not even been into the house before he left the yard with his father. Of course he was thinking of the coming sale at Cosby Lodge, and of his future life at Pow, and of his injured position in the world. There would be no longer any occasion for him to be solicitous as to the Plumstead foxes. Of course these things were in his mind, but he could not begin to speak of them till his father did so. "I am afraid your grandfather is not very strong," said the archdeacon, shaking his head. "I fear he won't be with us very long." "Is it as bad as that, sir?" "Well, you know he is an old man, Henry, and he was always somewhat old for his age. He will be 80, if he lives 2 years longer, I think. But he'll never reach 80, never. You must go and see him before you go back home. You must indeed." The major, of course, promised that he would see his grandfather, and the archdeacon told his son how nearly the old man had fallen in the passage between the cathedral and the deanery. In this way they had nearly made their way up to the gamekeeper's cottage without a word of reference to any subject that touched upon the matter of which each of them was of course thinking. Whether the major intended to remain at home or to live at Pow, the subject of Mr. Harding's health was a natural topic for conversation between him and his father. But when his father stopped suddenly and began to tell him how a fox had been trapped at Darvell's farm, "And of course it was a Plumstead fox. There can be no doubt that Flurry is right about that." When the archdeacon spoke of this iniquity with much warmth, and told his son how he had at once ridden off to Mr. Thorne of Ullathorne, and how Mr. Thorne had declared that he didn't believe a word of it, and how Flurry had produced the pad of the fox with the marks of the trap on the skin, then the son began to feel that the ground was becoming very warm, and that he could not go on much longer without rushing into details about Grace Crawley. "I've no more doubt that it was one of our foxes than that I stand here," said the archdeacon. "It doesn't matter where the fox was bred. It shouldn't have been trapped," said the major. "Of course not," said the archdeacon indignantly. "I wonder whether he would have been so keen had a Romanist priest come into his parish and turned one of his Protestants into a papist." Then Flurry came up and produced the identical pad out of his pocket. "I don't suppose it was intended," said the major, looking at the interesting relic with scrutinizing eyes. "I suppose it was caught in a rabbit trap, eh, Flurry?" "I don't see what right a man has with traps at all, when gentlemen is particular about their foxes," said Flurry. "Of course they'd call it rabbits." "I never liked that man on Darvell's farm," said the archdeacon. "Nor I neither," said Flurry. "No farmer ought to be on that land who don't have a horse of his own. And if I was Squire Thorne, I wouldn't have no farmer there who didn't keep no horse. When a farmer has a horse of his own and follies the hounds, there ain't no rabbit traps, never. How does that come about, Mr. Henry? Rabbits! I know very well what rabbits is." Mr. Henry shook his head and turned away, and the archdeacon followed him. There was an hypocrisy about this pretended care for the foxes which displeased the major. He could not, of course, tell his father that the foxes were no longer anything to him, but yet he must make it understood that such was his conviction. His mother had written to him, saying that the sale of the furniture need not take place. It might be all very well for his mother to say that, or for his father, but after what had taken place he could consent to remain in England on no other understanding than that his income should be made permanent to him. Such permanence must not be any longer dependent upon his father's caprice. In these days he had come to be somewhat in love with poverty and power, and had been feeding on the luxury of his grievance. There is, perhaps, nothing so pleasant as the preparation for self-sacrifice. To give up Cosby Lodge and the foxes, to marry a penniless wife, and to go and live at Pau on 600 or 700 a year, seemed just now to Major Grantly to be a fine thing, and he did not intend to abandon this fine thing without receiving a very clear reason for doing so. "I can't understand Thorne," said the archdeacon. "He used to be so particular about the foxes, and I don't suppose that a country gentleman will change his ideas because he has given up hunting himself." "Mr. Thorne never thought much of Flurry," said Henry Grantly, with his mind intent upon Pau and his grievance. "He might take my word at any rate," said the archdeacon. It was a known fact that the archdeacon's solicitude about the Plumstead covers was wholly on behalf of his son the major. The major himself knew this thoroughly, and felt that his father's present special anxiety was intended as a corroboration of the tidings conveyed in his mother's letter. Every word so uttered was meant to have reference to his son's future residence in the country. "Father," he said, turning round shortly and standing before the archdeacon in the pathway, "I think you are quite right about the covers. I feel sure that every gentleman who preserves a fox does good to the country. I am sorry that I shall not have a closer interest in the matter myself." "Why shouldn't you have a closer interest in it?" said the archdeacon. "Because I shall be living abroad." "You got your mother's letter?" "Yes, I got my mother's letter." "Did she not tell you that you can stay where you are?" "Yes, she said so. But to tell you the truth, sir, I do not like the risk of living beyond my assured income." "But if I justify it?" "I do not wish to complain, sir, but you have made me understand that you can, and that in certain circumstances you will, at a moment, withdraw what you give me. Since this was said to me, I have felt myself to be unsafe in such a house as Cosby Lodge." The archdeacon did not know how to explain. He had intended that the real explanation should be given by Mrs. Grantly, and had been anxious to return to his old relations with his son without any exact terms on his part. But his son was, as he thought, awkward, and would drive him to some speech that was unnecessary. "You need not be unsafe there at all," he said, half angrily. "I must be unsafe if I am not sure of my income." "Your income is not in any danger, but you had better speak to your mother about it. For myself, I think I may say that I have never yet behaved to any one of you with harshness. A son should, at any rate, not be offended because a father thinks that he is entitled to some consideration for what he does." "There are some points on which a son cannot give way even to his father, sir." "You had better speak to your mother, Henry. She will explain to you what has taken place. Look at that plantation. You don't remember it, but every tree there was planted since you were born. I bought that farm from old Mr. Thorne when he was purchasing St. Ewolds Downs. It was the first bit of land I ever had of my own." "That is not in Plumstead, I think?" "No, this is Plumstead, where we stand, and that is in Eiderdown. The parishes run in and out here. I never bought any other land as cheap as I bought that." "And did old Thorne make a good purchase at St. Ewolds?" "Yes, I fancy he did. It gave him the whole of the parish, which was a great thing. It is astonishing how land has risen in value since that, and yet rents are not so very much higher. They who buy land now can't have above 2½ for their money." "I wonder people are so fond of land," said the Major. "It is a comfortable feeling to know that you stand on your own ground. Land is about the only thing that can't fly away. And then, you see, land gives so much more than the rent. It gives position and influence and political power, to say nothing about the game. We'll go back now. I dare say your mother will be at home by this time." The archdeacon was striving to teach a great lesson to his son when he thus spoke of the pleasure which a man feels when he stands upon his own ground. He was bidding his son to understand how great was the position of an heir to a landed property, and how small the position of a man depending on what Dr. Grantly himself would have called a scratch income, an income made up of a few odds and ends, a share or two in this company and a share or two in that, a slight venture in foreign stocks, a small mortgage, and such like convenient but uninfluential driblets. A man no doubt may live at Pau on driblets, may pay his way and drink his bottle of cheap wine, and enjoy life after a fashion while reading Galignani and looking at the mountains. But, as it seemed to the archdeacon, when there was a choice between this kind of thing, and fox covers at Plumstead, and a seat among the magistrates at Barsetshire, and an establishment full of horses, beeves, swine, carriages, and hayricks, a man brought up as his son had been brought up ought not to be very long in choosing. It never entered into the archdeacon's mind that he was tempting his son, but Henry Grantly felt that he was having the good things of the world shown to him, and that he was being told that they should be his for a consideration. The Major, in his present mood, looked at the matter from his own point of view, and determined that the consideration was too high. He was pledged not to give up Grace Crawley, and he would not yield on that point, though he might be tempted by all the fox covers in Barsetshire. At this moment he did not know how far his father was prepared to yield, or how far it was expected that he should yield himself. He was told that he had to speak to his mother. He would speak to his mother, but in the meantime he could not bring himself to make a comfortable answer to his father's eloquent praise of landed property. He could not allow himself to be enthusiastic on the matter till he knew what was expected of him, if he chose to submit to be made a British squire. At present Galignani and the mountains had their charms for him. There was therefore but little conversation between the father and the son as they walked back to the rectory. Late that night the Major heard the whole story from his mother. Gradually, as though unintentionally, Mrs. Grantly told him all she knew of the archdeacon's visit to Framley. Mrs. Grantly was quite as anxious as was her husband to keep her son at home, and therefore she omitted in her story those little sneers against Grace which she herself had been tempted to make by the archdeacon's fervour in the girl's favour. The Major said as little as was possible while he was being told of his father's adventure, and expressed neither anger nor satisfaction till he had been made thoroughly to understand that Grace had pledged herself not to marry him as long as any suspicion should rest upon her father's name. "Your father is quite satisfied with her," said Mrs. Grantly. "He thinks that she is behaving very well." "My father had no right to exact such a pledge." "But she made it of her own accord. She was the first to speak about Mr. Crawley's supposed guilt. Your father never mentioned it." "He must have led to it, and I think he had no right to do so. He had no right to go to her at all." "Now don't be foolish, Henry." "I don't see that I am foolish." "Yes, you are. A man is foolish if he won't take what he wants without asking exactly how he is to come by it. That your father should be anxious is the most natural thing in the world. You know how high he has always held his own head, and how much he thinks about the characters and position of clergymen. It is not surprising that he should dislike the idea of such a marriage." "Grace Crawley would disgrace no family," said the lover. "That's all very well for you to say, and I'll take your word that it is so. That is, as far as the young lady goes herself. And there's your father, almost as much in love with her as you are. I don't know what you would have." "I would be left alone." "But what harm has been done you? From what you yourself have told me, I know that Miss Crawley has said the same thing to you that she has said to your father. You can't but admire her for the feeling." "I admire her for everything." "Very well. We won't say anything against that." "And I don't mean to give her up." "Very well again. Let us hope that Mr. Crawley will be acquitted, and then all will be right. Your father never goes back from his promise. He is always better than his word. You'll find that if Mr. Crawley is acquitted, or if he escapes in any way, your father will only be happy of an excuse to make much of the young lady. You should not be hard on him, Henry. Don't you see that it is his one great desire to keep you near to him? The sight of those odious bills nearly broke his heart." "Then why did he threaten me?" "Henry, you are obstinate." "I am not obstinate, mother." "Yes, you are. You remember nothing, and you forget nothing. You expect everything to be made smooth for you, and will do nothing towards making things smooth for anybody else. You ought to promise to give up the sale. If the worst came to the worst, your father would not let you suffer in pocket for yielding to him in so much." "If the worst comes to the worst, I wish to take nothing from my father." "You won't put off the sale, then?" The son paused a moment before he answered his mother, thinking over all the circumstances of his position. "I cannot do so as long as I am subject to my father's threat," he said at last. "What took place between my father and Miss Crawley can go for nothing with me. He has told me that his allowance to me is to be withdrawn. Let him tell me that he has reconsidered the matter." "But he has not withdrawn it. The last quarter was paid to your account only the other day. He does not mean to withdraw it." "Let him tell me so. Let him tell me that my power of living at Cosby Lodge does not depend on my marriage, that my income will be continued to me whether I marry or no, and I'll arrange matters with the auctioneer to morrow. You can't suppose that I should prefer to live in France." "Henry, you are too hard on your father." "I think, mother, he has been too hard upon me." "It is you that are to blame now. I tell you plainly that that is my opinion. If evil comes of it, it will be your own fault." "If evil comes of it, I must bear it. A son ought to give up something to his father, especially to a father so indulgent as yours." But it was of no use, and Mrs. Grantly, when she went to her bed, could only lament in her own mind over what, in discussing the matter afterwards with her sister, she called the cross-grainedness of men. "They are as like each other as two peas," she said, "and though each of them wishes to be generous, neither of them would condescend to be just." Early the following morning there was no doubt much said on the subject between the archdeacon and his wife before they met their son at breakfast, but neither at breakfast nor afterwards was there a word said between the father and son that had the slightest reference to the subject in dispute between them. The archdeacon made no more speeches in favour of land, nor did he revert to the foxes. He was very civil to his son, too civil by half, as Mrs. Grantly continued to say to herself. Then the major drove himself away in his cart, going through Barchester, so that he might see his grandfather. When he wished his father good-bye, the archdeacon shook hands with him and said something about the chance of rain. Had he not better take a big umbrella? The major thanked him courteously, and said that he did not think it would rain. Then he was gone. "Upon his own head be it," said the archdeacon, when his son's step was heard in the passage leading to the backyard. Then Mrs. Grantly got up quietly and followed her son. She found him settling himself in his dog cart, while the servant, who was to accompany him, was still at the horse's head. She went up close to him, and standing by the wheel of the gig, whispered a word or two into his ear. "If you love me, Henry, you will postpone the sale. Do it for my sake." There came across his face a look of great pain, but he answered her not a word. The archdeacon was walking about the room, striking one hand open with the other closed, clearly in a tumult of anger, when his wife returned to him. "I have done all that I can," he said, "all that I can, more indeed than was becoming for me. Upon his own head be it. Upon his own head be it." "What is it that you fear?" she asked. "I fear nothing. But if he chooses to sell his things at Cosby Lodge, he must abide the consequences. They shall not be replaced with my money." "What will it matter if he does sell them?" "Matter? Do you think there is a single person in the county who will not know that his doing so is a sign that he has quarrelled with me?" "But he has not quarrelled with you." "I can tell you then that in that case I shall have quarrelled with him. I have not been a hard father, but there are some things which a man cannot bear. Of course you will take his part." "I am taking no part. I only want to see peace between you." "Peace! Yes, peace indeed. I am to yield in everything. I am to be nobody. Look here, As sure as ever an auctioneer's hammer is raised at Cosby Lodge, I will alter the settlement of the property. Every acre shall belong to Charles. There is my word for it." The poor woman had nothing more to say at that moment. She thought that at the present conjuncture her husband was less in the wrong than her son, but she could not tell him so, lest she should strengthen him in his wrath. Henry Grantly found his grandfather in bed, with Posy seated on the bed beside him. "My father told me that you were not well, and I thought that I would look in," said the Major. "Thank you, my dear. It is very good of you. There is not much the matter with me, but I am not quite so strong as I once was." And the old man smiled as he held his grandson's hand. "And how is cousin Posy?" said the Major. "Posy is quite well, isn't she, my darling?" said the old man. "Grandpapa doesn't go to the cathedral now," said Posy. "So I come in to talk to him, don't I, grandpa? And to play cat's cradle. Only we have not any cat's cradle this morning, have we, Posy? Mrs. Baxter told me not to play this morning because it's cold for grandpa to sit up in bed," said Posy. When the Major had been there about 20 minutes he was preparing to take his leave, but Mr. Harding, bidding Posy to go out of the room, told his grandson that he had a word to say to him. "I don't like to interfere, Henry," he said, "but I am afraid that things are not quite smooth at Plumstead." "There is nothing wrong between me and my mother," said the Major. "God forbid that there should be. But, my dear boy, don't let there be anything wrong between you and your father. He is a good man, and the time will come when you will be proud of his memory." "I am proud of him now." "Then be gentle with him and submit yourself. I am an old man now, very fast going away from all those I love here. But I am happy in leaving my children because they have ever been gentle to me and kind. If I am permitted to remember them whither I am going, my thoughts of them will all be pleasant. Should it not be much to them that they have made my deathbed happy?" The Major could not but tell himself that Mr. Harding had been a man easy to please, easy to satisfy, and in that respect very different from his father. But of course he said nothing of this. "I will do my best," he replied. "Do, my boy. Honour thy father, that thy days may be long in the land." It seemed to the Major as he drove away from Barchester that everybody was against him, and yet he was sure that he himself was right. He could not give up Grace Crawley, and unless he were to do so he could not live at Cosby Lodge. End of chapter 58. Chapter 59 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 59. The lady presents her compliments to Miss L.D. One morning, while Lily Dale was staying with Mrs. Thorne in London, there was brought up to her room, as she was dressing for dinner, a letter which the postman had just left for her. The address was written with a feminine hand, and Lily was at once aware that she did not know the writing. The angles were very acute, and the lines were very straight, and the vowels looked to be cruel and false, with their sharp points and their open eyes. Lily at once knew that it was the performance of a woman who had been taught to write at school and not at home, and she became prejudiced against the writer before she opened the letter. When she had opened the letter and read it, her feelings towards the writer were not of a kindly nature. It was as follows: "The lady presents her compliments to Miss L.D. and earnestly implores Miss L.D. to give her an answer to the following question. Is Miss L.D. engaged to marry Mr. J.E.? The lady in question pledges herself not to interfere with Miss L.D. in any way, should the answer be in the affirmative. The lady earnestly requests that a reply to this letter may be sent to M.D., Post Office 455, Edgware Road. In order that L.D. may not doubt that M.D. has an interest in J.E., M.D. encloses the last note she received from him before he started for the Continent." Then there was a scrap which Lily well knew to be in the handwriting of John Eames, and the scrap was as follows: "Dearest M, punctually at 8:30, ever and always your unalterable J.E." Lily, as she read this, did not comprehend that John's note to M.D. had been in itself a joke. Lily Dale had heard of anonymous letters before, but had never received one, or even seen one. Now that she had one in her hand, it seemed to her that there could be nothing more abominable than the writing of such a letter. She let it drop from her as though the receiving and opening and reading it had been a stain to her. As it lay on the ground at her feet, she trod upon it. Of what sort could a woman be who would write such a letter as that? Answer it? Of course she would not answer it. It never occurred to her for a moment that it could become her to answer it. Had she been at home or with her mother, she would have called her mother to her, and Mrs. Dale would have taken it from the ground and have read it and then destroyed it. As it was, she must pick it up herself. She did so, and declared to herself that there should be an end to it. It might be right that somebody should see it, and therefore she would show it to Emily Dunstable. After that it should be destroyed. Of course the letter could have no effect upon her, so she told herself, but it did have a very strong effect, and probably the exact effect which the writer had intended that it should have. J.E. was, of course, John Eames. There was no doubt about that. What a fool the writer must have been to talk of L.D. in the letter, when the outside cover was plainly addressed to Miss Lilian Dale. But there are some people for whom the pretended mystery of initial letters has a charm, and who love the darkness of anonymous letters. As Lily thought of this, she stamped on the letter again. Who was the M.D. to whom she was required to send an answer, with whom John Eames corresponded in the most affectionate terms? She had resolved that she would not even ask herself a question about M.D., and yet she could not divert her mind from the inquiry. It was at any rate a fact that there must be some woman designated by the letters, some woman who had at any rate chosen to call herself M.D., and John Eames had called her M. There must at any rate be such a woman. This female, be she who she might, had thought it worth her while to make this inquiry about John Eames, and had manifestly learned something of Lily's own history. And the woman had pledged herself not to interfere with John Eames if L.D. would only condescend to say that she was engaged to him. As Lily thought of the proposition, she trod upon the letter for the third time. Then she picked it up, and having no place of custody under lock and key ready to her hand, she put it in her pocket. At night, before she went to bed, she showed the letter to Emily Dunstable. "Is it not surprising that any woman could bring herself to write such a letter?" said Lily. But Miss Dunstable hardly saw it in the same light. "If anybody were to write me such a letter about Bernard," said she, "I should show it to him as a good joke." "That would be very different. You and Bernard of course understand each other." "And so will you and Mr. Eames, some day, I hope." "Never more than we do now, dear. The thing that annoys me is that such a woman as that should have even heard my name at all. As long as people have got ears and tongues, people will hear other people's names." Lily paused a moment, and then spoke again, asking another question. "I suppose this woman does know him. She must know him, because he has written to her. She knows something about him, no doubt, and has some reason for wishing that you should quarrel with him. If I were you, I should take care not to gratify her. As for Mr. Eames's note, it is a joke." "It is nothing to me," said Lily. "I suppose," continued Emily, "that most gentlemen become acquainted with some people that they would not wish all their friends to know that they knew. They go about so much more than we do, and meet people of all sorts." "No gentleman should become intimately acquainted with a woman who could write such a letter as that," said Lily. And as she spoke she remembered a certain episode in John Eames's early life, which had reached her from a source which she had not doubted, and which had given her pain and offended her. She had believed that John Eames had in that case behaved cruelly to a young woman, and had thought that her offence had come simply from that feeling. "But of course it is nothing to me," she said. "Mr. Eames can choose his friends as he likes. I only wish that my name might not be mentioned to them." It is not from him that she has heard it. Perhaps not. As I said before, of course it does not signify. Only there is something very disagreeable in the whole thing. The idea is so hateful. Of course this woman means me to understand that she considers herself to have a claim upon Mr. Eames, and that I stand in her way. And why should you not stand in her way? I will stand in nobody's way. Mr. Eames has a right to give his hand to any one that he pleases. I, at any rate, can have no cause of offence against him. The only thing is that I do wish that my name should be left alone. Lily, when she was in her own room again, did destroy the letter. But before she did so, she read it again, and it became so indelibly impressed on her memory that she could not forget even the words of it. The lady who wrote had pledged herself under certain conditions not to interfere with Miss L.D. Interfere with me, Lily said to herself. Nobody can interfere with me. Nobody has power to do so. As she turned it over in her mind, her heart became hard against John Eames. No woman would have troubled herself to write such a letter without some cause for the writing. That the writer was vulgar, false, and unfeminine, Lily thought that she could perceive from the letter itself, but no doubt the woman knew John Eames, had some interest in the question of his marriage, and was entitled to some answer to her question, only was not entitled to such answer from Lily Dale. For some weeks past now, up to the hour at which this anonymous letter had reached her hands, Lily's heart had been growing soft and still softer towards John Eames, and now again it had become hardened. I think that the appearance of Adolphus Crosbie in the park, that momentary vision of the real man by which the divinity of the imaginary Apollo had been dashed to the ground, had done a service to the cause of the other lover, of the lover who had never been a god, but who of late years had at any rate grown into the full dimensions of a man. Unfortunately for the latter, he had commenced his love-making when he was but little more than a boy. Lily, as she had thought of the two together in the days of her solitude, after she had been deserted by Crosbie, had even pictured to herself the lover whom she had preferred as having something godlike in his favour, as being far the superior in wit, in manner, in acquirement, and in personal advantage. There had been good nature and true hearty love on the side of the other man, but the circumstances had seemed to show that his good nature was equal to all, and that he was able to share even his hearty love among two or three. A man of such a character, known by a girl from his boyhood as John Eames had been known by Lily Dale, was likely to find more favour as a friend than as a lover. So it had been between John Eames and Lily. While the untrue memory of what Crosbie was, or ever had been, was present to her, she could hardly bring herself to accept in her mind the idea of a lover who was less noble in his manhood than the false picture which that untrue memory was ever painting for her. Then had come before her eyes the actual man, and though he had been seen but for a moment, the false image had been broken into shivers. Lily had discovered that she had been deceived, and that her forgiveness had been asked not by a god, but by an ordinary human being. As regarded the ungodlike man himself, this could make no difference. Having thought upon the matter deeply, she had resolved that she would not marry Mr. Crosbie, and had pledged herself to that effect to friends who never could have brought themselves to feel affection for him, even had she married him. But the shattering of the false image might have done John Eames a good turn. Lily knew that she had at any rate full permission from all her friends to throw in her lot with his, if she could persuade herself to do so. Mother, uncle, sister, brother-in-law, cousin, and now this new cousin's bride that was to be, together with Lady Julia and a whole crowd of Allington and Guestwick friends, were in favour of such a marriage. There had been nothing against it but the fact that the other man had been dearer to her, and that other fact that poor Johnny lacked something of earnestness, something of manliness, something of that Phoebus divinity with which Crosbie had contrived to invest his own image. But, as I have said above, John had gradually grown, if not into divinity, at least into manliness, and the shattering of the false image had done him yeoman's service. Now had come this accursed letter, and Lily, despite herself, despite her better judgment, could not sweep it away from her mind and make the letter as nothing to her. M.D. had promised not to interfere with her. There was no room for such interference, no possibility that such interference should take place. She hoped earnestly, so she told herself, that her old friend John Eames might have nothing to do with a woman so impudent and vulgar as must be this M.D. But, except as regarded old friendship, M.D. and John Eames apart altogether could be as nothing to her. Therefore I say that the letter had had the effect which the writer of it had desired. All London was new to Lily Dale, and Mrs. Thorne was very anxious to show her everything that could be seen. She was to return to Allington before the flowers of May would have come, and the crowd and the glare and the fashion and the art of the Academy's great exhibition must therefore remain unknown to her. But she was taken to see many pictures, and among others she was taken to see the pictures belonging to a certain nobleman, who, with that munificence which is so amply enjoyed and so little recognized in England, keeps open house for the world to see the treasures which the wealth of his family has collected. The necessary order was procured, and on a certain brilliant April afternoon Mrs. Thorne and her party found themselves in this nobleman's drawing-room. Lily was with her, of course, and Emily Dunstable was there, and Bernard Dale, and Mrs. Thorne's dear friend Mrs. Harold Smith, and Mrs. Thorne's constant and useful attendant, Sif Dunn. They had nearly completed their delightful but wearying task of gazing at pictures, and Mrs. Harold Smith had declared that she would not look at another picture till the exhibition was open. 3 of the ladies were seated in the drawing-room, and Sif Dunn was standing before them, lecturing about art as though he had been brought up on the ancient masters. Emily and Bernard were lingering behind, and the others were simply delaying their departure till the truant lovers should have caught them. At this moment 2 gentlemen entered the room from the gallery, and the 2 gentlemen were Fowler Pratt and Adolphus Crosbie. All the party except Mrs. Thorne knew Crosbie personally, and all of them except Mrs. Harold Smith knew something of the story of what had occurred between Crosbie and Lily. Sif Dunn had learnt it all since the meeting in the park, having nearly learnt it all from what he had seen there with his eyes. But Mrs. Thorne, who knew Lily's story, did not know Crosbie's appearance. But there was his friend Fowler Pratt, who, as will be remembered, had dined with her but the other day, and she, with that outspoken and somewhat loud impulse which was natural to her, addressed him at once across the room, calling him by name. Had she not done so, the 2 men might probably have escaped through the room, in which case they would have met Bernard Dale and Emily Dunstable in the doorway. Fowler Pratt would have endeavoured so to escape, and to carry Crosbie with him, as he was quite alive to the expedience of saving Lily from such a meeting. But, as things turned out, escape from Mrs. Thorne was impossible. "There's Fowler Pratt," she had said, when they first entered, quite loud enough for Fowler Pratt to hear her. "Mr. Pratt, come here. How do you do? You dined with me last Tuesday, and you've never been to call." "I never recognized that obligation till after the middle of May," said Mr. Pratt, shaking hands with Mrs. Thorne and Mrs. Smith, and bowing to Miss Dale. "I don't see the justice of that at all," said Mrs. Thorne. "It seems to me that a good dinner is as much entitled to a morsel of pasteboard in April as at any other time. You won't have another till you have called, unless you're specially wanted." Crosbie would have gone on, but that in his attempt to do so he passed close by the chair on which Mrs. Harold Smith was sitting, and that he was accosted by her. "Mr. Crosbie," she said, "I haven't seen you for an age. Has it come to pass that you have buried yourself entirely?" He did not know how to extricate himself so as to move on at once. He paused and hesitated, and then stopped, and made an attempt to talk to Mrs. Smith as though he were at his ease. The attempt was anything but successful, but having once stopped, he did not know how to put himself in motion again, so that he might escape. At this moment Bernard Dale and Emily Dunstable came up and joined the group, but neither of them had discovered who Crosbie was till they were close upon him. Lily was seated between Mrs. Thorne and Mrs. Smith, and Sif Dunn had been standing immediately opposite to them. Fowler Pratt, who had been drawn into the circle against his will, was now standing close to Dunn, almost between him and Lily, and Crosbie was standing within 2 yards of Lily on the other side of Dunn. Emily and Bernard had gone behind Pratt and Crosbie to Mrs. Thorne's side before they had recognised the 2 men, and in this way Lily was completely surrounded. Mrs. Thorne, who in spite of her eager, impetuous ways was as thoughtful of others as any woman could be, as soon as she heard Crosbie's name understood it all, and knew that it would be well that she should withdraw Lily from her plight. Crosbie, in his attempt to talk to Mrs. Smith, had smiled and simpered, and had then felt that to smile and simper before Lily Dale with a pretended indifference to her presence was false on his part and would seem to be mean. He would have avoided Lily for both their sakes, had it been possible, but it was no longer possible, and he could not keep his eyes from her face. Hardly knowing what he did, he bowed to her, lifted his hat, and uttered some word of greeting. Lily, from the moment that she had perceived his presence, had looked straight before her, with something almost of fierceness in her eyes. Both Pratt and Sif Dunn had observed her narrowly. It had seemed as though Crosbie had been altogether outside the ken of her eyes, or the notice of her ears, and yet she had seen every motion of his body, and heard every word which had fallen from his lips. Now, when he saluted her, she turned her face full upon him, and bowed to him. Then she rose from her seat, and made her way between Sif Dunn and Pratt, out of the circle. The blood had mounted to her face, and suffused it all, and her whole manner was such that it could escape the observation of none who stood there. Even Mrs. Harold Smith had seen it, and had read the story. As soon as she was on her feet, Bernard had dropped Emily's hand, and offered his arm to his cousin. "Lily," he had said out loud, "you had better let me take you away. It is a misfortune that you have been subjected to the insult of such a greeting." Bernard and Crosbie had been early friends, and Bernard had been the unfortunate means of bringing Crosbie and Lily together. Up to this day Bernard had never had his revenge for the ill treatment which his cousin had received. Some morsel of that revenge came to him now. Lily almost hated her cousin for what he said, but she took his arm and walked with him from the room. It must be acknowledged in excuse for Bernard Dale, and as an apology for the apparent indiscretion of his words, that all the circumstances of the meeting had become apparent to every one there. The misfortune of the encounter had become too plain to admit of its being hidden under any of the ordinary veils of society. Crosbie's salutation had been made before the eyes of them all, and in the midst of absolute silence, and Lily had risen with so queen-like a demeanour, and had moved with so stately a step, that it was impossible that any one concerned should pretend to ignore the facts of the scene that had occurred. Crosbie was still standing close to Mrs. Harold Smith. Mrs. Thorne had risen from her seat, and the words which Bernard Dale had uttered were still sounding in the ears of them all. "Shall I see after the carriage?" said Sif Dunn. "Do," said Mrs. Thorne. "Or, stay a moment, the carriage will of course be there, and we will go together. Good morning, Mr. Pratt. I expect that at any rate you will send me your card by post." Then they all passed on, and Crosbie and Fowler Pratt were left among the pictures. "I think you will agree with me now that you had better give her up," said Fowler Pratt. "I will never give her up," said Crosbie, "till I shall hear that she has married some one else." "You may take my word for it that she will never marry you after what has just now occurred." "Very likely not, but still the attempt, even the idea of the attempt, will be a comfort to me. I shall be endeavouring to do that which I ought to have done. What you have got to think of, I should suppose, is her comfort, not your own." Crosbie stood for a while silent, looking at a portrait which was hung just within the doorway of a smaller room into which they had passed, as though his attention were entirely riveted by the picture. But he was thinking of the picture not at all, and did not even know what kind of picture was on the canvas before him. "Pratt," he said at last, "you are always hard to me." "I will say nothing more to you on the subject, if you wish me to be silent." "I do wish you to be silent about that." "That shall be enough," said Pratt. "You do not quite understand me. You do not know how thoroughly I have repented of the evil that I have done, or how far I would go to make retribution, if retribution were possible." Fowler Pratt, having been told to hold his tongue as regarded that subject, made no reply to this, and began to talk about the pictures. Lily, leaning on her cousin's arm, was out in the courtyard in front of the house, before Mrs. Thorne or Sif Dunn. It was but for a minute, but still there was a minute in which Bernard felt that he ought to say a word to her. "I hope you are not angry with me, Lily, for having spoken." "I wish, of course, that you had not spoken, but I am not angry. I have no right to be angry. I made the misfortune for myself. Do not say anything more about it, dear Bernard. That is all." They had walked to the picture gallery, but by agreement the two carriages had come to take them away, Mrs. Thorne's and Mrs. Harold Smith's. Mrs. Thorne easily managed to send Emily Dunstable and Bernard away with her friend, and to tell Sif Dunn that he must manage for himself. In this way it was contrived that no one but Mrs. Thorne should be with Lily Dale. "My dear," said Mrs. Thorne, "it seemed to me that you were a little put out, and so I thought it best to send them all away." "It was very kind." "He ought to have passed on, and not to have stood an instant when he saw you," said Mrs. Thorne with indignation. "There are moments when it is a man's duty simply to vanish, to melt into the air, or to sink into the ground, in which he is bound to overcome the difficulties of such sudden self-removal, or must ever after be accounted poor and mean. I did not want him to vanish, if only he had not spoken to me. He should have vanished. A man is sometimes bound in honour to do so, even when he himself has done nothing wrong, when the sin has been all with the woman. Her femininity has still a right to expect that so much shall be done in its behalf. But when the sin has been all his own, as it was in this case, and such damning sin too—" "Pray do not go on, Mrs. Thorne." "He ought to go out and hang himself simply for having allowed himself to be seen. I thought Bernard behaved very well, and I shall tell him so." "I wish you could manage to forget it all, and say no word more about it." "I won't trouble you with it, my dear. I will promise you that. But, Lily, I can hardly understand you. This man who must have been and must ever be a brute—" "Mrs. Thorne, you promised me this instant that you would not talk of him." "After this I will not. But you must let me have my way now for a moment. I have so often longed to speak to you, and have not done so from fear of offending you. Now the matter has come up by chance, and it was impossible that what has occurred should pass by without a word. I cannot conceive why the memory of that bad man should be allowed to destroy your whole life." "My life is not destroyed. My life is anything but destroyed. It is a very happy life." "But, my dear, if all that I hear is true, there is a most estimable young man whom everybody likes, and particularly all your own family, and whom you like very much yourself, and you will have nothing to say to him, though his constancy is like the constancy of an old paladin, and all because of this wretch who has just now come in your way." "Mrs. Thorne, it is impossible to explain it all." "I do not want you to explain it all. Of course I would not ask any young woman to marry a man whom she does not love. Such marriages are abominable to me. But I think that a young woman ought to get married if the thing fairly comes in her way, and if her friends approve, and if she is fond of the man who is fond of her. It may be that some memory of what has gone before is allowed to stand in your way, and that it should not be so allowed. It sometimes happens that a morbid sentiment will destroy a life. Excuse me then, Lily, if I say too much to you in my hope that you may not suffer after this fashion." "I know how kind you are, Mrs. Thorne." "Here we are at home, and perhaps you would like to go in. I have some calls which I must make." Then the conversation was ended, and Lily was alone. As if she had not thought of it all before! As if there was anything new in this counsel which Mrs. Thorne had given her! She had received the same advice from her mother, from her sister, from her uncle, and from Lady Julia, till she was sick of it. How had it come to pass that matters which with others are so private should with her have become the public property of so large a circle? Any other girl would receive the advice on such a subject from her mother alone, and there the secret would rest. But her secret had been published, as it were, by the town crier in the High Street. Everybody knew that she had been jilted by Adolphus Crosbie, and that it was intended that she should be consoled by John Eames. And people seemed to think that they had a right to rebuke her if she expressed an unwillingness to carry out this intention which the public had so kindly arranged for her. Morbid sentiment! Why should she be accused of morbid sentiment because she was unable to transfer her affections to the man who had been fixed on as her future husband by the large circle of acquaintance who had interested themselves in her affairs? There was nothing morbid in either her desires or her regrets. So she assured herself, with something very like anger at the accusation made against her. She had been contented, and was contented, to live at home as her mother lived, asking for no excitement beyond that given by the daily routine of her duties. There could be nothing morbid in that. She would go back to Allington as soon as might be, and have done with this London life which only made her wretched. This seeing of Crosbie had been terrible to her. She did not tell herself that his image had been shattered. Her idea was that all her misery had come from the untowardness of the meeting. But there was the fact that she had seen the man and heard his voice, and that the seeing him and hearing him had made her miserable. She certainly desired that it might never be her lot either to see him or to hear him again. And as for John Eames, in those bitter moments of her reflection she almost wished the same in regard to him. If he would only cease to be her lover, he might be very well. But he was not very well to her as long as his pretensions were dinned into her ears by everybody who knew her. And then she told herself that John would have had a better chance if he had been content to plead for himself. In this I think she was hard upon her lover. He had pleaded for himself as well as he knew how, and as often as the occasion had been given to him. It had hardly been his fault that his case had been taken in hand by other advocates. He had given no commission to Mrs. Thorne to plead for him. Poor Johnny! He had stood in much better favour before the lady had presented her compliments to Miss L.D. It was that odious letter, and the thoughts which it had forced upon Lily's mind, which were now most inimical to his interests. Whether Lily loved him or not, she did not love him well enough not to be jealous of him. Had any such letter reached her respecting Crosbie in the happy days of her young love, she would simply have laughed at it. It would have been nothing to her. But now she was sore and unhappy, and any trifle was powerful enough to irritate her. "Is Miss L.D. engaged to marry Mr. J.E.?" "No," said Lily out loud. "Lily Dale is not engaged to marry John Eames, and never will be so engaged." She was almost tempted to sit down and write the required answer to Miss M.D. Though the letter had been destroyed, she well remembered the number of the post office in the Edgware Road. Poor John Eames! That evening she told Emily Dunstable that she thought she would like to return to Allington before the day that had been appointed for her. "But why?" said Emily. "Should you be worse than your word?" "I dare say it will seem silly, but the fact is I am homesick. I am not accustomed to be away from mamma for so long." "I hope it is not what occurred to day at the picture gallery." "I won't deny that it is that in part. That was a strange accident, you know, that might never occur again." "It has occurred twice already, Emily." "I don't call the affair in the park anything. Anybody might see anybody else in the park, of course. He was not brought so near to you that he could annoy you there. You ought certainly to wait till Mr. Eames has come back from Italy." Then Lily declared that she must and would go back to Allington on the next Monday, and she actually did write a letter to her mother that night to say that such was her intention. But on the morrow her heart was less sore, and the letter was not sent. End of chapter 59. Chapter 60 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 60. The end of Jael and Sisera. There was to be one more sitting for the picture, as the reader will remember, and the day for that sitting had arrived. Conway Dalrymple had in the meantime called at Mrs. Van Siever's house, hoping that he might be able to see Clara, and to make his offer to her there. But he had failed in his attempt to reach her. He had found it impossible to say all that he had to say in the painting room, during the very short intervals which Mrs. Broughton left to him. A man should be allowed to be alone more than 15 minutes with a young lady on the occasion in which he offers to her his hand and his heart. But hitherto he had never had more than 15 minutes at his command. And then there had been the turban. He had also in the meantime called on Mrs. Broughton, with the intention of explaining to her that if she really intended to favour his views in respect of Miss Van Siever, she ought to give him a little more liberty for expressing himself. On this occasion he had seen his friend, but had not been able to go as minutely as he had wished into the matter that was so important to himself. Mrs. Broughton had found it necessary during this meeting to talk almost exclusively about herself and her own affairs. "Conway," she had said, directly she saw him, "I am so glad you have come. I think I should have gone mad if I had not seen someone who cares for me." This was early in the morning, not much after 11, and Mrs. Broughton, hearing first his knock at the door and then his voice, had met him in the hall and taken him into the dining room. "Is anything the matter?" he asked. "Oh, Conway!" "What is it? Has anything gone wrong with Dobbs?" Everything has gone wrong with him. He is ruined." "Heaven and earth! What do you mean?" "Simply what I say. But you must not speak a word of it. I do not know it from himself." "How do you know it?" "Wait a moment. Sit down there, will you? And I will sit by you. No, Conway, do not take my hand. It is not right. There, so. Yesterday Mrs. Van Siever was here. I need not tell you all that she said to me, even if I could. She was very harsh and cruel, saying all manner of things about Dobbs. How can I help it if he drinks? I have not encouraged him. And as for expensive living, I have been as ignorant as a child. I have never asked for anything. When we were married, somebody told me how much we should have to spend. It was either 2,000 or 3,000 or 4,000 or something like that. You know, Conway, how ignorant I am about money, that I am like a child. Is it not true?" She waited for an answer, and Dalrymple was obliged to acknowledge that it was true. And yet he had known the times in which his dear friend had been very sharp in her memory with reference to a few pounds. "And now she says that Dobbs owes her money which he cannot pay her, and that everything must be sold. She says that Musselborough must have the business, and that Dobbs must shift for himself elsewhere." "Do you believe that she has the power to decide that things shall go this way or that, as she pleases?" "How am I to know? She says so, and she says it because he drinks. He does drink. That at least is true. But how can I help it? Oh, Conway, what am I to do? Dobbs did not come home at all last night, but he sent for his things, saying that he must stay in the city. What am I to do if they come and take the house, and sell the furniture, and turn me into the street?" Then the poor creature began to cry in earnest, and Dalrymple had to console her as best he might. "How I wish I had known you first," she said. To this Dalrymple was able to make no direct answer. He was wise enough to know that a direct answer might possibly lead him into terrible trouble. He was by no means anxious to find himself protecting Mrs. Dobbs Broughton from the ruin which her husband had brought upon her. Before he left her she had told him a long story, partly of matters of which he had known something before, and partly made up of that which she had heard from the old woman. It was settled, Mrs. Broughton said, that Mr. Musselborough was to marry Clara Van Siever, but it appeared, as far as Dalrymple could learn, that this was a settlement made simply between Mrs. Van Siever and Musselborough. Clara, as he thought, was not a girl likely to fall into such a settlement without having an opinion of her own. Musselborough was to have the business, and Dobbs Broughton was to be sold up, and then look for employment in the city. From her husband the wife had not heard a word on this matter, and the above story was simply what had been told to Mrs. Broughton by Mrs. Van Siever. "For myself it seems that there can be but one fate," said Mrs. Broughton. Dalrymple, in his tenderest voice, asked what that one fate must be. "Never mind," said Mrs. Broughton. "There are some things which one cannot tell even to such a friend as you." He was sitting near her, and had all but got his arm behind her waist. He was, however, able to be prudent. "Maria," he said, getting up to his feet, "if it should really come about that you should want anything, you will send for me. You will promise me that, at any rate." She rubbed a tear from her eye, and said that she did not know. "There are moments in which a man must speak plainly," said Conway Dalrymple, "in which it would be unmanly not to do so, however prosaic it may seem. I need hardly tell you that my purse shall be yours if you want it." But just at that moment she did not want his purse, nor must it be supposed that she wanted to run away with him, and leave her husband to fight the battle alone with Mrs. Van Siever. The truth was that she did not know what she wanted, over and beyond an assurance from Conway Dalrymple that she was the most ill-used, the most interesting, and the most beautiful woman ever heard of, either in history or romance. Had he proposed to her to pack up a bundle and go off with him in a cab to the London, Chatham, and Dover railway station, en route for Boulogne, I do not for a moment think that she would have packed up her bundle. She would have received intense gratification from the offer, so much so that she would have been almost consoled for her husband's ruin, but she would have scolded her lover, and would have explained to him the great iniquity of which he was guilty. It was clear to him that at this present time he could not make any special terms with her as to Clara Van Siever, At such a moment as this he could hardly ask her to keep out of the way, in order that he might have his opportunity. But when he suggested that probably it might be better, in the present emergency, to give up the idea of any further sitting in her room, and proposed to send for his canvas, colour box and easel, she told him that, as far as she was concerned, he was welcome to have that one other sitting for which they had all bargained. "You had better come to-morrow, as we had agreed," she said, "and unless I shall have been turned out into the street by the creditors, you may have the room as you did before. And you must remember, Conway, that though Mrs. Van says that Musselborough is to have Clara, it doesn't follow that Clara should give way. When we consider everything, we must acknowledge that this was at any rate good-natured." Then there was a tender parting, with many tears, and Conway Dalrymple escaped from the house. He did not for a moment doubt the truth of the story which Mrs. Broughton had told, as far at least as it referred to the ruin of Dobbs Broughton. He had heard something of this before, and for some weeks had expected that a crash was coming. Broughton's rise had been very sudden, and Dalrymple had never regarded his friend as firmly placed in the commercial world. Dobbs was one of those men who seem born to surprise the world by a spurt of prosperity, and might perhaps have had a second spurt, or even a third, could he have kept himself from drinking in the morning. But Dalrymple, though he was hardly astonished by the story as it regarded Broughton, was put out by that part of it which had reference to Musselborough. He had known that Musselborough had been introduced to Broughton by Mrs. Van Siever, but nevertheless he had regarded the man as being no more than Broughton's clerk, and now he was told that Musselborough was to marry Clara Van Siever, and to have all Mrs. Van Siever's money. He resolved at last that he would run his risk about the money, and take Clara either with or without it, if she would have him. And as for that difficulty in asking her, if Mrs. Broughton would give him no opportunity of putting the question behind her back, he would put it before her face. He had not much leisure for consideration on these points, as the next day was the day for the last sitting. On the following morning he found Miss Van Siever already seated in Mrs. Broughton's room when he reached it, and at the moment Mrs. Broughton was not there. As he took Clara's hand, he could not prevent himself from asking her whether she had heard anything. "Heard what?" said Clara. "Then you have not," said he. "Never mind now, as Mrs. Broughton is here." Then Mrs. Broughton had entered the room. She seemed to be quite cheerful, but Dalrymple perfectly understood, from a special glance which she gave to him, that he was to perceive that her cheerfulness was assumed for Clara's benefit. Mrs. Broughton was showing how great a heroine she could be on behalf of her friends. "Now, my dear," she said, "do remember that this is the last day. It may be all very well, Conway, and of course you know best, but as far as I can see you have not made half as much progress as you ought to have done." "We shall do excellently well," said Dalrymple. "So much the better," said Mrs. Broughton. "And now, Clara, I'll place you." And so Clara was placed on her knees with the turban on her head. Dalrymple began his work assiduously, knowing that Mrs. Broughton would not leave the room for some minutes. It was certain that she would remain for a quarter of an hour, and it might be as well that he really should use that time on his picture. The peculiar position in which he was placed probably made his work difficult to him. There was something perplexing in the necessity which bound him to look upon the young lady before him as both Jael and as the future Mrs. Conway Dalrymple, knowing as he did that she was at present simply Clara Van Siever. A double personification was not difficult to him. He had encountered it with every model that had sat to him, and with every young lady he had attempted to win, if he had ever made such an attempt with one before. But the triple character, joined to the necessity of the double work, was distressing to him. "The hand a little further back, if you don't mind," he said, "and the wrist more turned towards me. That is just it. Lean a little more over him. There, that will do exactly." If Mrs. Broughton did not go very quickly, he must begin to address his model on a totally different subject, even while she was in the act of slaying Sisera. "Have you made up your mind who is to be Sisera?" asked Mrs. Broughton. "I think I shall put in my own face," said Dalrymple, "if Miss Van Siever does not object." "Not in the least," said Clara, speaking without moving her face, almost without moving her lips. "That will be excellent," said Mrs. Broughton. She was still quite cheerful, and really laughed as she spoke. "Shall you like the idea, Clara, of striking the nail right through his head?" Oh yes, as well his head as another's. I shall seem to be having my revenge for all the trouble he has given me." There was a slight pause, and then Dalrymple spoke. "You have had that already, in striking me right through the heart." "What a very pretty speech! Was it not, my dear?" said Mrs. Broughton. And then Mrs. Broughton laughed. There was something slightly hysterical in her laugh, which grated on Dalrymple's ears, something which seemed to tell him that at the present moment his dear friend was not going to assist him honestly in his effort. "Only that I should put him out, I would get up and make a curtsy," said Clara. No young lady would ever talk of making a curtsy for such a speech if she supposed it had been made in earnest, and Clara no doubt understood that a man might make 100 such speeches in the presence of a third person without any danger that they would be taken as meaning anything. All this Dalrymple knew, and began to think that he had better put down his palette and brush and do the work which he had before him in the most prosaic language that he could use. He could at any rate succeed in making Clara acknowledge his intention in this way. He waited still for a minute or two, and it seemed to him that Mrs. Broughton had no intention of piling her faggots on the present occasion. It might be that the remembrance of her husband's ruin prevented her from sacrificing herself in the other direction also. "I am not very good at pretty speeches, but I am good at telling the truth," said Dalrymple. "Ha, ha, ha!" laughed Mrs. Broughton, still with the touch of hysterical action in her throat. "Upon my word, Conway, you know how to praise yourself." "He dispraises himself most unnecessarily in denying the prettiness of his language," said Clara. As she spoke she hardly moved her lips, and Dalrymple went on painting from the model. It was clear that Miss Van Siever understood that the painting, and not the pretty speeches, was the important business on hand. Mrs. Broughton had now tucked her feet up on the sofa, and was gazing at the artist as he stood at his work. Dalrymple, remembering how he had offered her his purse, an offer which, in the existing crisis of her affairs, might mean a great deal, felt that she was ill-natured. Had she intended to do him a good turn, she would have gone now. But there she lay with her feet tucked up, clearly purposing to be present through the whole of that morning's sitting. His anger against her added something to his spirit, and made him determine that he would carry out his purpose. Suddenly, therefore, he prepared himself for action. He was in the habit of working with a Turkish cap on his head, and with a short apron tied round him. There was something picturesque about the cap which might not have been incongruous with love-making. It is easy to suppose that Juan wore a Turkish cap when he sat with Haidee in Lambros Island, but we may be quite sure that he did not wear an apron. Now Dalrymple had thought of all this, and had made up his mind to work to-day without his apron. But when he arranged his easel and his brushes, he had put it on from force of habit, and was now disgusted with himself as he remembered it. He put down his brush, divested his thumb of his palette, then took off his cap, and after that untied the apron. "Conway, what are you going to do?" said Mrs. Broughton. "I am going to ask Clara Van Siever to be my wife," said Dalrymple. At that moment the door was opened, and Mrs. Van Siever entered the room. Clara had not risen from her kneeling posture when Dalrymple began to put off his trappings. She had not seen what he was doing as plainly as Mrs. Broughton had done, having her attention naturally drawn towards her Sisera. And, besides this, she understood that she was to remain as she was placed till orders to move were given to her. Dalrymple would occasionally step aside from his easel to look at her in some altered light, and on such occasions she would simply hold her hammer somewhat more tightly than before. When, therefore, Mrs. Van Siever entered the room, Clara was still slaying Sisera, in spite of the artist's speech. The speech, indeed, and her mother both seemed to come to her at the same time. The old woman stood for a moment, holding the open door in her hand. "You fool!" she said. "What are you doing there, dressed up in that way, like a guy?" Then Clara got up from her feet, and stood before her mother in Jael's dress and Jael's turban. Dalrymple thought that the dress and turban did not become her badly. Mrs. Van Siever apparently thought otherwise. "Will you have the goodness to tell me, miss, why you are dressed up after that mad Bess of Bedlam fashion?" The reader will no doubt bear in mind that Clara had other words of which to think beside those which were addressed to her by her mother. Dalrymple had asked her to be his wife in the plainest possible language, and she thought that the very plainness of the language became him well. The very taking off of his apron, almost as he said the words, though to himself the action had been so distressing as almost to overcome his purpose, had in it something to her of direct, simple determination, which pleased her. When he had spoken of having had a nail driven by her right through his heart, she had not been in the least gratified, but the taking off of the apron and the putting down of the palette, and the downright way in which he had called her Clara Van Siever, attempting to be neither sentimental with Clara nor polite with Miss Van Siever, did please her. She had often said to herself that she would never give a plain answer to a man who did not ask her a plain question, to a man who, in asking this question, did not say plainly to her, Clara Van Siever, will you become Mrs. Jones, or Mrs. Smith, or Mrs. Tompkins, as the case might be. Now Conway Dalrymple had asked her to become Mrs. Dalrymple very much after this fashion. In spite of the apparition of her mother, all this had passed through her mind. Not the less, however, she was obliged to answer her mother before she could give any reply to the other questioner. In the meantime Mrs. Dobbs Broughton had untucked her feet. "Mamma," said Clara, "who ever expected to see you here?" "I dare say nobody did," said Mrs. Van Siever, "but here I am nevertheless." "Madam," said Mrs. Dobbs Broughton, "you might at any rate have gone through the ceremony of having yourself announced by the servant." "Madam," said the old woman, attempting to mimic the tone of the other, "I thought that on such a very particular occasion as this I might be allowed to announce myself. You tomfool, you, why did you take that turban off?" Then Clara, with slow and graceful motion, unwound the turban. If Dalrymple really meant what he had said, and would stick to it, she need not mind being called a tomfool by her mother. "Conway, I am afraid that our last sitting is disturbed," said Mrs. Broughton with her little laugh. "Conway's last sitting certainly is disturbed," said Mrs. Van Siever. And then she mimicked the laugh. "And you'll all be disturbed, I can tell you that. What an ass you must be to go on with this kind of thing after what I said to you yesterday. Do you know that he got beastly drunk in the city last night, and that he is drunk now, while you are going on with your tomfooleries?" Upon hearing this, Mrs. Dobbs Broughton fainted into Dalrymple's arms. Hitherto the artist had not said a word, and had hardly known what part it would best become him now to play. If he intended to marry Clara, and he certainly did intend to marry her, if she would have him, it might be as well not to quarrel with Mrs. Van Siever. At any rate, there was nothing in Mrs. Van Siever's intrusion, disagreeable as it was, which need make him take up his sword to do battle with her. But now, as he held Mrs. Broughton in his arms, and the horrid words which the old lady had spoken rung in his ears, he could not refrain himself from uttering reproach. "You ought not to have told her in this way before other people, even if it be true," said Conway. "Leave me to be my own judge of what I ought to do, if you please, sir. If she had any feeling at all, what I told her yesterday would have kept her from all this. But some people have no feeling, and will go on being tomfools though the house is on fire." As these words were spoken, Mrs. Broughton fainted more persistently than ever, so that Dalrymple was convinced that whether she felt or not, at any rate she heard. He had now dragged her across the room and laid her upon the sofa, and Clara had come to her assistance. "I dare say you think me very hard because I speak plainly, but there are things much harder than plain speaking. How much do you expect to be paid, sir, for this picture of my girl?" "I do not expect to be paid for it at all," said Dalrymple. "And who is it to belong to?" "It belongs to me at present." "Then, sir, it mustn't belong to you any longer. It won't do for you to have a picture of my girl to hang up in your painting room for all your friends to come and make their jokes about, nor yet to make a show of it in any of your exhibitions. My daughter has been a fool, and I can't help it. If you tell me what's the cost, I'll pay it. Then I'll have the picture home, and I'll treat it as it deserves." Dalrymple thought for a moment about his picture and about Mrs. Van Siever. What had he better do? He wanted to behave well, and he felt that the old woman had something of justice on her side. "Madam," he said, "I will not sell this picture, but it shall be destroyed if you wish it." "I certainly do wish it, but I won't trust to you. If it's not sent to my house at once, you'll hear from me through my lawyers." Then Dalrymple deliberately opened his penknife and slit the canvas across through the middle of the picture each way. Clara, as she saw him do it, felt that in truth she loved him. "There, Mrs. Van Siever," he said, "now you can take the bits home with you in your basket if you wish it." At this moment, as the rent canvas fell and fluttered upon the stretcher, there came a loud voice of lamentation from the sofa, a groan of despair and a shriek of wrath. "Very fine indeed," said Mrs. Van Siever. "When ladies faint they always ought to have their eyes about them. I see that Mrs. Broughton understands that." "Take her away, Conway. For God's sake, take her away," said Mrs. Broughton. "I shall take myself away very shortly," said Mrs. Van Siever, "so you needn't trouble Mr. Conway about that. Not but that I thought the gentleman's name was Mr. something else." "My name is Conway Dalrymple," said the artist. "Then I suppose you must be her brother or her cousin, or something of that sort," said Mrs. Van Siever. "Take her away," screamed Mrs. Dobbs Broughton. "Wait a moment, madam. As you've chopped up your handiwork there, Mr. Conway Dalrymple, and as I suppose my daughter has been more to blame than anybody else." "She has not been to blame at all," said Dalrymple. "That's my affair, not yours," said Mrs. Van Siever, very sharply. "But as you've been at all this trouble, and have now chopped it up, I don't mind paying you for your time and paints, only I shall be glad to know how much it will come to." "There will be nothing to pay, Mrs. Van Siever." "How long has he been at it, Clara?" "Mamma, indeed you had better not say anything about paying him." "I shall say whatever I please, miss. Will £10 do it, sir?" "If you choose to buy the picture, the price will be £750," said Dalrymple with a smile, pointing to the fragments. £750," said the old woman. "But I strongly advise you not to make the purchase," said Dalrymple. £750! I certainly shall not give you £750, sir." "I certainly think you could invest your money better, Mrs. Van Siever. But if the thing is to be sold at all, that is my price. I've thought that there was some justice in your demand that it should be destroyed, and therefore I have destroyed it." Mrs. Van Siever had been standing on the same spot ever since she had entered the room, and now she turned round to leave the room. "If you have any demand to make, I beg that you will send in your account for work done to Mr. Musselborough. He is my man of business. Clara, are you ready to come home? The cab is waiting at the door, at 6d. the quarter of an hour, if you will be pleased to remember." "Mrs. Broughton," said Clara, thoughtful over her raiment, and remembering that it might not be well that she should return home even in a cab, dressed as Jael, "if you will allow me, I will go into your room for a minute or two." "Certainly, Clara," said Mrs. Broughton, preparing to accompany her. "But before you go, Mrs. Broughton," said Mrs. Van Siever, "it may be as well that I should tell you that my daughter is going to become the wife of Mr. Musselborough. It may simplify matters that you should know this." And Mrs. Van Siever, as she spoke, looked hard at Conway Dalrymple. "Mamma!" exclaimed Clara. "My dear," said Mrs. Van Siever, "you had better change your dress and come away with me." "Not till I have protested against what you have said, mamma." "You had better leave your protesting alone, I can tell you." "Mrs. Broughton," continued Clara, "I must beg you to understand that mamma has not the slightest right in the world to tell you what she has just now said about me. Nothing on earth would induce me to become the wife of Mr. Broughton's partner." There was something which made Clara unwilling even to name the man whom her mother had publicly proposed as her future husband. "He isn't Mr. Broughton's partner," said Mrs. Van Siever. "Mr. Broughton has not got a partner. Mr. Musselborough is the head of the firm, and as to your marrying him, of course I can't make you." "No, mamma, you cannot." "Mrs. Broughton understands that, no doubt, and so probably does Mr. Dalrymple. I only tell them what are my ideas. If you choose to marry the sweep at the crossing, I can't help it. Only I don't see what good you would do the sweep, when he would have to sweep for himself and you too. At any rate, I suppose you mean to go home with me now?" Then Mrs. Broughton and Clara left the room, and Mrs. Van Siever was left with Conway Dalrymple. "Mr. Dalrymple," said Mrs. Van Siever, "do not deceive yourself. What I told you just now will certainly come to pass." "It seems to me that that must depend on the young lady," said Dalrymple. "I'll tell you what certainly will not depend on the young lady," said Mrs. Van Siever, "and that is whether the man who marries her will have more with her than the clothes she stands up in. You will understand that argument, I suppose?" "I am not quite sure that I do," said Dalrymple. "Then you'd better try to understand it. "Good morning, sir. I'm sorry you've had to slit your picture." Then she curtsied low and walked out to the landing place. "Clara," she cried, "I'm waiting for you. 6d. a quarter of an hour, remember that." In a minute or two Clara came out to her, and then Mrs. Van Siever and Miss Van Siever took their departure. "Oh, Conway, what am I to do? What am I to do?" said Mrs. Dobbs Broughton. Dalrymple stood perplexed for a few minutes, and could not tell her what she was to do. She was in such a position that it was very hard to tell her what to do. "Do you believe, Conway, that he is really ruined?" "What am I to say? How am I to know?" "I see that you believe it," said the wretched woman. "I cannot but believe that there is something of truth in what this woman says. Why else should she have come here with such a story?" Then there was a pause, during which Mrs. Broughton was burying her face in the arm of the sofa. "I'll tell you what I'll do," continued he. "I'll go into the city and make inquiry. It can hardly be but what I shall learn the truth there." Then there was another pause, at the end of which Mrs. Broughton got up from the sofa. "Tell me," she said, "what do you mean to do about that girl?" "You heard me ask her to be my wife?" I did. "Is it not what you intended?" "Do not ask me. My mind is bewildered. My mind is on fire. Oh, Conway!" "Shall I go into the city as I proposed?" said Dalrymple, who felt that he might at any rate improve the position of circumstances by leaving the house. Yes, go into the city, go anywhere, go. But stay. Oh, Conway!" There was a sudden change in her voice as she spoke. "Hark! There he is, as sure as life." Then Conway listened and heard a footstep on the stairs, as to which he had then but little doubt that it was the footstep of Dobbs Broughton. "Oh, heavens, he is tipsy!" exclaimed Mrs. Broughton. "And what shall we do?" Then Dalrymple took her hand and pressed it, and left the room, so that he might meet the husband on the stairs. In the one moment he had for reflection, he thought it was better that there should be no concealment. End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 61. It's dogged as does it. In accordance with the resolution to which the Clerical Commission had come on the first day of their sitting, Dr. Tempest wrote the following letter to Mr. Crawley. Rectory, Silverbridge, April the 9th, 1860 . Dear Sir, I have been given to understand that you have been informed that the Bishop of Barchester has appointed a commission of clergymen of the diocese to make inquiry respecting certain accusations which, to the great regret of us all, have been made against you in respect to a cheque for £20 which was passed by you to a tradesman in this town. The clergymen appointed to form this commission are Mr. Oriel, the rector of Greshamsbury, Mr. Robarts, the vicar of Framley, Mr. Quiverful, the warden of Hiram's Hospital at Barchester, Mr. Thumble, a clergyman established in that city, and myself. We held our first meeting on last Monday, and I now write to you in compliance with the resolution to which we then came. Before taking any other steps, we thought it best to ask you to attend us here on next Monday at 2 o'clock, and I beg that you will accept this letter as an invitation to that effect. We are of course aware that you are about to stand your trial at the next assizes for the offence in question. I beg you to understand that I do not express any opinion as to your guilt, but I think it right to point out to you that in the event of a jury finding an adverse verdict, the bishop might be placed in great difficulty unless he were fortified with the opinion of a commission formed from your fellow clerical labourers in the diocese. Should such adverse verdict unfortunately be given, the bishop would hardly be justified in allowing a clergyman placed as you then would be placed to return to his cure after the expiration of such punishment as the judge might award, without a further decision from an ecclesiastical court. This decision he could only obtain by proceeding against you under the Act in reference to clerical offences, which empowers him, as Bishop of the diocese, to bring you before the Court of Arches, unless you would think well to submit yourself entirely to his judgment. You will, I think, understand what I mean. The judge at assizes might find it his duty to imprison a clergyman for a month, regarding that clergyman simply as he would regard any other person found guilty by a jury, and thus made subject to his judgment, and might do this for an offence which the ecclesiastical judge would find himself obliged to visit with the severer sentence of prolonged suspension or even deprivation. We are, however, clearly of opinion that should the jury find themselves able to acquit you, no further action whatsoever should be taken. In such case we think that the bishop may regard your innocence to be fully established, and in such case we shall recommend his lordship to look upon the matter as altogether at an end. I can assure you that in such case I shall so regard it myself. You will perceive that, as a consequence of this resolution, to which we have already come, we are not minded to make any inquiries ourselves into the circumstances of your alleged guilt, till the verdict of the jury shall be given. If you are acquitted, our course will be clear. But should you be convicted, we must in that case advise the bishop to take the proceedings to which I have alluded, or to abstain from taking them. We wish to ask you whether, now that our opinion has been conveyed to you, you will be willing to submit to the bishop's decision in the event of an adverse verdict being given by the jury, and we think that it will be better for us all that you should meet us here at the hour I have named on Monday next, the 15th instant. It is not our intention to make any report to the bishop until the trial shall be over. I have the honour to be, my dear sir, your obedient servant, Mortimer Tempest. The Reverend Josiah Crawley, Hogglestock. In the same envelope Dr. Tempest sent a short private note, in which he said that he should be very happy to see Mr. Crawley at 1:30 on the Monday named, that luncheon would be ready at that hour, and that, as Mr. Crawley's attendance was required on public grounds, he would take care that a carriage was provided for the day. Mr. Crawley received this letter in his wife's presence, and read it in silence. Mrs. Crawley saw that he paid close attention to it, and was sure, she felt that she was sure, that it referred in some way to the terrible subject of the cheque for £20. Indeed, everything that came into the house, almost every word spoken there, and every thought that came into the breasts of any of the family, had more or less reference to the coming trial. How could it be otherwise? There was ruin coming on them all, ruin and complete disgrace coming on father, mother, and children. To have been accused itself was very bad, but now it seemed to be the opinion of every one that the verdict must be against the man. Mrs. Crawley herself, who was perfectly sure of her husband's innocence before God, believed that the jury would find him guilty, and believed also that he had become possessed of the money in some manner that would have been dishonest, had he not been so different from other people as to be entitled to be considered innocent where another man would have been plainly guilty. She was full of the cheque for £20 and of its results. When, therefore, he had read the letter through a second time, and even then had spoken no word about it, of course she could not refrain from questioning him. "My love," she said, "what is the letter?" "It is on business," he answered. She was silent for a moment before she spoke again. "May I not know the business?" "No," said he, "not at present." "Is it from the bishop?" "Have I not answered you? Have I not given you to understand that, for a while at least, I would prefer to keep the contents of this epistle to myself?" Then he looked at her very sternly, and afterwards turned his eyes upon the fireplace and gazed at the fire, as though he were striving to read there something of his future fate. She did not much regard the severity of his speech. That, too, like the taking of the cheque itself, was to be forgiven him, because he was different from other men. His black mood had come upon him, and everything was to be forgiven him now. He was as a child when cutting his teeth. Let the poor wayward sufferer be ever so petulant, the mother simply pities and loves him, and is never angry. "I beg your pardon, Josiah," she said, "but I thought it would comfort you to speak to me about it." "It will not comfort me," he said. "Nothing comforts me. Nothing can comfort me. Jane, give me my hat and my stick." His daughter brought to him his hat and stick, and without another word he went out and left them. As a matter of course he turned his steps towards Hoggle End. When he desired to be long absent from the house he always went among the brickmakers. His wife, as she stood at the window and watched the direction in which he went, knew that he might be away for hours. The only friends out of his own family with whom he ever spoke freely were some of these rough parishioners. But he was not thinking of the brickmakers when he started. He was simply desirous of again reading Dr. Tempest's letter, and of considering it in some spot where no eye could see him. He walked away with long steps, regarding nothing, neither the ruts in the dirty lane, nor the young primroses which were fast showing themselves on the banks, nor the gathering clouds which might have told him of the coming rain. He went on for a couple of miles, till he had nearly reached the outskirts of the colony of Hoggle End, and then he sat himself down upon a gate. He had not been there a minute before a few slow large drops began to fall, but he was altogether too much wrapped up in his thoughts to regard the rain. What answer should he make to this letter from the man at Silverbridge? The position of his own mind in reference to his own guilt or his own innocence was very singular. It was simply the truth that he did not know how the cheque had come to him. He did know that he had blundered about it most egregiously, especially when he had averred that this cheque for £20 had been identical with a cheque for another sum which had been given to him by Mr. Soames. He had blundered since in saying that the Dean had given it to him. There could be no doubt as to this, for the Dean had denied that he had done so, and he had come to think it very possible that he had indeed picked the cheque up and had afterwards used it, having deposited it by some strange accident. Not knowing then what he was doing, or what was the nature of the bit of paper in his hand, with the notes which he had accepted from the Dean with so much reluctance, with such an agony of spirit. In all these thoughts of his own about his own doings and his own position, he almost admitted to himself his own insanity, his inability to manage his own affairs with that degree of rational sequence which is taken for granted as belonging to a man when he is made subject to criminal laws. As he puzzled his brain in his efforts to create a memory as to the cheque, and succeeded in bringing to his mind a recollection that he had once known something about the cheque, that the cheque had at one time been the subject of a thought and of a resolution, he admitted to himself that in accordance with all law and all reason he must be regarded as a thief. He had taken and used and spent that which he ought to have known was not his own, which he would have known not to be his own but for some terrible incapacity with which God had afflicted him. What then must be the result? His mind was clear enough about this. If the jury could see everything and know everything, as he would wish that they should do, and if this bishop's commission and the bishop himself and the court of arches with its judge could see and know everything, and if so seeing and so knowing they could act with clear honesty and perfect wisdom, what would they do? They would declare of him that he was not a thief, only because he was so muddy-minded, so addle-pated, as not to know the difference between meum and teum. There could be no other end to it, let all the lawyers and all the clergymen in England put their wits to it. Though he knew himself to be muddy-minded and addle-pated, he could see that. And could any one say of such a man that he was fit to be the acting clergyman of a parish, to have a freehold possession in a parish as a curer of men's souls? The bishop was in the right of it, let him be 10 times as mean a fellow as he was. And yet as he sat there on the gate, while the rain came down heavily upon him, even when admitting the justice of the bishop and the truth of the verdict which the jury would no doubt give, and the propriety of the action which that cold, reasonable, prosperous man in Silverbridge would take, he pitied himself with a tenderness of commiseration which knew no bounds. As for those belonging to him, his wife and children, his pity for them was of a different kind. He would have suffered any increase of suffering could he by such agony have released them. Dearly as he loved them, he would have severed himself from them had it been possible. Terrible thoughts as to their fate had come into his mind in the worst moments of his moodiness, thoughts which he had had sufficient strength and manliness to put away from him with a strong hand, lest they should drive him to crime indeed. And these had come from the great pity which he had felt for them. But the commiseration which he had felt for himself had been different from this, and had mostly visited him at times when that other pity was for the moment in abeyance. What though he had taken the cheque and spent the money, though it was not his? He might be guilty before the law, but he was not guilty before God. There had never been a thought of theft in his mind, or a desire to steal in his heart. He knew that well enough. No jury could make him guilty of theft before God. And what though this mixture of guilt and innocence had come from madness which these courts must recognize if they chose to find him innocent of the crime? In spite of his aberrations of intellect, if there were any such, his ministrations in his parish were good. Had he not preached fervently and well, preaching the true gospel? Had he not been very diligent among his people, striving with all his might to lessen the ignorance of the ignorant, and to gild with godliness the learning of the instructed? Had he not been patient, enduring, instant, and in all things amenable to the laws and regulations laid down by the Church for his guidance in his duties as a parish clergyman? Who could point out in what he had been astray, or where he had gone amiss? But for the work which he had done with so much zeal, the Church which he served had paid him so miserable a pittance that, though life and soul had been kept together, the reason, or a fragment of the reason, had at moments escaped from his keeping in the scramble. Hence it was that this terrible calamity had fallen upon him, who had been tried as he had been tried, and had gone through such fire with less loss of intellectual power than he had done. He was still a scholar, though no brother scholar ever came near him, and would make Greek iambics as he walked along the lanes. His memory was stored with poetry, though no book ever came to his hands, except those shorn and tattered volumes which lay upon his table. Old problems of trigonometry were the pleasing relaxations of his mind, and complications of figures were a delight to him. There was not one of those prosperous clergymen around him, and who scorned him, whom he could not have instructed in Hebrew. It was always a gratification to him to remember that his old friend the Dean was weak in his Hebrew. He, with these acquirements, with these fitnesses, had been thrust down to the ground, to the very granite, and because in that harsh, heartless thrusting his intellect had for moments wavered as to common things, cleaving still to all its grand and nobler possessions, he was now to be rent in pieces and scattered to the winds, as being altogether vile, worthless, and worse than worthless. It was thus that he thought of himself, pitying himself as he sat upon the gate, while the rain fell ruthlessly on his shoulders. He pitied himself with a commiseration which was sickly in spite of its truth. It was the fault of the man that he was imbued too strongly with self-consciousness. He could do a great thing or two. He could keep up his courage in positions which would wash all courage out of most men. He could tell the truth, though truth should ruin him. He could sacrifice all that he had to duty. He could do justice, though the heavens should fall. But he could not forget to pay tribute to himself for the greatness of his own actions. Nor, when accepting with an effort of meekness the small payment made by the world to him in return for his great works, could he forget the great payments made to others for small work. It was not sufficient for him to remember that he knew Hebrew. He must remember also that the Dean did not. Nevertheless, as he sat there under the rain, he made up his mind with a clearness that certainly had in it nothing of that muddiness of mind of which he had often accused himself. Indeed, the intellect of this man was essentially clear. It was simply his memory that would play him tricks, his memory as to things which at the moment were not important to him. The fact that the Dean had given him money was very important, and he remembered it well, but the amount of the money and its form, at a moment in which he had flattered himself that he might have strength to leave it unused, had not been important to him. Now he resolved that he would go to Dr. Tempest, and that he would tell Dr. Tempest that there was no occasion for any further inquiry. He would submit to the bishop, let the bishop's decision be what it might. Things were different since the day on which he had refused Mr. Thumble admission to his pulpit. At that time people believed him to be innocent, and he so believed of himself. Now people believed him to be guilty, and it could not be right that a man held in such slight esteem should exercise the functions of a parish priest, let his own opinion of himself be what it might. He would submit himself and go anywhere, to the galleys or the workhouse if they wished it. As for his wife and children, they would, he said to himself, be better without him than with him. The world would never be so hard to a woman or to children as it had been to him. He was sitting saturated with rain, saturated also with thinking, and quite unobservant of anything around him, when he was accosted by an old man from Hogglestock with whom he was well acquainted. "Thee be what, Master Crawley?" said the old man. "Wet," said Crawley, recalled suddenly back to the realities of life. "Well, yes, I am wet. That's because it's raining." "Thee be teeming a wet. Hadn't thee better go home?" "And are not you wet also?" said Mr. Crawley, looking at the old man who had been at work in the brickfield, and who was soaked with mire, and from whom there seemed to come a steam of muddy mist. "Is it me, your reverence? I'm wet, of course. The likes of us is always wet. That is barring the insides of us. It comes to us natural to have the rheumatics. How is one of us to help itself against having on them? But there ain't no call for the likes of us to have the rheumatics." "My friend," said Crawley, who was now standing on the road, and as he spoke he put out his arm and took the brickmaker by the hand, "there is a worse complaint than rheumatism. There is indeed." "There's what they calls the cholera," said Giles Hoggett, looking up into Mr. Crawley's face. "That ain't a got a hold of you." "Aye, and worse than the cholera. A man is killed all over when he is struck in his pride, and yet he lives." "Maybe that's bad enough too," said Giles, with his hand still held by the other. "It is bad enough," said Mr. Crawley, striking his breast with his left hand. "It is bad enough." "Tell ye what, Master Crawley, and your reverence mustn't think as I means to be preaching, there ain't nowt a man can bear if he only be dogged. You go to whom, Master Crawley, and think of that, and maybe it'll do ye a good yet. It's dogged as does it. It ain't thinking about it." Then Giles Hoggett withdrew his hand from the clergyman's and walked away towards his home at Hoggle End. Mr. Crawley also turned homewards, and as he made his way through the lanes he repeated to himself Giles Hoggett's words, "It's dogged as does it. It's not thinking about it." He did not say a word to his wife on that afternoon about Dr. Tempest, and she was so much taken up with his outward condition when he returned as almost to have forgotten the letter. He allowed himself, but barely allowed himself, to be made dry, and then for the remainder of the day applied himself to learn the lesson which Hoggett had endeavoured to teach him. But the learning of it was not easy, and hardly became more easy when he had worked the problem out in his own mind, and discovered that the brickmaker's doggedness simply meant self-abnegation, that a man should force himself to endure anything that might be sent upon him, not only without outward grumbling, but also without grumbling inwardly. Early on the next morning he told his wife that he was going to Silverbridge. "It is that letter, the letter which I got yesterday, that calls me," he said, and then he handed her the letter, as to which he had refused to speak to her on the preceding day. "But this speaks of your going next Monday, Josiah," said Mrs. Crawley. "I find it to be more suitable that I should go to-day," said he. "Some duty I do owe in this matter, both to the bishop and to Dr. Tempest, who, after a fashion, is, as regards my present business, the bishop's representative. But I do not perceive that I owe it as a duty either to obey implicitly their injunctions, and I will not submit myself to the cross-questionings of the man Thumble. As I am purposed at present, I shall express my willingness to give up the parish." "Give up the parish altogether?" "Yes, altogether." As he spoke he clasped both his hands together, and having held them for a moment on high, allowed them to fall thus clasped before him. "I cannot give it up in part. I cannot abandon the duties and reserve the honorarium, nor would I if I could." "I did not mean that, Josiah, but pray think of it before you speak." "I have thought of it, and I will think of it. Farewell, my dear." Then he came up to her and kissed her, and started on his journey on foot to Silverbridge. It was about noon when he reached Silverbridge, and he was told that Dr. Tempest was at home. The servant asked him for a card. "I have no card," said Mr. Crawley, "but I will write my name for your behoof, if the master's hospitality will allow me paper and pencil." The name was written, And as Crawley walked into the drawing-room, he spent his time in hating Dr. Tempest because the door had been opened by a manservant dressed in black. Had the man been in livery, he would have hated Dr. Tempest all the same, and he would have hated him a little had the door been opened even by a smart maid. "Your letter came to hand yesterday morning, Dr. Tempest," said Mr. Crawley, still standing, though the doctor had pointed to a chair for him after shaking hands with him. "And having given yesterday to the consideration of it, with what judgment I have been able to exercise, I felt it to be incumbent upon me to wait upon you without further delay, as by doing so I may perhaps assist your views and save labour to those gentlemen who are joined with you in this commission of which you have spoken. To some of them it may possibly be troublesome that they should be brought together here on next Monday." Dr. Tempest had been looking at him during this speech, and could see by his shoes and trousers that he had walked from Hogglestock to Silverbridge. "Mr. Crawley, will you not sit down?" said he, and then he rang his bell. Mr. Crawley sat down, not on the chair indicated, but on one further removed, and at the other side of the table. When the servant came, the objectionable butler in black clothes, which was so much smarter than Mr. Crawley's own, his master's orders were communicated without an audible word, and the man returned with a decanter and wine glasses. "After your walk, Mr. Crawley," said Dr. Tempest, getting up from his seat to pour out the wine. "None, I thank you. Pray let me persuade you. I know the length of the miles so well." "I will take none, if you please, sir," said Mr. Crawley. "Now, Mr. Crawley," said Dr. Tempest, "do let me speak to you as a friend. You have walked 8 miles and are going to talk to me on a subject which is of vital importance to yourself. I won't discuss it unless you'll take a glass of wine and a biscuit." "Dr. Tempest!" "I am quite in earnest. I won't. If you do as I ask you, you shall talk to me till dinner time, if you like it. There, now you may begin." Mr. Crawley did eat his biscuit and did drink the wine, and as he did so he acknowledged to himself that Dr. Tempest was right. He felt that the wine made him stronger to speak. "I hardly know why you have preferred to-day to next Monday," said Dr. Tempest, "but if anything can be done by your presence here to-day, your time shall not be thrown away." "I have preferred to-day to Monday," said Crawley, "partly because I would sooner talk to one man than to 5. "There is something in that, certainly," said Dr. Tempest. "And as I have made up my mind as to the course of action which it is my duty to take in the matter to which your letter of the 9th of this month refers, there can be no reason why I should postpone the declaration of my purpose. Dr. Tempest, I have determined to resign my preferment at Hogglestock, and shall write to-day to the Dean at Barchester, who is the patron, acquainting him of my purpose." "You mean in the event. "I mean, sir, to do this without reference to any event that is future. The bishop, Dr. Tempest, when I shall have been proved to be a thief, shall have no trouble either in causing my suspension or my deprivation. The name and fame of a parish clergyman should be unstained. Mine have become foul with infamy. I will not wait to be deprived by any court, by any bishop, or by any commission. I will bow my head to that public opinion which has reached me, and I will deprive myself." He had got up from his chair and was standing as he pronounced the final sentence against himself. Dr. Tempest still remained seated in his chair, looking at him, and for a few moments there was a silence. "You must not do that, Mr. Crawley," Dr. Tempest said at last. "But I shall do it." "Then the Dean must not take your resignation. Speaking to you frankly, I tell you that there is no prevailing opinion as to the verdict which the jury may give." "My decision has nothing to do with the jury's verdict. My decision—" "Stop a moment, Mr. Crawley. It is possible that you might say that which should not be said." "There is nothing to be said, nothing which I could say, which I would not say at the town cross if it were possible. As to this money, I do not know whether I stole it or whether I did not." "That is just what I have thought." "It is so." "Then you did not steal it. There can be no doubt about that." "Thank you, Dr. Tempest. I thank you heartily for saying so much. But, sir, you are not the jury. nor, if you were, could you whitewash me from the infamy which has been cast on me. Against the opinion expressed at the beginning of these proceedings by the bishop of the diocese, or rather against that expressed by his wife, I did venture to make a stand. Neither the opinion which came from the palace, nor the vehicle by which it was expressed, commanded my respect. Since that, others have spoken to whom I feel myself bound to yield, yourself not the least among them, Dr. Tempest, and to them I shall yield. You may tell the Bishop of Barchester that I shall at once resign the perpetual curacy of Hogglestock into the hands of the Dean of Barchester, by whom I was appointed. No, Mr. Crawley, I shall not do that. I cannot control you, but thinking you to be wrong, I shall not make that communication to the bishop. Then I shall do it myself. And your wife, Mr. Crawley, and your children? At that moment Mr. Crawley called to mind the advice of his friend Giles Hoggett. It's dogged as does it. He certainly wanted something very strong to sustain him in his difficulty. He found that this reference to his wife and children required him to be dogged in a very marked manner. I can only trust that the wind may be tempered to them, he said. They will indeed be shorn lambs. Dr. Tempest got up from his chair and took a couple of turns about the room before he spoke again. Man, he said, addressing Mr. Crawley with all his energy, if you do this thing, you will then at least be very wicked. If the jury find a verdict in your favour, you are safe, and the chances are that the verdict will be in your favour. I care nothing now for the verdict, said Mr. Crawley. And will you turn your wife into the poorhouse for an idea? It's dogged as does it, said Mr. Crawley to himself. I have thought of that, he said aloud. That my wife is dear to me, and that my children are dear, I will not deny. She was softly nurtured, Dr. Tempest, and came from a house in which want was never known. Since she has shared my board, she has had some experience of that nature. That I should have brought her to all this is very terrible to me, so terrible that I often wonder how it is that I live. But, sir, you will agree with me that my duty as a clergyman is above everything. I do not dare, even for their sake, to remain in the parish. Good morning, Dr. Tempest. Dr. Tempest, finding that he could not prevail with him, bade him adieu, feeling that any service to the Crawleys within his power might be best done by intercession with the bishop and with the dean. Then Mr. Crawley walked back to Hogglestock, repeating to himself Giles Hoggett's words. It's dogged as does it. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 62. Mr. Crawley's letter to the Dean. Mr. Crawley, when he got home after his walk to Silverbridge, denied that he was at all tired. The man at Silverbridge whom I went to see administered refreshment to me. Nay, he administered it with salutary violence, he said, affecting even to laugh, and I am bound to speak well of him on behalf of mercies over and above that exhibited by the persistent tender of some wine. That I should find him judicious I had expected. What little I have known of him taught me so to think of him, but I found with him also a softness of heart for which I had not looked. And you will not give up the living, Josiah? Most certainly I will. A duty, when it is clear before a man, should never be made less so by any tenderness in others. He was still thinking of Giles Hoggett. It's dogged as does it. The poor woman could not answer him. She knew well that it was vain to argue with him. She could only hope that in the event of his being acquitted at the trial, the dean, whose friendship she did not doubt, might re-endow him with the small benefice which was their only source of bread. On the following morning there came by post a short note from Dr. Tempest. My dear Mr. Crawley, the note ran, I implore you, if there be yet time, to do nothing rashly. And even although you should have written to the bishop or to the dean, your letters need have no effect, if you will allow me to make them inoperative. Permit me to say that I am a man much older than you, and one who has mixed much both with clergymen and with the world at large. I tell you with absolute confidence, it is not your duty in your present position to give up your living. Should your conduct ever be called in question on this matter, you will be at perfect liberty to say that you were guided by my advice. You should take no step till after the trial. Then, if the verdict be against you, you should submit to the bishop's judgment. If the verdict be in your favour, the bishop's interference will be over. And you must remember that if it is not your duty as a clergyman to give up your living, you can have no right, seeing that you have a wife and family, to throw it away as an indulgence to your pride. Consult any other friend you please, Mr. Robarts or the Dean himself. I am quite sure that any friend who knows as many of the circumstances as I know will advise you to hold the living, at any rate till after the trial. You can refer any such friend to me. Believe me to be yours very truly, Mortimer Tempest. Mr. Crawley walked about again with this letter in his pocket, but on this occasion he did not go in the direction of Hoggle End. From Hoggle End he could hardly hope to pick up further lessons of wisdom. What could any Giles Hoggett say to him beyond what he had said to him already? If he were to read the doctor's letter to Hoggett, and to succeed in making Hoggett understand it all, Hoggett could only caution him to be dogged. But it seemed to him that Hoggett and his new friend at Silverbridge did not agree in their doctrines, and it might be well that he should endeavour to find out which of them had most of justice on his side. He was quite sure that Hoggett would advise him to adhere to his project of giving up the living, if only Hoggett could be made to understand the circumstances. He had written, but had not as yet sent away his letter to the Dean. His letter to the bishop would be but a note, and he had postponed the writing of that till the other should be copied and made complete. He had sat up late into the night composing and altering his letter to his old friend, and now that the composition was finished he was loath to throw it away. Early in this morning, before the postman had brought to him Dr. Tempest's urgent remonstrance, he had shown to his wife the draft of his letter to the Dean. "I cannot say that it is not true," she had said. "It is certainly true." "But I wish, dear, you would not send it. Why should you take any step till the trial be over?" "I shall assuredly send it," he had replied. "If you will peruse it again, you will see that the epistle would be futile if it were kept till I shall have been proved to be a thief." "Oh, Josiah, such words kill me." "They are not pleasant, but it will be well that you should become used to them. As for the letter, I have taken some trouble to express myself with perspicuity, and I trust that I may have succeeded." At that time Hoggett was altogether in the ascendant, but now, as he started on his walk, his mind was somewhat perturbed by the contrary advice of one who, after all, might be as wise as Hoggett. There would be nothing dogged in the conduct recommended to him by Dr. Tempest. Were he to follow the doctor's advice, he would be trimming his sails so as to catch any slant of a breeze which might be favourable to him. There could be no doggedness in a character that would submit to such trimming. The postman came to Hogglestock but once in a day, so that he could not dispatch his letter till the next morning, unless indeed he chose to send it a distance of 4 miles to the nearest post office. As there was nothing to justify this, there was another night for the copying of his letter, should he at last determine to send it. He had declared to Dr. Tempest that he would send it. He had sworn to his wife that it should go. He had taken much trouble with it. He believed in Hoggett, but nevertheless this incumbency of Hogglestock was his all in the world. It might be that he could still hold it, and have bread at least for his wife to eat. Dr. Tempest had told him that he would be probably acquitted. Dr. Tempest knew as much of all the circumstances as did he himself, and had told him that he was not guilty. After all, Dr. Tempest knew more about it than Hoggett knew. If he resigned the living, what would become of him, and of his wife? Whither would they first go when they had turned their back upon the door inside which there had at any rate been shelter for them for many years? He calculated everything that he had, and found that at the end of April, even when he should have received his rent charge, there would not be £5 in hand among them. As for his furniture, he still owed enough to make it impossible that he should get anything out of that. And these thoughts all had reference to his position if he should be acquitted. What would become of his wife if he should be convicted? And as for himself, whither should he go when he came out of prison? He had completely realized the idea that Hoggett's counsel was opposed to that given to him by Dr. Tempest. But then it might certainly be the case that Hoggett had not known all the facts. A man should no doubt be dogged when the evils of life are insuperable, but need he be so when the evils can be overcome? Would not Hoggett himself undergo any treatment which he believed to be specific for rheumatism? Yes, Hoggett would undergo any treatment that was not in itself opposed to his duty. The best treatment for rheumatism might be to stay away from the brickfield on a rainy day, but if so, there would be no money to keep the pot boiling, and Hoggett would certainly go to the brickfield, rheumatism and all, as long as his limbs would carry him there. Yes, he would send his letter. It was his duty, and he would do it. Men looked askance at him, and pointed at him as a thief. He would send the letter in spite of Dr. Tempest. Let justice be done, though the heaven may fall. He had heard of Lady Lufton's offer to his wife. The offers of the Lady Luftons of the world had been sorely distressing to his spirit, since it had first come to pass that such offers had reached him in consequence of his poverty. But now there was something almost of relief to him in the thought that the Lady Luftons would, after some fashion, save his wife and children from starvation, would save his wife from the poorhouse and enable his children to have a start in the world. For one of his children a brilliant marriage might be provided. If only he himself were out of the way. How could he take himself out of the way? It had been whispered to him that he might be imprisoned for 2 months or for 2 years. Would it not be a grand thing if the judge would condemn him to be imprisoned for life? Was there ever a man whose existence was so purposeless, so useless, so deleterious as his own? And yet he knew Hebrew well, whereas the dean knew very little Hebrew. He could make Greek iambics, and doubted whether the bishop knew the difference between an iambus and a trochee. He could disport himself with trigonometry, feeling confident that Dr. Tempest had forgotten his way over the ass's bridge. He knew Lycidas by heart, and as for Thumble, he felt sure that Thumble was incompetent of understanding a single allusion in that divine poem. Nevertheless, though all this wealth of acquirement was his, it would be better for himself, better for those who belonged to him, better for the world at large, that he should be put an end to. A sentence of penal servitude for life, without any trial, would be of all things the most desirable. Then there would be ample room for the practice of that virtue which Hoggett had taught him. When he returned home, the Hoggethan doctrine prevailed, and he prepared to copy his letter. But before he commenced his task, he sat down with his youngest daughter and read, or made her read to him, a passage out of a Greek poem in which are described the troubles and agonies of a blind giant. No giant would have been more powerful, only that he was blind and could not see to avenge himself on those who had injured him. "The same story is always coming up," he said, stopping the girl in her reading. "We have it in various versions, because it is so true to life. Ask for this great deliverer now, and find him eyeless in Gaza at the mill with slaves. It is the same story. Great power reduced to impotence, great glory to misery by the hand of fate. Necessity, as the Greeks called her, the goddess that will not be shunned. At the mill with slaves. People, when they read it, do not appreciate the horror of the picture. Go on, my dear. It may be a question whether Polyphemus had mind enough to suffer, but from the description of his power, I should think that he had. At the mill with slaves. Can any picture be more dreadful than that? Go on, my dear. Of course you remember Milton's Samson Agonistes. Agonistes, indeed." His wife was sitting stitching at the other side of the room, but she heard his words, heard and understood them, and before Jane could again get herself into the swing of the Greek verse, she was over at her husband's side with her arms round his neck. "My love," she said, "my love." He turned to her and smiled as he spoke to her. "These are old thoughts with me. Polyphemus and Belisarius and Samson and Milton have always been pets of mine. The mind of the strong blind creature must be so sensible of the injury that has been done to him. The impotency combined with his strength, or rather the impotency with the memory of former strength and former aspirations, is so essentially tragic." She looked into his eyes as he spoke, and there was something of the flash of old days, when the world was young to them, and when he would tell her of his hopes, and repeat to her long passages of poetry, and would criticize for her advantage the works of old writers. "Thank God," she said, "that you are not blind. It may yet be all right with you." "Yes, it may be," he said. "And you shall not be at the mill with slaves." "Or at any rate not eyeless in Gaza, if the Lord is good to me. Come, Jane, we will go on." Then he took up the passage himself and read it on with clear sonorous voice, every now and then explaining some passage or expressing his own ideas upon it, as though he were really happy with his poetry. It was late in the evening before he got out his small stock of best letter paper and sat down to work at his letter. He first addressed himself to the bishop, and what he wrote to the bishop was as follows: Hogglestock Parsonage, April the 11th, 186 . My Lord Bishop, I have been in communication with Dr. Tempest of Silverbridge, from whom I have learned that your lordship has been pleased to appoint a commission of inquiry, of which commission he is chairman, with reference to the proceedings which it may be necessary that you should take as bishop of this diocese after my forthcoming trial at the approaching Barchester assizes. My lord, I think it right to inform you, partly with a view to the comfort of the gentlemen named on that commission, and partly with the purport of giving you that information which I think that a bishop should possess in regard to the clerical affairs of his own diocese, that I have by this post resigned my preferment at Hogglestock into the hands of the Dean of Barchester, by whom it was given to me. In these circumstances it will, I suppose, be unnecessary for you to continue the commission which you have set in force, but as to that your lordship will, of course, be the only judge. I have the honour to be, my Lord Bishop, your most obedient and very humble servant, Josiah Crawley, perpetual curate of Hogglestock. The Right Reverend the Bishop of Barchester, etc., 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 the Palace, Barchester. But the letter which was of real importance, which was intended to say something, was that to the Dean, and that also shall be given to the reader. Mr. Crawley had been for a while in doubt how he should address his old friend in commencing this letter, understanding that its tone throughout must, in a great degree, be made conformable with its first words. He would fain, in his pride, have begun, "Sir." The question was between that and "My dear Arabin." It had once between them always been "Dear Frank" and "Dear Joe," but the occasions for "Dear Frank" and "Dear Joe" between them had long been past. Crawley would have been very angry had he now been called Joe by the Dean, and would have bitten his tongue out before he would have called the Dean Frank. His better nature, however, now prevailed, and he began his letter and completed it as follows: My dear Arabin, circumstances of which you have probably heard something compel me to write to you, as I fear, at some length. I am sorry that the trouble of such a letter should be forced upon you during your holidays. Mr. Crawley, as he wrote this, did not forget to remind himself that he never had any holidays. But I think you will admit, if you will bear with me to the end, that I have no alternative. I have been accused of stealing a cheque for £20, which cheque was drawn by my Lord Lufton on his London bankers, and was lost out of his pocket by Mr. Soames, his lordship's agent, and was so lost, as Mr. Soames states, not with absolute assertion, during a visit which he made to my parsonage here at Hogglestock. Of the fact that I paid the cheque to a tradesman in Silverbridge there is no doubt. When questioned about it, I first gave an answer which was so manifestly incorrect that it has seemed odd to me that I should not have had credit for a mistake from those who must have seen that detection was so evident. The blunder was undoubtedly stupid, and it now bears heavy on me. I then, as I have learned, made another error, of which I am aware that you have been informed. I said that the cheque had come to me from you, and in saying so I thought that it had formed a portion of that alms which your open-handed benevolence bestowed upon me when I attended on you not long before your departure in your library. I have striven to remember the facts. It may be, nay, it probably is the case, that such struggles to catch some accurate glimpse of bygone things do not trouble you. Your mind is, no doubt, clearer and stronger than mine, having been kept to its proper tune by greater and fitter work. With me the memory is all but gone, and the power of thinking is on the wane. I struggled to remember, and I thought that the cheque had been in the envelope which you handed to me, and I said so. I have since learned from tidings received, as I am told, direct from yourself, that I was wrong in the second statement, as I had been in the first. The double blunder has, of course, been very heavy on me. I was taken before the magistrates at Silverbridge, and was by them committed to stand my trial at the assizes to be holden in Barchester on the 28th of this month. Without doubt the magistrates had no alternative but to commit me, and I am indebted to them that they have allowed me my present liberty upon bail. That my sufferings in all this should have been grievous, you will understand, but on that head I should not touch, were it not that I am bound to explain to you that my troubles in reference to this parish of Hogglestock, to which I was appointed by you, have not been the slightest of those sufferings. I felt at first, believing then that the world around me would think it unlikely that such a one as I had wilfully stolen a sum of money, that it was my duty to maintain myself in my church. I did so maintain myself under an attack made upon me by the bishop, who sent over to Hogglestock one Mr. Thumble, a gentleman doubtless in holy orders, though I know nothing and can prove nothing of the place of his cure, to dispossess me of my pulpit and to remove me from my ministrations among my people. To Mr. Thumble I turned a deaf ear, and would not let him so much as open his mouth inside the porch of my church. Up to this time I myself have read the services and have preached to the people, and have continued as best I could my visits to the poor and my labours in the school, though I know, no one knows as well, how unfitted I am for such work by the grief that has fallen upon me. Then the bishop sent for me, and I thought it becoming on my part to go to him. I presented myself to his lordship at his palace, and was minded to be much governed in my conduct by what he might say to me, remembering that I am bound to respect the office, even though I may not approve the man. And I humbled myself before his lordship, waiting patiently for any directions which he in his discretion might think it proper to bestow on me. But there arose up between us that very pestilent woman, his wife, to his dismay seemingly, as much as to mine, and she would let there be place for no speech but her own. If there be aught clear to me in ecclesiastical matters, it is this, that no authority can be delegated to a female. The special laws of this and of some other countries do allow that women shall sit upon the temporal thrones of the earth. But on the lowest step of the throne of the church no woman has been allowed to sit as bearing authority, the romantic tale of the woman pope notwithstanding. Thereupon I left the palace in wrath, feeling myself aggrieved that a woman should have attempted to dictate to me, and finding it hopeless to get a clear instruction from his lordship, the woman taking up the word whenever I put a question to my lord the bishop. Nothing, therefore, came of that interview but fruitless labour to myself, and anger, of which I have since been ashamed. Since that time I have continued in my parish, working not without zeal, though in truth almost without hope, and learning even from day to day that the opinions of men around me have declared me to be guilty of the crime imputed to me. And now the bishop has issued a commission as preparatory to proceeding against me under the Act for the punishment of clerical offences. In doing this I cannot say that the bishop has been ill advised, even though the advice may have come from that evil-tongued lady, his wife. And I hold that a woman may be called on for advice with most salutary effect in affairs as to which any show of female authority would be equally false and pernicious. With me it has ever been so, and I have had a counsellor by me as wise as she has been devoted. It must be noticed that in the draft copy of his letter which Mr. Crawley gave to his wife to read, this last sentence was not inserted. Intending that she should read his letter, he omitted it till he made the fair copy. Over this commission his lordship has appointed Dr. Tempest of Silverbridge to preside, and with him I have been in communication. I trust that the labours of the gentlemen of whom it is composed may be brought to a speedy close, and, having regard to their trouble, which in such a matter is, I fear, left without remuneration, I have informed Dr. Tempest that I should write this letter to you with the intent and assured purpose of resigning the perpetual curacy of Hogglestock into your hands. You will be good enough, therefore, to understand that I do so resign the living, and that I shall continue to administer the services of the church only till some clergyman, certified to me as coming from you or from the bishop, may present himself in the parish, and shall declare himself prepared to undertake the cure. Should it be so that Mr. Thumble be sent hither again, I will sit under him, endeavouring to catch improvement from his teaching, and striving to overcome the contempt which I felt for him when he before visited this parish. I annex beneath my signature a copy of the letter which I have written to the bishop on this subject. And now it behoves me, as the guardianship of the souls of those around me was placed in my hands by you, to explain to you as shortly as may be possible the reasons which have induced me to abandon my work. One or two whose judgment I do not discredit, and I am allowed to name Dr. Tempest of Silverbridge as one, have suggested to me that I should take no step myself till after my trial. They think that I should have regard to the chance of the verdict, so that the preferment may still be mine should I be acquitted. And they say that should I be acquitted, the bishop's action against me must of necessity cease. That they are right in these facts I do not doubt, but in giving such advice they look only to facts, having no regard to the conscience. I do not blame them. I should give such advice myself, knowing that a friend may give counsel as to outer things, but that a man must satisfy his inner conscience by his own perceptions of what is right and what is wrong. I find myself to be ill spoken of, to be regarded with hard eyes by those around me, my people thinking that I have stolen this money. 2 farmers in this parish have, as I am aware, expressed opinions that no jury could acquit me honestly, and neither of these men have appeared in my church since the expression of that opinion. I doubt whether they have gone to other churches, and if not, they have been deterred from all public worship by my presence. If this be so, how can I with clear conscience remain among these men? Shall I take from their hands wages for those administrations which their deliberately formed opinions will not allow them to accept from my hands? And yet, though he thus pleaded against himself, he knew that the 2 men of whom he was speaking were thick-headed dolts, who were always tipsy on the Saturday nights, and who came to church perhaps once in 3 weeks. Your kind heart will doubtless prompt you to tell me that no clergyman could be safe in his parish if he were to allow the opinion of chance parishioners to prevail against him. And you would probably lay down for my guidance that grand old doctrine, nil conscire sibi, nulla palascere culpa. Presuming that you may do so, I will acknowledge such guidance to be good. If my mind were clear in this matter, I would not budge an inch for any farmer, no, nor for any bishop, further than he may by law compel me. But my mind is not clear. I do grow pale, and my hairs stand on end with horror, as I confess to myself that I do not know whether I stole this money or no. Such is the fact. In all sincerity, I tell you that I do not know whether I be guilty or innocent. It may be that I picked up the cheque from the floor of my room, and afterwards took it out and used it, not knowing whence it had come to me. If it be so, I stole it, and am guilty before the laws of my country. If it be so, I am not fit to administer the Lord's sacraments to these people. When the cup was last in my hand, and I was blessing them, I felt that I was not fit, and I almost dropped the chalice. That God will know my weakness and pardon me the perplexity of my mind, that is between him and his creature. As I read my letter over to myself, I feel how weak are my words, and how inefficient to explain to you the exact position in which I stand, but they will suffice to convince you that I am assuredly purposed to resign this parish of Hogglestock, and that it is therefore incumbent on you, as patron of the living, to nominate my successor to the benefice. I have only further to ask your pardon for this long letter, and to thank you again for the many and great marks of friendship that you have conferred on me. Alas, could you have foreseen in those old days how barren of all good would have been the life of him you then esteemed, you might perhaps have escaped the disgrace of being called the friend of one whom no one now regards with esteem. Nevertheless, I may still say that I am, with all affection, yours truly, Josiah Crawley. The last paragraph of the letter was also added since his wife had read it. When he had first composed his letter, he had been somewhat proud of his words, thinking that he had clearly told his story. But when, sitting alone at his desk, he read it again, filling his mind as he went on with ideas which he would fain have expressed to his old friend, Were it not that he feared to indulge himself with too many words, he began to tell himself that his story was anything but well told. There was no expression there of the Hoggethan doctrine. In answer to such a letter as that, the dean might well say, "Think again of it. Try yet to save yourself. Never mind the two farmers, or Mr. Thumble, or the bishop. Stick to the ship while there is a plank above the water." Whereas it had been his desire to use words that should make the dean clearly understand that the thing was decided. He had failed, as he had failed in everything throughout his life. But nevertheless the letter must go. Were he to begin again, he would not do it better. So he added to what he had written a copy of his note to the bishop, and the letter was fastened and sent. Mrs. Crawley might probably have been more instant in her efforts to stop the letter, had she not felt that it would not decide everything. In the first place, it was not improbable that the letter might not reach the dean till after his return home, and Mrs. Crawley had long since made up her mind that she would see the dean as soon as possible after his return. She had heard from Lady Lufton that it was not doubted in Barchester that he would be back at any rate before the judges came into the city. And then, in the next place, was it probable that the dean would act upon such a letter by filling up the vacancy, even if he did get it? She trusted in the dean, and knew that he would help them if any help were possible. Should the verdict go against her husband, then indeed it might be that no help would be possible. In such case she thought that the bishop with his commission might prevail, but she still believed that the verdict would be favourable, if not with an assured belief, still with a hope that was sufficient to stand in lieu of a belief. No single man, let alone no 12 men, could think that her husband had intended to appropriate that money dishonestly. That he had taken it improperly, without real possession, she herself believed, but he had not taken it as a thief, and could not merit a thief's punishment. After 2 days he got a reply from the bishop's chaplain, in which the chaplain expressed the bishop's commendation of Mr. Crawley's present conduct. "Mr. Thumble shall proceed from thence to Hogglestock on next Sunday," said the chaplain, "and shall relieve you for the present from the burden of your duties. As to the future status of the parish, it will perhaps be best that nothing shall be done till the dean returns, or perhaps till the assizes shall be over. This is the bishop's opinion." It need hardly be explained that the promised visit of Mr. Thumble to Hogglestock was gall and wormwood to Mr. Crawley. He had told the dean that should Mr. Thumble come, he would endeavour to learn something even from him. But it may be doubted whether Mr. Crawley in his present mood could learn anything useful from Mr. Thumble. Giles Hoggett was a much more effective teacher. "I will endure even that," he said to his wife as she handed to him back the letter from the bishop's chaplain. End of chapter 62. Chapter 63 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 63. 2 visitors to Hogglestock. The cross-grainedness of men is so great that things will often be forced to go wrong, even when they have the strongest possible natural tendency of their own to go right. It was so now in these affairs between the archdeacon and his son. The original difficulty was solved by the good feeling of the young lady, by that and by the real kindness of the archdeacon's nature. They had come to terms which were satisfactory to both of them, and those terms admitted of perfect reconciliation between the father and his son. Whether the major did marry the lady, or whether he did not, his allowance was to be continued to him, the archdeacon being perfectly willing to trust himself in the matter to the pledge which he had received from Miss Crawley. All that he required from his son was simply this, that he should pull down the bills advertising the sale of his effects. Was any desire ever more rational? The sale had been advertised for a day, just 1 week in advance of the assizes, and the time must have been selected, so thought the archdeacon, with a malicious intention. Why, at any rate, should the things be sold before any one knew whether the father of the young lady was or was not to be regarded as a thief? And why should the things be sold at all, when the archdeacon had tacitly withdrawn his threats, when he had given his son to understand that the allowance would still be paid quarterly with the customary archidiagonal regularity, and that no alteration was intended in these settlements under which the Plumstead foxes would, in the ripeness of time, become the property of the Major himself. It was thus that the archdeacon looked at it, and as he did so he thought that his son was the most cross-grained of men. But the Major had his own way of looking at the matter. He flattered himself, dealt very fairly with his father. When he had first made up his mind to make Miss Crawley his wife, he had told his father of his intention. The archdeacon had declared that, if he did so, such and such results would follow, results which, as was apparent to every one, would make it indispensable that the Major should leave Cosby Lodge. The Major had never complained, so he told himself. He had simply said to his father, "I shall do as I have said, you can do as you have said. Therefore I shall prepare to leave Cosby Lodge." He had so prepared, and as a part of that preparation the auctioneer's bills had been stuck up on the posts and walls. Then the archdeacon had gone to work surreptitiously with the lady. The reader will understand that we are still following the workings of the Major's mind, and having succeeded in obtaining a pledge which he had been wrong to demand, came forward very graciously to withdraw his threats. He withdrew his threats because he had succeeded in his object by other means. The Major knew nothing of the kiss that had been given, of the 2 tears that had trickled down his father's nose, of the generous epithets which the archdeacon had applied to Grace. He did not guess how nearly his father had yielded altogether beneath the pressure of Grace's charms, how willing he was to yield altogether at the first decent opportunity. His father had obtained a pledge from Grace that she would not marry in certain circumstances, as to which circumstances the Major was strongly resolved that they should form no bar to his marriage, and then came forward with his eager demand that the sale should be stopped. The Major could not submit to so much indignity. He had resolved that his father should have nothing to do with his marriage one way or the other. He would not accept anything from his father on the understanding that his father had any such right. His father had asserted such right with threats, and he, the Major, taking such threats as meaning something, had seen that he must leave Cosby Lodge. Let his father come forward and say that they meant nothing, that he abandoned all right to any interference as to his son's marriage, and then the son would dutifully consent to accept his father's bounty. They were both cross-grained, as Mrs. Grantly declared, but I think that the Major was the most cross-grained of the two. Something of the truth made its way into Henry Grantly's mind as he drove himself home from Barchester after seeing his grandfather. It was not that he began to think that his father was right, but that he almost perceived that it might be becoming in him to forgive some fault in his father. He had been implored to honour his father, and he was willing to do so, understanding that such honour must, to a certain degree, imply obedience, if it could be done at no more than a moderate expense to his feelings. The threatened auctioneer was the cause of offence to his father, and he might see whether it would not be possible to have the sale postponed. There would, of course, be a pecuniary loss, and that in his diminished circumstances. He would still talk to himself of his diminished circumstances, might be inconvenient, but so much he thought himself bound to endure on his father's behalf. At any rate, he would consult the auctioneer at Silverbridge. But he would not make any pause in the measures which he had proposed to himself as likely to be conducive to his marriage. As for Grace's pledge, such pledges from young ladies never went for anything. It was out of the question that she should be sacrificed, even though her father had taken the money. And moreover, the very gist of the Major's generosity was to consist in his marrying her, whether the father were guilty or innocent. He understood that perfectly, and understood also that it was his duty to make his purpose, in this respect, known to Grace's family. He determined, therefore, that he would go over to Hogglestock and see Mr. Crawley before he saw the auctioneer. Hitherto Major Grantly had never even spoken to Mr. Crawley. It may be remembered that the Major was at the present moment one of the bailsmen for the due appearance of Mr. Crawley before the judge, and that he had been present when the magistrates sat at the inn in Silverbridge. He therefore knew the man's presence, but except on that occasion he had never even seen his intended future father-in-law. From the moment when he had first allowed himself to think of Grace, he had desired, yet almost feared, to make acquaintance with the father, but had been debarred from doing so by the peculiar position in which Mr. Crawley was placed. He had felt that it would be impossible to speak to the father of his affection for the daughter without any allusion to the coming trial, and he did not know how such allusion could be made. Thinking of this, he had at different times almost resolved not to call at Hogglestock till the trial should be over. Then he would go there, let the result of the trial have been what it might. But it had now become necessary for him to go on at once. His father had precipitated matters by his appeal to Grace. He would appeal to Grace's father, and reach Grace through his influence. He drove over to Hogglestock, feeling himself to be anything but comfortable as he came near to the house. And when he did reach the spot, he was somewhat disconcerted to find that another visitor was in the house before him. He presumed this to be the case because there stood a little pony horse, an animal which did not strongly recommend itself to his instructed eye, attached by its rein to the palings. It was a poor, humble-looking beast, whose knees had very lately become acquainted with the hard and sharp stones of a newly mended highway. The blood was even now red upon the wounds. "He'll never be much good again," said the major to his servant. "That he won't, sir," said the man, "but I don't think he's been very much good for some time back." "I shouldn't like to have to ride him into Silverbridge," said the major, descending from the gig and instructing his servant to move the horse and gig about as long as he might remain within the house. Then he walked across the little garden and knocked at the door. The door was immediately opened, and in the passage he found Mr. Crawley and another clergyman whom the reader will recognize as Mr. Thumble. Mr. Thumble had come over to make arrangements as to the Sunday services and the parochial work, and had been very urgent in impressing on Mr. Crawley that the duties were to be left entirely to himself. Hence had come some bitter words, in which Mr. Crawley, though no doubt he said the sharper things of the two, had not been able to vanquish his enemy so completely as he had done on former occasions. "There must be no interference, my dear sir, none whatever, if you please," Mr. Thumble had said. "There shall be none of which the bishop shall have reason to complain," Mr. Crawley had replied. "There must be none at all, Mr. Crawley, if you please. It is only on that understanding that I have consented to take the parish temporarily into my hands. Mrs. Crawley, I hope there will be no mistake about the schools. It must be exactly as though I were residing on the spot." "Sir," said Mr. Crawley, very irate at this appeal to his wife, and speaking in a loud voice, "do you misdoubt my word, or do you think that if I were minded to be false to you, that I should be corrected in my falsehood by the firmer faith of my wife?" "I meant nothing about falsehood, Mr. Crawley." "Having resigned this benefice for certain reasons of my own, with which I shall not trouble you, and acknowledging as I do, and have done in writing under my hand to the bishop, the propriety of his lordship's interference in providing for the services of the parish till my successor shall have been instituted, I shall, with what feelings of regret I need not say, leave you to the performance of your temporary duties. That is all I require, Mr. Crawley. But it is wholly unnecessary that you should instruct me in mine." "The bishop especially desires," began Mr. Thumble, but Mr. Crawley interrupted him instantly. "If the bishop has directed you to give me such instruction, the bishop has been much in error. I will submit to receive none from him through you, sir. If you please, sir, let there be an end of it." And Mr. Crawley waved his hand. I hope that the reader will conceive the tone of Mr. Crawley's voice, and will appreciate the aspect of his face, and will see the motion of his hand as he spoke these latter words. Mr. Thumble felt the power of the man so sensibly that he was unable to carry on the contest. Though Mr. Crawley was now but a broken reed and was beneath his feet, yet Mr. Thumble acknowledged to himself that he could not hold his own in debate with this broken reed. But the words had been spoken, and the tone of the voice had died away, and the fire in the eyes had burnt itself out before the moment of the major's arrival. Mr. Thumble was now returning to his horse, and having enjoyed, if he did enjoy, his little triumph about the parish, was becoming unhappy at the future dangers that awaited him. Perhaps he was the more unhappy because it had been proposed to him by authorities at the palace that he should repeatedly ride on the same animal from Barchester to Hogglestock and back. Mr. Crawley was in the act of replying to lamentations on this subject with his hand on the latch when the major arrived. "I regret to say, sir, that I cannot assist you by supplying any other steed." Then the major had knocked, and Mr. Crawley had at once opened the door. "You probably do not remember me, Mr. Crawley," said the major. "I am Major Grantly." Mrs. Crawley, who heard these words inside the room, sprang up from her chair, and could hardly resist the temptation to rush into the passage. She too had barely seen Major Grantly, and now the only bright gleam which appeared on her horizon depended on his constancy under circumstances which would have justified his inconstancy. but had he meant to be inconstant, surely he would never have come to Hogglestock. "I remember you well, sir," said Mr. Crawley. "I am under no common obligation to you. You are at present one of my bailsmen." "There's nothing in that," said the major. Mr. Thumble, who had caught the name of Grantly, took off his hat, which he had put on his head. He had not been particular in keeping off his hat before Mr. Crawley, but he knew very well that Archdeacon Grantly was a big man in the diocese, and though the Grantleys and the Proudies were opposed to each other, still it might be well to take off his hat before any one who had to do with the big ones of the diocese. "I hope your respected father is well, sir," said Mr. Thumble. "Pretty well, I thank you." The major stood close up against the wall of the passage, so as to allow room for Mr. Thumble to pass out. His business was one on which he could hardly begin to speak until the other visitor should have gone. Mr. Crawley was standing with the door wide open in his hand. He also was anxious to be rid of Mr. Thumble, and was perhaps not so solicitous as a brother clergyman should have been touching the future fate of Mr. Thumble in the matter of the bishop's old cob. "Really, I don't know what to do as to getting upon him again," said Mr. Thumble. "If you will allow him to progress slowly," said Mr. Crawley, "he will probably travel with greater safety. I don't know what you call slow, Mr. Crawley. I was ever so much over 2 hours coming here from Barchester. He stumbled almost at every step." "Did he fall while you were on him?" asked the major. "Indeed he did, sir. You never saw such a thing, Major Grantly. Look here." Mr. Thumble, turning round, showed that the rear portion of his clothes had not escaped without injury. "It was well he was not going fast, or you would have come on to your head," said Grantly. "It was a mercy," said Thumble. "But, sir, as it was, I came to the ground with much violence. It was on Spigglewick Hill, where the road is covered with loose stones. I see, sir, you have a gig and horse here, with a servant. Perhaps as the circumstances are so very peculiar." Then Mr. Thumble stopped and looked up into the major's face with imploring eyes, but the major had no tenderness for such sufferings. "I am sorry to say that I am going quite the other way," he said. "I am returning to Silverbridge." Mr. Thumble hesitated, and then made a renewed request. "If you would not mind taking me to Silverbridge, I could get home from thence by railway, and perhaps you would allow your servant to take the horse to Barchester." Major Grantly was for a moment dumbfounded. "The request is most unreasonable, sir," said Mr. Crawley. "That is as Major Grantly pleases to look at it," said Mr. Thumble. "I am sorry to say it is quite out of my power," said the major. "You can surely walk leading the beast if you fear to mount him," said Mr. Crawley. "I shall do as I please about that," said Mr. Thumble. "And, Mr. Crawley, if you will have the kindness to leave things in the parish just as they are, I will be obliged to you. It is the bishop's wish that you should touch nothing." Mr. Thumble was by this time on the step, and Mr. Crawley instantly slammed the door. "The gentleman is a clergyman from Barchester," said Mr. Crawley, modestly folding his hands upon his breast, "whom the bishop has sent over here to take upon himself temporarily the services of the church, and, as it appears, the duties also of the parish. I refrain from animadverting upon his lordship's choice." "Are you leaving Hogglestock?" "When I have found shelter for my wife and children, I shall do so. Nay, peradventure, I must do so before any such shelter can be found. I shall proceed in that matter as I am bid. I am one who can regard myself as no longer possessing the privilege of free action in anything. But while I have a room at your service, permit me to ask you to enter it." Then Mr. Crawley motioned him in with his hand, and Major Grantly found himself in the presence of Mrs. Crawley and her younger daughter. He looked at them both for a moment, and could trace much of the lines of that face which he loved so well. But the troubles of life had almost robbed the elder lady of her beauty, and with the younger the awkward thinness of the last years of feminine childhood had not yet given place to the fulfilment of feminine grace. But the likeness in each was quite enough to make him feel that he ought to be at home in that room. He thought that he could love the woman as his mother, and the girl as his sister. He found it very difficult to begin any conversation in their presence, and yet it seemed to be his duty to begin. Mr. Crawley had marshalled him into the room, and having done so, stood aside near the door. Mrs. Crawley had received him very graciously, and having done so, seemed to be ashamed of her own hospitality. Poor Jane had shrunk back into a distant corner near the open standing desk at which she was accustomed to read Greek to her father, and of course could not be expected to speak. If Major Grantly could have found himself alone with any one of the three, nay, if he could have been there with any two, he could have opened his budget at once. But before all the family he felt the difficulty of his situation. "Mrs. Crawley," said he, "I have been most anxious to make your acquaintance, and I trust you will excuse the liberty I have taken in calling." "I feel grateful to you, as I am sure does also my husband." So much she said, and then felt angry with herself for saying so much. Was she not expressing her strong hope that he might stand fast by her child, whereby the whole Crawley family would gain so much, and the Grantly family lose much in the same proportion? "Sir," said Mr. Crawley, "I owe you thanks still unexpressed in that you came forward, together with Mr. Robarts of Framley, to satisfy the not unnatural requisition of the magistrates before whom I was called upon to appear in the early winter. I know not why any one should have ventured into such jeopardy on my account." "There was no jeopardy, Mr. Crawley. Any one in the county would have done it." "I know not that, nor can I see that there is no jeopardy. I trust that I may assure you that there is no danger, none I mean to you. The danger to myself and those belonging to me is, alas, very urgent. The facts of my position are pressing close upon me. Methinks I suffer more from the visit of the gentleman who has just departed from me than from anything that has yet happened to me. And yet he is in his right. He is altogether in his right." "No, papa, he is not," said Jane from her standing ground near the upright desk. "My dear," said her father, "you should be silent on such a subject. It is a matter hard to be understood in all its bearings, even by those who are most conversant with them. But as to this we need not trouble Major Grantly." After that there was a silence among them, and for a while it seemed as though there could be no approach to the subject on which Grantly had come thither to express himself. Mrs. Crawley in her despair said something about the weather, and the major, trying to draw near the special subject, became bold enough to remark that he had had the pleasure of seeing Miss Crawley at Framley. "Mrs. Robarts has been very kind," said Mrs. Crawley. "Very kind indeed. You can understand, Major Grantly, that this must be a very sad house for any young person." "I don't think it is at all sad," said Jane, still standing in the corner by the upright desk. Then Major Grantly rose from his seat and walked across to the girl and took her hand. "You are so like your sister," said he. "Your sister is a great friend of mine. She has often spoken to me of you. I hope we shall be friends some day." But Jane could make no answer to this, though she had been able to vindicate the general character of the house while she was left in her corner by herself. "I wonder whether you would be angry with me," continued the major, "if I told you that I wanted to speak a word to your father and mother alone." To this Jane made no reply, but was out of the room almost before the words had reached the ears of her father and mother. Though she was only 16, and had as yet read nothing but Latin and Greek, unless we are to count the 12 books of Euclid and Wood's Algebra, and the sundry smaller exercises of the same description, she understood as well as any one then present the reason why her absence was required. As she closed the door, the major paused for a moment, expecting, or perhaps hoping, that the father or mother would say a word. But neither of them had a word to say. They sat silent, and as though conscience stricken. Here was a rich man come, of whom they had heard that he might probably wish to wed their daughter. It was manifest enough to both of them that no man could marry into their family without subjecting himself to a heavy portion of that reproach and disgrace which was attached to them. But how was it possible that they should not care more for their daughter, for their own flesh and blood, than for the incidental welfare of this rich man? As regarded the man himself, they had heard everything that was good. Such a marriage was like the opening of paradise to their child. "Nil conscire sibi," said the father to himself as he buckled on his armour for the fight. When he had waited for a moment or two, the major began. "Mrs. Crawley," he said, addressing himself to the mother, "I do not quite know how far you may be aware that I have for some time been acquainted with your eldest daughter." "I have heard from her that she is acquainted with you," said Mrs. Crawley, almost panting with anxiety. "I may as well make a clean breast of it at once," said the major, smiling, "and say outright that I have come here to request your permission, and her father's, to ask her to be my wife." Then he was silent, and for a few moments neither Mr. nor Mrs. Crawley replied to him. She looked at her husband, and he gazed at the fire, and the smile died away from the major's face as he watched the solemnity of them both. There was something almost forbidding in the peculiar gravity of Mr. Crawley's countenance when, as at present, something operated within him to cause him to express dissent from any proposition that was made to him. "I do not know how far this may be altogether new to you, Mrs. Crawley," said the major, waiting for a reply. "It is not new to us," said Mrs. Crawley. "May I hope then that you will not disapprove?" "Sir," said Mr. Crawley, "I am so placed by the untoward circumstances of my life that I can hardly claim to exercise over my daughter that authority which should belong to a parent." "My dear, do not say that," exclaimed Mrs. Crawley. "But I do say it. Within 3 weeks of this time I may be a prisoner, subject to the criminal laws of my country. At this moment I am without the power of earning bread for myself, or for my wife, or for my children. Major Grantly, you have even now seen the departure of the gentleman who has been sent here to take my place in this parish. I am, as it were, an outlaw here, and entitled neither to obedience nor respect from those who under other circumstances would be bound to give me both." "Major Grantly," said the poor woman, "no husband or father in the county is more closely obeyed or more thoroughly respected and loved." "I am sure of that," said the major. "All this, however, matters nothing," continued Mr. Crawley, "and all speech on such homely matters would amount to an impertinence before you, sir, were it not that you have hinted at a purpose of connecting yourself at some future time with this unfortunate family." "I meant to be plain spoken, Mr. Crawley." "I did not mean to insinuate, sir, that there was aught of reticence in your words so contrived that you might fall back upon the vagueness of your expression for protection, should you hereafter see fit to change your purpose. I should have wronged you much by such a suggestion. I rather was minded to make known to you that I, or I should rather say we," and Mr. Crawley pointed to his wife, "shall not accept your plainness of speech as betokening aught beyond a conceived idea, in furtherance of which you have thought it expedient to make certain inquiries." "I don't quite follow you," said the major. "But what I want you to do is to give me your consent to visit your daughter, and I want Mrs. Crawley to write to Grace and tell her that it's all right." Mrs. Crawley was quite sure that it was all right, and was ready to sit down and write the letter at that moment if her husband would permit her to do so. "I am sorry that I have not been explicit," said Mr. Crawley, "but I will endeavour to make myself more plainly intelligible. My daughter, sir, is so circumstanced in reference to her father that I, as her father and as a gentleman, cannot encourage any man to make tender to her of his hand. But I have made up my mind about all that." "And I, sir, have made up mine. I dare not tell my girl that I think she will do well to place her hand in yours. A lady, when she does that, should feel at least that her hand is clean." "It is the cleanest and the sweetest and the fairest hand in Barsetshire," said the major. Mrs. Crawley could not restrain herself, but running up to him, took his hand in hers and kissed it. "There is unfortunately a stain which is vicarial," began Mr. Crawley, sustaining up to that point his voice with Roman fortitude, with the fortitude which would have been Roman had it not at that moment broken down under the pressure of human feeling. He could keep it up no longer, but continued his speech with broken sobs, and with a voice altogether changed in its tone, rapid now, whereas it had before been slow, natural, whereas it had hitherto been affected, human, whereas it had hitherto been Roman. "Major Grantly," he said, "I am sore beset, but what can I say to you? My darling is as pure as the light of day, only that she is soiled with my impurity. She is fit to grace the house of the best gentleman in England, had I not made her unfit." "She shall grace mine," said the major. "By God she shall, to morrow, if she'll have me." Mrs. Crawley, who had been standing beside him, again raised his hand and kissed it. "It may not be so, as I began by saying, or rather strove to say, for I have been overtaken by weakness and cannot speak my mind. I cannot claim authority over my child as would another man. How can I exercise authority from between a prison's bars?" "She would obey your slightest wish," said Mrs. Crawley. "I could express no wish," said he, "but I know my girl, and I am sure that she will not consent to take infamy with her into the house of the man who loves her." "There will be no infamy," said the Major. "Infamy! I tell you that I shall be proud of the connection." "You, sir, are generous in your prosperity. You will strive to be at least just in our adversity. My wife and children are to be pitied because of the husband and the father." "No," said Mrs. Crawley, "I cannot hear that said without denying it." "But they must take their lot as it has been given to them," continued he. "Such a position in life as that which you have proposed to bestow upon my child would be to her, as regards human affairs, great elevation. And from what I have heard, I may be permitted to add also, from what I now learn by personal experience, such a marriage would be laden with fair promise of future happiness. But if you ask my mind, I think that my child is not free to make it. You, sir, have many relatives who are not in love as you are, all of whom would be affected by the stain of my disgrace. You have a daughter to whom all your solicitude is due. No one should go to your house as your second wife who cannot feel that she will serve your child. My daughter would feel that she was bringing an injury upon the babe. I cannot bid her do this, and will not, nor do I believe that she could do so if I bade her." Then he turned his chair round and sat with his face to the wall, wiping away the tears with a tattered handkerchief. Mrs. Crawley led the Major away to the further window, and there stood looking up into his face. It need hardly be said that they were also crying. Whose eyes could have been dry after such a scene, after hearing such words? "You had better go," said Mrs. Crawley. "I know him so well. You had better go." "Mrs. Crawley," he said, whispering to her, "if I ever desert her, may all that I love desert me, but you will help me? You would want no help were it not for this trouble. But you will help me." Then she paused a moment. "I can do nothing," she said, "but what he bids me." "You will trust me at any rate," said the Major. "I do trust you," she replied. Then he went without saying a word further to Mr. Crawley, and as soon as he was gone the wife went over to her husband and put her arm gently round his neck as he was sitting. For a while the husband took no notice of his wife's caress, but sat motionless with his face still turned to the wall. Then she spoke to him a word or two, telling him that their visitor was gone. "My child," he said, "my poor child, my darling, she has found grace in this man's sight, but even of that has her father robbed her. The Lord has visited upon the children the sins of the father, and will do so to the third and fourth generation." End of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 64. The Tragedy at Hook Court. Conway Dalrymple had hurried out of the room in Mrs. Broughton's house in which he had been painting Jael and Sisera, thinking that it would be better to meet an angry and perhaps tipsy husband on the stairs than it would be either to wait for him till he should make his way into his wife's room, or to hide away from him with the view of escaping altogether from so disagreeable an encounter. He had no fear of the man. He did not think that there would be any violence, nor, as regarded himself, did he much care if there was to be violence. But he felt that he was bound, as far as it might be possible, to screen the poor woman from the ill effects of her husband's temper and condition. He was therefore prepared to stop Broughton on the stairs, and to use some force in arresting him on his way, should he find the man to be really intoxicated. But he had not descended above a stair or two before he was aware that the man below him, whose step had been heard in the hall, was not intoxicated, and that it was not Dobbs Broughton. It was Mr. Musselborough. "Is it you, is it?" said Conway. "I thought it was Broughton." Then he looked into the man's face and saw that he was ashy pale. All that appearance of low-bred jauntiness which used to belong to him seemed to have been washed out of him. His hair had forgotten to curl, his gloves had been thrown aside, and even his trinkets were out of sight. "What has happened?" said Conway. "What is the matter? Something is wrong." Then it occurred to him that Musselborough had been sent to the house to tell the wife of the husband's ruin. "The servant told me that I should find you upstairs," said Musselborough. "Yes, I have been painting here. For some time past I have been doing a picture of Miss Van Siever. Mrs. Van Siever has been here to-day." Conway thought that this information would produce some strong effect on Clara's proposed husband, but he did not seem to regard the matter of the picture, nor the mention of Miss Van Siever's name. "She knows nothing of it?" said he. "She doesn't know yet?" "Know what?" asked Conway. "She knows that her husband has lost money." "Dobbs has destroyed himself." "What?" "Blew his brains out this morning, just inside the entrance at Hook Court. The horror of drink was on him, and he stood just in the pathway and shot himself. Bangles was standing at the top of their vaults and saw him do it. I don't think Bangles will ever be a man again. Oh, Lord, I shall never get over it myself. The body was there when I went in." Then Musselborough sank back against the wall of the staircase and stared at Dalrymple as though he still saw before him the terrible sight of which he had just spoken. Dalrymple seated himself on the stairs and strove to bring his mind to bear on the tale which he had just heard. What was he to do, and how was that poor woman upstairs to be informed? "You came here intending to tell her," he said in a whisper. He feared every moment that Mrs. Broughton would appear on the stairs and learn from a word or two what had happened without any hint to prepare her for the catastrophe. "I thought you would be here. I knew you were doing the picture. He knew it. He'd had a letter to say so, one of those anonymous ones." "But that didn't influence him." "I don't think it was that," said Musselborough. "He meant to have it out with her, but it wasn't that as brought this about. Perhaps you didn't know that he was clean ruined." "She had told me." "Then she knew it?" "Oh yes, she knew that. Mrs. Van Siever had told her. Poor creature! How are we to break this to her?" "You and she are very thick," said Musselborough. "I suppose you'll do it best." By this time they were in the drawing room and the door was closed. Dalrymple had put his hand on the other man's arm and had led him downstairs out of reach of hearing from the room above. "You'll tell her, won't you?" said Musselborough. Then Dalrymple tried to think what loving female friend there was who could break the news to the unfortunate woman. He knew of the Van Sievers and he knew of the Demolines, and he almost knew that there was no other woman within reach whom he was entitled to regard as closely connected with Mrs. Broughton. He was well aware that the anonymous letter of which Musselborough had just spoken had come from Miss Demolines, and he could not go there for sympathy or assistance. Nor could he apply to Mrs. Van Siever after what had passed this morning. To Clara Van Siever he would have applied, but that it was impossible he should reach Clara except through her mother. "I suppose I had better go to her," he said after a while. And then he went, leaving Musselborough in the drawing room. "I'm so bad with it," said Musselborough, "that I really don't know how I shall ever go up that court again." Conway Dalrymple made his way up the stairs with very slow steps, and as he did so he could not but think seriously of the nature of his friendship with this woman, and could not but condemn himself heartily for the folly and iniquity of his own conduct. Scores of times he had professed his love to her with half-expressed words, intended to mean nothing, as he said to himself when he tried to excuse himself, but enough to turn her head, even if they did not reach her heart. Now this woman was a widow, and it came to be his duty to tell her that she was so. What if she should claim from him now the love which he had so often proffered to her? It was not that he feared that she would claim anything from him at this moment, neither now, nor to-morrow, nor the next day, but the agony of the present meeting would produce others in which there would be some tenderness mixed with the agony, and so from one meeting to another the thing might progress. Dalrymple knew well enough how such things might progress. But in this danger before him it was not of himself that he was thinking, but of her. How could he assist her after such a time without doing her more injury than benefit? And if he did not assist her, who would do so? He knew her to be heartless, but even heartless people have hearts which can be touched and almost broken by certain sorrows. Her heart would not be broken by her husband's death, but it would become very sore if she were utterly neglected. He was now at the door with his hand on the lock, and was wondering why she should remain so long within without making herself heard. Then he opened it and found her seated in a lounging chair with her back to the door, and he could see that she had a volume of a novel in her hand. He understood it all. She was pretending to be indifferent to her husband's return. He walked up to her, thinking that she would recognize his step, but she made no sign of turning towards him. He saw the motion of her hair over the back of the chair as she affected to make herself luxuriously comfortable. She was striving to let her husband see that she cared nothing for him, or for his condition, or for his jealousy, if he were jealous, or even for his ruin. "Mrs. Broughton," he said, when he was close to her. Then she jumped up quickly and turned round facing him. "Where is Dobbs?" she said. "Where is Broughton?" "He is not here." "He is in the house, for I heard him. Why have you come back?" Dalrymple's eye fell on the tattered canvas, and he thought of the doings of the past month. He thought of the picture of the Three Graces which was hanging in the room below, and he thoroughly wished that he had never been introduced to the Broughton establishment. How was he to get through his present difficulty? "No," said he, "Broughton did not come. It was Mr. Musselborough whose steps you heard below." "What is he here for? What is he doing here? Where is Dobbs? Conway, there is something the matter. He has gone off." "Yes, he has gone off." "The coward!" No, he was not a coward, not in that way. The use of the past tense, unintentional as it had been, told the story to the woman at once. "He is dead," she said. Then he took both her hands in his, and looked into her face without speaking a word. And she gazed at him with fixed eyes and rigid mouth, while the quick coming breath just moved the curl of her nostrils. It occurred to him at the moment that he had never before seen her so wholly unaffected, and had never before observed that she was so totally deficient in all the elements of real beauty. She was the first to speak again. "Conway," she said, "tell me it all. Why do you not speak to me?" "There is nothing further to tell," said he. Then she dropped her hands and walked away from him to the window, and stood there looking out upon the stuccoed turret of a huge house that stood opposite. As she did so she was employing herself in counting the windows. Her mind was paralysed by the blow, and she knew not how to make any exertion with it for any purpose. Everything was changed with her, and was changed in such a way that she could make no guess as to her future mode of life. She was suddenly a widow, a pauper, and utterly desolate, while the only person in the whole world that she really liked was standing close to her. But in the midst of it all she counted the windows of the house opposite. Had it been possible for her, she would have put her mind altogether to sleep. He let her stand for a few minutes, and then joined her at the window. "My friend," he said, "what shall I do for you?" "Do?" she said. "What do you mean by doing?" "Come and sit down and let me talk to you," he replied. Then he led her to the sofa, and as she seated herself, I doubt whether she had not almost forgotten that her husband was dead. "What a pity it was to cut it up," she said, pointing at the rags of Jael and Sisera. "Never mind the picture now. Dreadful as it is, you must allow yourself to think of him for a few minutes." "Think of what? Oh God, yes. Conway, you must tell me what to do. Was everything gone? It isn't about myself. I don't mind about myself. I wish it was me instead of him. I do, I do." "No wishing is of any avail." "But Conway, how did it happen? Do you think it is true? That man would say anything to gain his object. Is he here now?" "I believe he is here still." "I won't see him. Remember that. Nothing on earth shall make me see him." "It may be necessary, but I do not think it will be, at any rate not yet." "I will never see him. I believe that he has murdered my husband. I do. I feel sure of it. Now I think of it, I am quite sure of it. He will murder you too, and that girl. He will. I tell you, I know the man." Then Dalrymple simply shook his head, smiling sadly. "Very well, you will see. But Conway, how do you know that it is true? Do you believe it yourself?" "I do believe it." "And how did it happen?" "He could not bear the ruin that he had brought about upon himself and you." Then, She went no further in her speech, but Dalrymple assented by a slight motion of his head, and she had been informed sufficiently that her husband had perished by his own hand. "What am I to do?" she said. "Oh, Conway, you must tell me. Was there ever so miserable a woman? Was it poison?" He got up and walked quickly across the room and back again to the place where she was sitting. "Never mind about that now. You shall know all that in time. Do not ask any questions about that. If I were you, I think I would go to bed. You will be better there than up, and this shock will make you sleep." "No," she said, "I will not go to bed. How should I know that that man would not come to me and kill me? I believe he murdered Dobbs. I do. You are not going to leave me, Conway?" "I think I had better, for a while. There are things which should be done. Shall I send one of the women to you?" "There is not one of them that cares for me in the least. Oh, Conway, do not go, not yet. I will not be left alone in the house with him. You will be very cruel if you go and leave me now. But you have so often said that you were my friend." And now at last she began to weep. "I think it will be best," he said, "that I should go to Mrs. Van Siever. If I can manage it, I will get Clara to come to you." "I do not want her," said Mrs. Broughton. "She is a heartless, cold creature, and I do not want to have her near me. My poor husband was ruined among them. Yes, ruined among them. It has all been done that she may marry that horrid man and live here in this house. I have known ever so long that he has not been safe among them." "You need fear nothing from Clara," said Dalrymple, with some touch of anger in his voice. "Of course you will say so. I can understand that very well. And it is natural that you should wish to be with her. Pray go." Then he sat beside her and took her hand and endeavoured to speak to her so seriously that she herself might become serious, and if it might be possible, in some degree contemplative. He told her how necessary it was that she should have some woman near her in her trouble, and explained to her that as far as he knew her female friends, there would be no one who would be so considerate to her as Clara Van Siever. She at one time mentioned the name of Miss Demolines, but Dalrymple altogether opposed the notion of sending for that lady, expressing his opinion that the amiable Madalina had done all in her power to create quarrels, both between Mrs. Broughton and her husband, and between Dobbs Broughton and Mrs. Van Siever. And he spoke his opinion very fully about Miss Demolines. "And yet you liked her once," said Mrs. Broughton. "I never liked her," said Dalrymple with energy. "But all that matters nothing now. Of course you can send for her if you wish, but I do not think her trustworthy, and I will not willingly come in contact with her." Then Mrs. Broughton gave him to understand that of course she must give way, but that in giving way she felt herself to be submitting to that ill usage which is the ordinary lot of women, and to which she among women had been specially subjected. She did not exactly say as much, fearing that if she did he would leave her altogether, but that was the gist of her plaints and wails and final acquiescence. "And you are going?" she said, catching hold of his arm. "I will employ myself altogether and only about your affairs till I see you again." "But I want you to stay." "It would be madness. Look here, lie down till Clara comes or till I return. Do not go beyond this room and your own. If she cannot come this evening I will return. Good-bye now. I will see the servants as I go out and tell them what ought to be told." "Oh, Conway," she said, clutching hold of him again, "I know that you despise me." "I do not despise you, and will be as good a friend to you as I can. God bless you." Then he went, and as he descended the stairs he could not refrain from telling himself that he did in truth despise her. His first object was to find Musselborough and to dismiss that gentleman from the house. For though he himself did not attribute to Mrs. Van Siever's favourite any of those terrible crimes and potentialities for crime with which Mrs. Dobbs Broughton had invested him, still he thought it reasonable that the poor woman upstairs should not be subjected to the necessity of either seeing him or hearing him. But Musselborough was gone, and Dalrymple could not learn from the head woman servant whom he saw whether before going he had told to any one in the house the tale of the catastrophe which had happened in the city. Servants are wonderful actors, looking often as though they knew nothing when they know everything, as though they understand nothing when they understand all. Dalrymple made known all that was necessary, and the discreet upper servant listened to the tale with a proper amount of awe and horror and commiseration. "Shot hisself in the city! Laws! You'll excuse me, sir, but we all knowed as the master was coming to no good." but she promised to do her best with her mistress, and kept her promise. It is seldom that servants are not good in such straits as that. From Mrs. Broughton's house Dalrymple went directly to Mrs. Van Siever's, and learnt that Musselborough had been there about half an hour before, and had then gone off in a cab with Mrs. Van Siever. It was now nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and no one in the house knew when Mrs. Van Siever would be back. Miss Van Siever was out, and had been out when Mr. Musselborough had called, but was expected in every minute. Conway therefore said that he would call again, and on returning found Clara alone. She had not then heard a word of the fate of Dobbs Broughton. Of course she would go at once to Mrs. Broughton, and if necessary stay with her during the night. She wrote a line at once to her mother, saying where she was, and went across to Mrs. Broughton, leaning on Dalrymple's arm. "Be good to her," said Conway, as he left her at the door. "I will," said Clara. "I will be as kind as my nature will allow me. And remember," said Conway, whispering into her ear, as he pressed her hand, leaving her, "that you are all the world to me." It was perhaps not a proper time for an expression of love, but Clara Van Siever forgave the impropriety. End of chapter 64. Chapter 65 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 65. Miss Van Siever makes her choice. Clara Van Siever did stay all that night with Mrs. Broughton. In the course of the evening she received a note from her mother, in which she was told to come home to breakfast. "You can go back to her afterwards," said Mrs. Van Siever, "and I will see her myself in the course of the day, if she will let me." The note was written on a scrap of paper, and had neither beginning nor end. But this was after the manner of Mrs. Van Siever, and Clara was not in the least hurt or surprised. "My mother will come to see you after breakfast," said Clara, as she was taking her leave. "Oh, goodness! And what shall I say to her?" "You will have to say very little. She will speak to you." "I suppose everything belongs to her now," said Mrs. Broughton. "I know nothing about that. I never do know anything of mamma's money matters." "Of course she will turn me out. I do not mind a bit about that. Only I hope she'll let me have some mourning." Then she made Clara promise that she would return as soon as possible, having in Clara's presence overcome all that feeling of dislike which she had expressed to Conway Dalrymple. Mrs. Broughton was generally affectionate to those who were near to her. Had Musselborough forced himself into her presence, she would have become quite confidential with him before he left. "Mr. Musselborough will be here directly," said Mrs. Van Siever, as she was starting for Mrs. Broughton's house. "You had better tell him to come in to me there. Or stop. Perhaps you had better keep him here till I come back. Tell him to be sure and wait for me." "Very well, mamma. I suppose he can wait below." "Why should he wait below?" said Mrs. Van Siever, very angrily. Clara had made the uncourteous proposition to her mother with the express intention of making it understood that she would have nothing to say to him. "He can come upstairs if he likes it," said Clara, "and I will go up to my room." "If you fight shy of him, miss, you may remember this, that you will fight shy of me at the same time." "I am sorry for that, mamma, for I shall certainly fight shy of Mr. Musselborough." "You can do as you please. I can't force you, and I shan't try, but I can make your life a burden to you, and I will. What's the matter with the man, that he isn't good enough for you? He's as good as any of your own people ever was. I hate your new-fangled airs, with pictures painted on the sly and all the rest of it. I hate such ways. See what they have brought that wretched man to, and the poor fool his wife. If you go and marry that painter, some of these days you'll be very much like what she is, only I doubt whether he has got courage enough to blow his brains out." With these comfortable words the old woman took herself off, leaving Clara to entertain her lover as best she might choose. Mr. Musselborough was not long in coming, and, in accordance with Mrs. Van Siever's implied directions to her daughter, was shown up into the drawing-room. Clara gave him her mother's message in a very few words. "I was expressly told, sir, to ask you to stop if it is not inconvenient, as she very much wants to see you." Mr. Musselborough declared of course that he would stop. He was only too happy to have an opportunity of remaining in such delightful society. As Clara answered nothing to this, he went on to say that he hoped that the melancholy occasion of Mrs. Van Siever's visit to Mrs. Broughton might make a long absence necessary. He did not, indeed, care how long it might be. He had recovered now from that paleness and that want of gloves and jewellery which had befallen him on the previous day, immediately after the sight he had seen in the city. Clara made no answer to the last speech, but putting some things together in her work basket, prepared to leave the room. "I hope you are not going to leave me," he said, in a voice that was intended to convey much of love and something of melancholy. "I am so shocked by what has happened, Mr. Musselboro, that I am altogether unfit for conversation. I was with poor Mrs. Broughton last night, and I shall return to her when mamma comes home." "It is sad, certainly, but what was there to be expected? If you'd only seen how he used to go on." To this Clara made no answer. "Don't go yet," said he. "There is something I want to say to you. There is indeed." Clara Van Siever was a young woman whose presence of mind rarely deserted her. It occurred to her now that she must undergo on some occasion the nuisance of a direct offer from this man, and that she could have no better opportunity of answering him after her own fashion than the present. Her mother was absent, and the field was her own. And moreover it was a point in her favour that the tragedy which had so lately occurred, and to which she had just now alluded, would give her a fair excuse for additional severity. At such a moment no man could, she told herself, be justified in making an offer of his love, and therefore she might rebuke him with less remorse. I wonder whether the last words which Conway Dalrymple had spoken to her stung her conscience as she thought of this. She had now reached the door, and was standing close to it. As Mr. Musselboro did not at once begin, she encouraged him. "If you have anything special to tell me, of course I will hear you," she said. "Miss Clara," he began, rising from his chair and coming into the middle of the room, "I think you know what my wishes are." Then he put his hand upon his heart. "And your respected mother is the same way of thinking. It's that emboldens me to be so sudden, but not what my heart has been yours, and yours only, all along, before the old lady so much as mentioned it." Clara would give him no assistance, not even the aid of a negative, but stood there quite passive, with her hand on the door. "Since I first had the pleasure of seeing you, I have always said to myself, Augustus Musselboro, that is the woman for you, if you can only win her. But then there was so much against me, wasn't there?" She would not even take advantage of this by assuring him that there certainly always had been much against him, but allowed him to go on till he should run out of all the length of his tether. "I mean, of course, in the way of money," he continued. "I hadn't much that I could call my own when your respected mamma first allowed me to become acquainted with you. But it's different now, and I think I may say that I'm all right in that respect. Poor Broughton's going in this way will make it a deal smoother to me, and I may say that I and your mamma will be all in all to each other now about money." Then he stopped. "I don't quite understand what you mean by all this," said Clara. "I mean that there isn't a more devoted fellow in all London than what I am to you." Then he was about to go down on one knee, but it occurred to him that it would not be convenient to kneel to a lady who would stand quite close to the door. "One and one, if they're put together well, will often make more than two, and so they shall with us," said Musselboro, who began to feel that it might be expedient to throw a little spirit into his words. "If you have done," said Clara, "you may as well hear me for a minute, and I hope you will have sense to understand that I really mean what I say." "I hope you will remember what are your mamma's wishes." "Mamma's wishes have no influence whatsoever with me in such matters as this. Mamma's arrangements with you are for her own convenience, and I am not a party to them. I do not know anything about mamma's money, and I do not want to know. But under no possible circumstances will I consent to become your wife. Nothing that mamma could say or do would induce me even to think of it. I hope you will be man enough to take this for an answer, and say nothing more about it." "But Miss Clara—" "It's no good your Miss Claring me, sir. What I have said you may be sure I mean. Good morning, sir." Then she opened the door and left him. "By Jove, she's a Tartar," said Musselboro to himself when he was alone. "They're both Tartars, but the younger is the worse." Then he began to speculate whether fortune was not doing the best for him in so arranging that he might have the use of the Tartar's mother's money without binding himself to endure for life the Tartar qualities of the daughter. It had been understood that Clara was to wait at home till her mother should return before she again went across to Mrs. Broughton. At about 11 Mrs. Van Siever came in, and her daughter intercepted her at the dining room door before she had made her way upstairs to Mr. Musselboro. "How is she, mamma?" said Clara, with something of hypocrisy in her assumed interest for Mrs. Broughton. "She is an idiot," said Mrs. Van Siever. "She has had a terrible misfortune." "That is no reason why she should be an idiot. And she is heartless too. She never cared a bit for him, not a bit. He was a man whom it was impossible to care for much. I will go to her now, mamma. Where is Musselboro?" "He is upstairs." "Well?" "Mamma, that is quite out of the question, quite. I would not marry him to save myself from starving." "You do not know what starving is yet, my dear. Tell me the truth at once. Are you engaged to that painter?" Clara paused a moment before she answered, not hesitating as to the expediency of telling her mother any truth on the matter in question, but doubting what the truth might really be. Could she say that she was engaged to Mr. Dalrymple, or could she say that she was not? "If you tell me a lie, miss, I'll have you put out of the house." "I certainly shall not tell you a lie. Mr. Dalrymple has asked me to be his wife, and I have made him no answer. If he asks me again, I shall accept him." "Then I order you not to leave this house," said Mrs. Van Siever. "Surely I may go to Mrs. Broughton." "I order you not to leave this house," said Mrs. Van Siever again, and thereupon she stalked out of the dining room and went upstairs. Clara had been standing with her bonnet on, ready dressed to go out, and the mother made no attempt to send the daughter up to her room. That she did not expect to be obeyed in her order might be inferred from the first words which she spoke to Mr. Musselboro. "She has gone off to that man now. You are no good, Musselboro, at this kind of work. You see, Mrs. Van, he had the start of me so much, and then being at the West End and all that gives a man such a standing with a girl." "Bother," said Mrs. Van Siever, as her quick ear caught the sound of the closing hall door. Clara had stood a minute or two to consider, and then had resolved that she would disobey her mother. She tried to excuse her own conduct to her own satisfaction as she went. "There are some things," she said, "which even a daughter cannot hear from her mother. If she chooses to close the door against me, she must do so." She found Mrs. Broughton still in bed, and could not but agree with her mother that the woman was both silly and heartless. "Your mother says that everything must be sold up," said Mrs. Broughton. "At any rate, you would hardly choose to remain here," said Clara. "But I hope she'll let me have my own things. A great many of them are altogether my own. I know there's a law that a woman may have her own things, even though her husband has done what poor Dobbs did. And I think she was hard upon me about the mourning. They never do mind giving credit for such things as that. And though there is a bill due to Mrs. Morell now, she has had a deal of Dobbs's money." Clara promised that she should have mourning to her heart's content. "I will see to that myself," she said. Presently there was a knock at the door, and the discreet head servant beckoned Clara out of the room. "You're not going away?" said Mrs. Broughton. Clara promised her that she would not go without coming back. "He will be here soon, I suppose, and perhaps you had better see him, though for the matter of that, perhaps you had better not, because he's so much cut up about poor Dobbs." The servant had come up to tell Clara that the he in question was at the present moment waiting for her below stairs. The first words which passed between Dalrymple and Clara had reference to the widow. He told her what he had learned in the city, that Broughton's property had never been great, and that his personal liabilities at the time of his death were supposed to be small. But he had fallen lately altogether into the hands of Musselboro, who, though penniless himself in the way of capital, was backed by the money of Mrs. Van Siever. There was no doubt that Broughton had destroyed himself in the manner told by Musselboro, but the opinion in the city was that he had done so rather through the effects of drink than because of his losses. As to the widow, Dalrymple thought that Mrs. Van Siever, or nominally perhaps Musselboro, might be induced to settle an annuity on her, if she would give up everything quietly. "I doubt whether your mother is not responsible for everything Broughton owed when he died, for everything, that is, in the way of business, and if so, Mrs. Broughton will certainly have a claim upon the estate." It occurred to Dalrymple once or twice that he was talking to Clara about Mrs. Van Siever as though he and Clara were more closely bound together than were Clara and her mother. But Clara seemed to take this in good part, and was as solicitous as was he himself in the matter of Mrs. Broughton's interest. Then the discreet head servant knocked and told them that Mrs. Broughton was very anxious to see Mr. Dalrymple, and that Miss Van Siever was on no account to go away. She was up and in her dressing gown, and had gone into the sitting room. "I will come directly," said Dalrymple, and the discreet head servant retired. "Clara," said Conway, "I do not know when I may have another chance of asking for an answer to my question. You heard my question?" "Yes, I heard it." "And will you answer it?" "If you wish it, I will." "Of course I wish it. You understood what I said upon the doorstep yesterday." "I don't think much of that. Men say those things so often. What you said before was serious, I suppose?" "Serious? Heavens! Do you think I am joking?" "Mamma wants me to marry Mr. Musselboro." "He is a vulgar brute. It would be impossible." "It is impossible, but mamma is very obstinate. I have no fortune of my own, not a shilling. She told me to day that she would turn me into the street. She forbade me to come here, thinking I should meet you, but I came, because I had promised Mrs. Broughton. I am sure she will never give me 1 shilling. Dalrymple paused for a moment. It was certainly true that he had regarded Clara Van Siever as an heiress, and had at first been attracted to her because he thought it expedient to marry an heiress. But there had since come something beyond that, and there was perhaps less of regret than most men would have felt as he gave up his golden hopes. He took her into his arms and kissed her and called her his own. "Now we understand each other," he said. "If you wish it to be so." "I do wish it." "And I shall tell my mother to day that I am engaged to you, unless she refuses to see me. Go to Mrs. Broughton now. I feel that we are almost cruel to be thinking of ourselves in this house at such a time." Upon this Dalrymple went, and Clara Van Siever was left with her reflections. She had never before had a lover. She had never even had a friend whom she loved and trusted. Her life had been passed at school till she was nearly 20, and since then she had been vainly endeavouring to accommodate herself and her feelings to her mother. Now she was about to throw herself into the absolute power of a man who was nearly a stranger to her. But she did love him as she had never loved any one else. And then on the other side there was Mr. Musselboro. Dalrymple was upstairs for an hour, and Clara did not see him again before he left the house. It was clear to her from Mrs. Broughton's first words that Conway had told her what had passed. "Of course I shall never see anything more of either of you now," said Mrs. Broughton. "I should say that probably you will see a great deal of us both." "There are some people," said Mrs. Broughton, "who can do so well for their friends, but can never do well for themselves. I am one of them. I saw at once how great a thing it would be for both of you to bring you two together, especially for you, Clara, and therefore I did it. I may say that I never had it out of my mind for months past. Poor Dobbs misunderstood what I was doing. God knows how far that may have brought about what has happened." "Oh, Mrs. Broughton, of course he could not be blind to one thing, nor was I. I mention it now because it is right, but I shall never, never allude to it again. Of course he saw, and I saw, that Conway was attached to me. Poor Conway meant no harm. I was aware of that. But there was the terrible fact. I knew at once that the only cure for him was a marriage with some girl he could respect. Admiring you as I do, I immediately resolved on bringing you two together. My dear, I have been successful, and I heartily trust that you may be happier than Maria Broughton." Miss Van Siever knew the woman, understood all the facts, and pitying the condition of the wretched creature, bore all this without a word of rebuke. She scorned to put out her strength against one who was in truth so weak. End of chapter 65. Chapter 66 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 66. Requiescat in pace. Things were very gloomy at the palace. It has already been said that for many days after Dr. Tempest's visit to Barchester, the intercourse between the bishop and Mrs. Proudie had not been of a pleasant nature. He had become so silent, so sullen, and so solitary in his ways, that even her courage had been almost cowed, and for a while she had condescended to use gentler measures, with the hope that she might thus bring her lord round to his usual state of active submission. Or perhaps, if we strive to do her full justice, we may say of her that her effort was made conscientiously with the idea of inducing him to do his duty with proper activity. For she was a woman not without a conscience, and by no means indifferent to the real service which her husband, as bishop of the diocese, was bound to render to the affairs of the church around her. Of her own struggles after personal dominion she was herself unconscious, and no doubt they gave her, when recognised and acknowledged by herself, many stabs to her inner self, of which no single being in the world knew anything. And now, as after a while she failed in producing any amelioration in the bishop's mood, her temper also gave way, and things were becoming very gloomy and very unpleasant. The bishop and his wife were at present alone in the palace. Their married daughter and her husband had left them, and their unmarried daughter was also away. How far the bishop's mood may have produced this solitude in the vast house I will not say. Probably Mrs. Proudie's state of mind may have prevented her from having other guests in the place of those who were gone. She felt herself to be almost disgraced in the eyes of all those around her by her husband's long absence from the common rooms of the house, and by his dogged silence at meals. It was better, she thought, that they two should be alone in the palace. Her own efforts to bring him back to something like life, to some activity of mind if not of body, were made constantly, and when she failed, as she did fail day after day, she would go slowly to her own room and lock her door, and look back in her solitude at all the days of her life. She had agonies in these minutes of which no one near her knew anything. She would seize with her arm the part of the bed near which she would stand, and hold by it, grasping it as though she were afraid to fall. And then, when it was at the worst with her, she would go to her closet, a closet that no eyes ever saw unlocked but her own, and fill for herself and swallow some draught. And then she would sit down with her Bible before her and read it sedulously. She spent hours every day with her Bible before her, repeating to herself whole chapters which she almost knew by heart. It cannot be said that she was a bad woman, though she had in her time done some indescribable amount of evil. She had endeavoured to do good, failing partly by ignorance and partly from the effects of an unbridled, ambitious temper. And now, even amidst her keenest sufferings, her ambition was by no means dead. She still longed to rule the diocese by means of her husband, but was made to pause and hesitate by the unwonted mood that had fallen upon him. Before this, on more than one occasion, and on one very memorable occasion, he had endeavoured to combat her. He had fought with her, striving to put her down. He had failed, and given up the hope of any escape for himself in that direction. On those occasions her courage had never quailed for a moment. While he openly struggled to be master, she could openly struggle to be mistress, and could enjoy the struggle. But nothing like this moodiness had ever come upon him before. She had yielded to it for many days, striving to coax him by little softnesses, of which she herself had been ashamed as she practised them. They had served her nothing, and at last she determined that something else must be done, if only for his sake, to keep some life in him. Something else must be done. Were he to continue as he was now, he must give up his diocese, or at any rate declare himself too ill to keep the working of it in his own hands. How she hated Mr. Crawley for all the sorrow that he had brought upon her and her house. And it was still the affair of Mr. Crawley which urged her on to further action. When the bishop received Mr. Crawley's letter, he said nothing of it to her, but he handed it over to his chaplain. The chaplain, fearing to act upon it himself, handed it to Mr. Thumble, whom he knew to be one of the bishop's commission, and Mr. Thumble, equally fearing responsibility in the present state of affairs at the palace, found himself obliged to consult Mrs. Proudie. Mrs. Proudie had no doubt as to what should be done. The man had abdicated his living, and of course some provision must be made for the services. She would again make an attempt upon her husband, and therefore she went into his room, holding Mr. Crawley's letter in her hand. "My dear," she said, "here is Mr. Crawley's letter. I suppose you have read it?" "Yes," said the bishop, "I have read it." "And what will you do about it? Something must be done." "I don't know," said he. He did not even look at her as he spoke. He had not turned his eyes upon her since she had entered the room. "But, Bishop, it is a letter that requires to be acted upon at once. We cannot doubt that the man is doing right at last. He is submitting himself where his submission is due, but his submission will be of no avail unless you take some action upon his letter. Do you not think that Mr. Thumble had better go over?" "No, I don't. I think Mr. Thumble had better stay where he is," said the irritated bishop. "What, then, would you wish to have done?" "Never mind," said he. "But, bishop, that is nonsense," said Mrs. Proudie, adding something of severity to the tone of her voice. "No, it isn't nonsense," said he. Still he did not look at her, nor had he done so for a moment since she had entered the room. Mrs. Proudie could not bear this, and as her anger became strong within her breast, she told herself that she would be wrong to bear it. She had tried what gentleness would do, and she had failed. It was now imperatively necessary that she should resort to sterner measures. She must make him understand that he must give her authority to send Mr. Thumble to Hogglestock. "Why do you not turn round and speak to me properly?" she said. "I do not want to speak to you at all," the bishop answered. This was very bad. Almost anything would be better than this. He was sitting now over the fire with his elbows on his knees and his face buried in his hands. She had gone round the room so as to face him, and was now standing almost over him, but still she could not see his countenance. "This will not do at all," she said. "My dear, do you know you are forgetting yourself altogether?" "I wish I could forget myself." "That might be all very well if you were in a position in which you owed no service to any one. Or rather, it would not be well then, but the evil would not be so manifest. You cannot do your duty in the diocese if you continue to sit there doing nothing with your head upon your hands. Why do you not rally and get to your work like a man?" "I wish you would go away and leave me," he said. "No, bishop, I will not go away and leave you. You have brought yourself to such a condition that it is my duty as your wife to stay by you, and if you neglect your duty, I will not neglect mine." "It was you that brought me to it." "No, sir, that is not true. I did not bring you to it." "It is the truth." And now he got up and looked at her. For a moment he stood upon his legs, and then again he sat down with his face turned towards her. "It is the truth. You have brought on me such disgrace that I cannot hold up my head. You have ruined me. I wish I were dead. And it is all through you that I am driven to wish it." Of all that she had suffered in her life, this was the worst. She clasped both her hands to her side as she listened to him, and for a minute or two she made no reply. When he ceased from speaking, he again put his elbows on his knees and again buried his face in his hands. What had she better do, or how was it expedient that she should treat him? At this crisis the whole thing was so important to her that she would have postponed her own ambition and would have curbed her temper had she thought that by doing so she might in any degree have benefited him. But it seemed to her that she could not rouse him by conciliation. Neither could she leave him as he was. Something must be done. "Bishop," she said, "the words that you speak are sinful, very sinful." "You have made them sinful," he replied. "I will not hear that from you. I will not indeed. I have endeavoured to do my duty by you, and I do not deserve it. I am endeavouring to do my duty now, and you must know that it would ill become me to remain quiescent while you are in such a state. The world around you is observing you, and knows that you are not doing your work. All I want of you is that you should rouse yourself and go to your work." "I could do my work very well," he said, "if you were not here." "I suppose then you wish that I were dead?" said Mrs. Proudie. To this he made no reply, nor did he stir himself. How could flesh and blood bear this? Female flesh and blood, Mrs. Proudie's flesh and blood. Now at last her temper once more got the better of her judgment, probably much to her immediate satisfaction, as she spoke out. "I tell you what it is, my lord. If you are imbecile, I must be active. It is very sad that I should have to assume your authority." "I will not allow you to assume my authority." "I must do so, or else must obtain a medical certificate as to your incapacity, and beg that some neighbouring bishop may administer the diocese. Things shall not go on as they are now. I, at any rate, will do my duty. I shall tell Mr. Thumble that he must go over to Hogglestock and arrange for the duties of the parish." "I desire that you do no such thing," said the bishop, now again looking up at her. "You may be sure that I shall," said Mrs. Proudie, and then she left the room. He did not even yet suppose that she would go about this work at once. The condition of his mind was in truth bad, and was becoming worse, probably from day to day, but still he did make his calculations about things, and now reflected that it would be sufficient if he spoke to his chaplain to morrow about Mr. Crawley's letter. Since the terrible scene that Dr. Tempest had witnessed, he had never been able to make up his mind as to what great step he would take. But he had made up his mind that some great step was necessary. There were moments in which he thought that he would resign his bishopric. For such resignation, without acknowledged incompetence on the score of infirmity, the precedents were very few. But even if there were no precedents, it would be better to do that than to remain where he was. Of course there would be disgrace, but then it would be disgrace from which he could hide himself. Now there was equal disgrace, and he could not hide himself. And then such a measure as that would bring punishment where punishment was due. It would bring his wife to the ground, her who had brought him to the ground. The suffering should not be all his own. When she found that her income and her palace and her position were all gone, then perhaps she might repent the evil that she had done him. Now, when he was left alone, his mind went back to this, and he did not think of taking immediate measures on that very day, to prevent the action of Mr. Thumble. But Mrs. Proudie did take immediate steps. Mr. Thumble was at this moment in the palace waiting his instructions. It was he who had brought Mr. Crawley's letter to Mrs. Proudie, and she now returned to him with that letter in her hand. The reader will know what was the result. Mr. Thumble was sent off to Hogglestock at once on the bishop's old cob, and, as will be remembered, fell into trouble on the road. Late in the afternoon he entered the palace court, having led the cob by the bridle the whole way home from Hogglestock. Some hour or two before Mr. Thumble's return, Mrs. Proudie returned to her husband, thinking it better to let him know what she had done. She resolved to be very firm with him, but at the same time she determined not to use harsh language if it could be avoided. "My dear," she said, "I have arranged with Mr. Thumble." She found him on this occasion sitting at his desk with papers before him, with a pen in his hand, and she could see at a glance that nothing had been written on the paper. What would she have thought if she had known that when he placed the sheet before him he was proposing to consult the Archbishop as to the propriety of his resignation? He had not, however, progressed so far as to write even the date of his letter. "You have done what?" said he, throwing down the pen. "I have arranged with Mr. Thumble as to going out to Hogglestock," said she firmly. "Indeed, he has gone already." Then the bishop jumped up from his seat and rang the bell with violence. "What are you going to do?" said Mrs. Proudie. "I am going to depart from here," said he. "I will not stay here to be the mark of scorn for all men's fingers. I will resign the diocese." "You cannot do that," said his wife. "I can try at any rate," said he. Then the servant entered. "John," said he, addressing the man, "let Mr. Thumble know the moment he returns to the palace that I wish to see him here. Perhaps he may not come to the palace. In that case let word be sent to his house." Mrs. Proudie allowed the man to go before she addressed her husband again. "What do you mean to say to Mr. Thumble when you see him?" "That is nothing to you." She came up to him and put her hand upon his shoulder and spoke to him very gently. "Tom," she said, "is that the way in which you speak to your wife?" "Yes, it is. You have driven me to it. Why have you taken upon yourself to send that man to Hogglestock?" "Because it was right to do so. I came to you for instructions, and you would give none." "I should have given what instructions I pleased in proper time. Thumble shall not go to Hogglestock next Sunday." "Who shall then?" "Never mind. Nobody. It does not matter to you. If you will leave me now, I shall be obliged to you. There will be an end of all this very soon, very soon." Mrs. Proudie after this stood for a while thinking what she would say, but she left the room without uttering another word. As she looked at him 100 different thoughts came into her mind. She had loved him dearly, and she loved him still, but she knew now, at this moment felt absolutely sure, that by him she was hated. In spite of all her roughness and temper, Mrs. Proudie was in this like other women, that she would fain have been loved had it been possible. She had always meant to serve him. She was conscious of that. Conscious also in a way that although she had been industrious, although she had been faithful, although she was clever, yet she had failed. At the bottom of her heart she knew she had been a bad wife. And yet she had meant to be a pattern wife. She had meant to be a good Christian, but she had so exercised her Christianity that not a soul in the world loved her, or would endure her presence if it could be avoided. She had sufficient insight to the minds and feelings of those around her to be aware of this. And now her husband had told her that her tyranny to him was so overbearing that he must throw up his great position, and retire to an obscurity that would be exceptionally disgraceful to them both, because he could no longer endure the public disgrace which her conduct brought upon him in his high place before the world. Her heart was too full for speech, and she left him, very quietly closing the door behind her. She was preparing to go to her chamber, with her hand on the banisters and with her foot on the stairs, when she saw the servant who had answered the bishop's bell. "John," she said, "when Mr. Thumble comes to the palace, let me see him before he goes to my lord." "Yes, ma'am," said John, who well understood the nature of these quarrels between his master and his mistress. But the commands of the mistress were still paramount among the servants, and John proceeded on his mission with the view of accomplishing Mrs. Proudie's behests. Then Mrs. Proudie went upstairs to her chamber and locked her door. Mr. Thumble returned to Barchester that day, leading the broken down cob, and a dreadful walk he had. He was not good at walking, and before he came near Barchester had come to entertain a violent hatred for the beast he was leading. The leading of a horse that is tired, or in pain, or lame, or even stiff in the limbs, is not pleasant work. The brute will not accommodate his paces to the man, and will continue to make his head very heavy on the bridle, and he will not walk on the part of the road which the man intends for him, but will lean against the man, and will make himself altogether very disagreeable. It may be understood, therefore, that Mr. Thumble was not in a good humour when he entered the palace yard, nor was he altogether quiet in his mind as to the injury which he had done to the animal. "It is the brute's fault," said Mr. Thumble. "It comes generally of not knowing how to ride 'em," said the groom. For Mr. Thumble, though he often had a horse out of the episcopal stables, was not ready with his shillings to the man who waited upon him with the steed. He had not, however, come to any satisfactory understanding respecting the broken knees when the footman from the palace told him he was wanted. It was in vain that Mr. Thumble pleaded that he was nearly dead with fatigue, that he had walked all the way from Hogglestock and must go home to change his clothes. John was peremptory with him, insisting that he must wait first upon Mrs. Proudie and then upon the bishop. Mr. Thumble might perhaps have turned a deaf ear to the latter command, but the former was one which he felt himself bound to obey. So he entered the palace, rather cross, very much soiled as to his outer man, and in this condition went up a certain small staircase which was familiar to him, to a small parlour which adjoined Mrs. Proudie's room, and there awaited the arrival of the lady. That he should be required to wait some quarter of an hour was not surprising to him, but when half an hour was gone, and he remembered himself of his own wife at home, and of the dinner which he had not yet eaten, he ventured to ring the bell. Mrs. Proudie's own maid, Mrs. Draper by name, came to him and said that she had knocked twice on Mrs. Proudie's door and would knock again. 2 minutes after that she returned, running into the room with her arms extended, and exclaiming, "Oh, heavens, sir, the mistress is dead!" Mr. Thumble, hardly knowing what he was about, followed the woman into the bedroom, and there he found himself standing awestruck before the corpse of her who had so lately been the presiding spirit of the palace. The body was still resting on its legs, leaning against the end of the side of the bed, while one of the arms was close clasped around the bedpost. The mouth was rigidly closed, but the eyes were open as though staring at him. Nevertheless, there could be no doubt from the first glance that the woman was dead. He went up close to it, but did not dare to touch it. There was no one as yet there but he and Mrs. Draper. No one else knew what had happened. "It's her heart," said Mrs. Draper. "Did she suffer from heart complaint?" he asked. "We suspected it, sir, though nobody knew it. She was very shy of talking about herself." "We must send for the doctor at once," said Mr. Thumble. "We had better touch nothing till he is here." Then they retreated, and the door was locked. In 10 minutes everybody in the house knew it except the bishop, and in 20 minutes the nearest apothecary with his assistant were in the room, and the body had been properly laid upon the bed. Even then the husband had not been told, did not know either his relief or his loss. It was now past 7, which was the usual hour for dinner at the palace, and it was probable that he would come out of his room among the servants if he were not summoned. When it was proposed to Mr. Thumble that he should go in to him and tell him, he positively declined, saying that the sight which he had just seen and the exertions of the day together had so unnerved him that he had not physical strength for the task. The apothecary, who had been summoned in a hurry, had escaped, probably being unwilling to be the bearer of such communication. The duty therefore fell to Mrs. Draper, and under the pressing instance of the other servants she descended to her master's room. Had it not been that the hour of dinner had come, so that the bishop could not have been left much longer to himself, the evil time would have been still postponed. She went very slowly along the passage, and was just going to pause ere she reached the room, when the door was opened, and the bishop stood close before her. It was easy to be seen that he was cross. His hands and face were unwashed, and his face was haggard. In these days he would not even go through the ceremony of dressing himself before dinner. "Mrs. Draper," he said, "why don't they tell me that dinner is ready? Are they going to give me any dinner?" She stood a moment without answering him, while the tears streamed down her face. "What is the matter?" said he. "Has your mistress sent you here?" "Oh, Lors," said Mrs. Draper, and she put out her hands to support him if such support should be necessary. "What is the matter?" he demanded angrily. "Oh, my lord, bear it like a Christian. Mistress isn't no more." He leaned back against the doorpost. She took hold of him by the arm. "It was the heart, my lord. Dr. Filgrave himself has not been yet, but that's what it was." The bishop did not say a word, but walked back to his chair before the fire. End of chapter 66. Chapter 67 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 67. In Memoriam. The bishop, when he heard the tidings of his wife's death, walked back to his seat over the fire, and Mrs. Draper, the housekeeper, came and stood over him without speaking. Thus she stood for 10 minutes, looking down at him and listening, but there was no sound, not a word, nor a moan, nor a sob. It was as though he also were dead, but that a slight irregular movement of his fingers on the top of his bald head told her that his mind and body were still active. "My lord," she said at last, "would you wish to see the doctor when he comes?" She spoke very low, and he did not answer her. Then, after another minute of silence, she asked the same question again. "What doctor?" he said. "Dr. Filgrave. We sent for him. Perhaps he is here now. Shall I go and see, my lord?" Mrs. Draper found her position there was weary, and she wished to escape. Anything on his behalf, requiring trouble or work, she would have done willingly, but she could not stand there for ever watching the motion of his fingers. "I suppose I must see him," said the bishop. Mrs. Draper took this as an order for her departure, and crept silently out of the room, closing the door behind her, with the long, protracted, elaborate click which is always produced by an attempt at silence on such occasions. He did not care for noise or for silence. Had she slammed the door he would not have regarded it. A wonderful silence had come upon him, which for the time almost crushed him. He would never hear that well-known voice again. He was free now, even in his misery, for he was very miserable. He could not refrain from telling himself that. No one could now press uncalled for into his study, contradict him in the presence of those before whom he was bound to be authoritative, and rob him of all his dignity. There was no one else of whom he was afraid. She had at least kept him out of the hands of other tyrants. He was now his own master, and there was a feeling, I may not call it of relief, for as yet there was more of pain in it than of satisfaction, a feeling as though he had escaped from an old trouble at a terrible cost of which he could not as yet calculate the amount. He knew that he might now give up all idea of writing to the Archbishop. She had in some ways, and at certain periods of his life, been very good to him. She had kept his money for him, and made things go straight when they had been poor. His interests had always been her interests. Without her he would never have been a bishop. So at least he told himself now, and so told himself probably with truth. She had been very careful of his children. She had never been idle. She had never been fond of pleasure. She had neglected no acknowledged duty. He did not doubt that she was now on her way to heaven. He took his hands down from his head and clasped them together, said a little prayer, It may be doubted whether he quite knew for what he was praying. The idea of praying for her soul, now that she was dead, would have scandalized him. He certainly was not praying for his own soul. I think he was praying that God might save him from being glad that his wife was dead. But she was dead, and, as it were, in a moment. He had not stirred out of that room since she had been there with him. Then there had been angry words between them, perhaps more determined enmity on his part than ever had before existed, and they had parted for the last time with bitter animosity. But he told himself that he had certainly been right in what he had done then. He thought he had been right then, and so his mind went back to the Crawley and the Thumble question, and he tried to alleviate the misery which that last interview with his wife now created by assuring himself that he at least had been justified in what he had done. But yet his thoughts were very tender to her. Nothing reopens the springs of love so fully as absence, and no absence so thoroughly as that which must needs be endless. We want that which we have not, and especially that which we can never have. She had told him in the very last moments of her presence with him that he was wishing that she were dead, and he had made her no reply. At the moment he had felt with savage anger that such was his wish. Her words had now come to pass, and he was a widower, and he assured himself that he would give all that he possessed in the world to bring her back again. Yes, he was a widower, and might do as he pleased. The tyrant was gone, and he was free. The tyrant was gone, and the tyranny had doubtless been very oppressive. Who had suffered as he had done? But in thus being left without his tyrant, he was wretchedly desolate. Might it not be that the tyranny had been good for him, that the Lord had known best what wife was fit for him? Then he thought of a story which he had read, and had well marked as he was reading, of some man who had been terribly afflicted by his wife, whose wife had starved him and beaten him and reviled him, and yet this man had been able to thank his God for having thus mortified him in the flesh. Might it not be that the mortification which he himself had doubtless suffered in his flesh had been intended for his welfare, and had been very good for him? But if this was so, it might be that the mortification was now removed, because the Lord knew that his servant had been sufficiently mortified. He had not been starved or beaten, but the mortification had been certainly severe. Then there came words into his mind, not into his mouth. "The Lord sent the thorn, and the Lord has taken it away. Blessed be the name of the Lord." After that he was very angry with himself, and tried to pray that he might be forgiven. While he was so striving, there came a low knock on the door, and Mrs. Draper again entered the room. "Dr. Filgrave, my lord, was not at home," said Mrs. Draper, "but he will be sent the very moment he arrives." "Very well, Mrs. Draper." "But, my lord, will you not come down to your dinner? A little soup, or a morsel of something to eat, and a glass of wine will enable your lordship to bear it better." He allowed Mrs. Draper to persuade him, and followed her into the dining room. "Do not go, Mrs. Draper," he said. "I would rather that you should stay with me." So Mrs. Draper stayed with him, and administered to his wants. He was desirous of being seen by as few eyes as possible in these the first moments of his freedom. He saw Dr. Filgrave twice, both before and after the doctor had been upstairs. There was no doubt, Dr. Filgrave said, that it was as Mrs. Draper had surmised. The poor lady was suffering, and had for years been suffering, from heart complaint. To her husband she had never said a word on the subject. To Mrs. Draper a word had been said now and again, a word when some moment of fear would come, when some sharp stroke of agony would tell of danger. But Mrs. Draper had kept the secret of her mistress, and none of the family had known that there was aught to be feared. Dr. Filgrave, indeed, did tell the bishop that he had dreaded all along exactly that which had happened. He had said the same to Mr. Rerechild, the surgeon, when they two had had a consultation together at the palace on the occasion of a somewhat alarming birth of a grandchild. But he mixed up this information with so much medical Latin, and was so pompous over it, and the bishop was so anxious to be rid of him, that his words did not have much effect. What did it all matter? The thorn was gone, and the wife was dead, and the widower must balance his gain and loss as best he might. He slept well, but when he woke in the morning the dreariness of his loneliness was very strong on him. He must do something, and must see somebody, but he felt that he did not know how to bear himself in his new position. He must send, of course, for his chaplain, and tell his chaplain to open all letters and to answer them for a week. Then he remembered how many of his letters in days of yore had been opened and been answered by the helpmate who had just gone from him. Since Dr. Tempest's visit he had insisted that the palace letter bag should always be brought in the first instance to him, and this had been done, greatly to the annoyance of his wife. In order that it might be done, the bishop had been up every morning an hour before his usual time, and everybody in the household had known why it was so. He thought of this now, as the bag was brought to him on the first morning of his freedom. He could have it where he pleased now, either in his bedroom or left for him untouched on the breakfast table till he should go to it. "Blessed be the name of the Lord," he said as he thought of all this. But he did not stop to analyse what he was saying. On this morning he would not enjoy his liberty, but desired that the letter bag might be taken to Mr. Snapper, the chaplain. The news of Mrs. Proudie's death had spread all over Barchester on the evening of its occurrence, and had been received with that feeling of distant awe which is always accompanied by some degree of pleasurable sensation. There was no one in Barchester to lament a mother or a sister or a friend who was really loved. There were those, doubtless, who regretted the woman's death, and even some who regretted it without any feeling of personal damage done to themselves. There had come to be around Mrs. Proudie a party who thought as she thought on church matters, and such people had lost their head and thereby their strength. And she had been staunch to her own party, preferring bad tea from a low church grocer to good tea from a grocer who went to the ritualistic church or to no church at all. And it is due to her to say that she did not forget those who were true to her, looking after them mindfully where looking after might be profitable, and fighting their battles where fighting might be more serviceable. I do not think that the appetite for breakfast of any man or woman in Barchester was disturbed by the news of Mrs. Proudie's death, but there were some who felt that a trouble had fallen on them. Tidings of the catastrophe reached Hiram's Hospital on the evening of its occurrence. Hiram's Hospital, where dwelt Mr. and Mrs. Quiverful with all their children. Now Mrs. Quiverful owed a debt of gratitude to Mrs. Proudie, having been placed at her present comfortable home by that lady's patronage. Mrs. Quiverful perhaps understood the character of the deceased woman, and expressed her opinion respecting it as graphically as did anyone in Barchester. There was the natural surprise felt at the warden's lodge in the hospital when the tidings were first received there, and the Quiverful family were at first too full of dismay, regrets, and surmises to be able to give themselves impartially to criticism. But on the following morning, conversation at the breakfast table, naturally referring to the great loss which the bishop had sustained, Mrs. Quiverful thus pronounced her opinion of her friend's character. "You'll find that he'll feel it, Q," she said to her husband in answer to some sarcastic remark made by him as to the removal of the thorn. "He'll feel it, though she was almost too much for him when she was alive." "I dare say he'll feel it at first," said Quiverful, "but I think he'll be more comfortable than he has been." "Of course he'll feel it, and go on feeling it till he dies, if he's the man I take him to be. But you're not to think that there's been no love because there used to be some words, that he'll find himself the happier because he can do things more as he pleases. She was a great help to him, and she must have known that she was, in spite of the sharpness of her tongue. No doubt she was sharp, no doubt she was upsetting, but she could make herself a fool too in her struggles to have everything her own way. But, Q, there were worse women than Mrs. Proudie. She was never one of your idle ones, and I'm quite sure that no man or woman ever heard her say a word against her husband behind his back. All the same, she gave him a terribly bad life of it, if all is true that we hear." "There are men who must have what you call a terrible bad life of it, whatever way it goes with them. The bishop is weak, and he wants somebody near to him to be strong. She was strong, perhaps too strong, but he had his advantage out of it. After all, I don't know that his life has been so terribly bad. I dare say he's had everything very comfortable about him, and a man ought to be grateful for that, though very few men ever are." Mr. Quiverful's predecessor at the hospital, old Mr. Harding, whose halcyon days in Barchester had been passed before the coming of the Proudies, was in bed playing cat's cradle with Posy seated on the counterpane, when the tidings of Mrs. Proudie's death was brought to him by Mrs. Baxter. "Oh, sir," said Mrs. Baxter, seating herself on a chair by the bedside. Mr. Harding liked Mrs. Baxter to sit down, because he was almost sure on such occasions to have the advantage of a prolonged conversation. "What is it, Mrs. Baxter?" "Oh, sir!" "Is anything the matter?" And the old man attempted to raise himself in his bed. "You mustn't frighten grandpa," said Posy. "No, my dear, there isn't nothing to frighten him. There isn't indeed, Mr. Harding. They're all well at Plumstead, and when I heard from the missus at Venice, everything was going on well." "But what is it, Mrs. Baxter?" "God forgive her all her sins. Mrs. Proudie ain't no more." Now there had been a terrible feud between the palace and the deanery for years, in carrying on which the persons of the opposed households were wont to express themselves with eager animosity. Mrs. Baxter and Mrs. Draper never spoke to each other. The two coachmen each longed for an opportunity to take the other before a magistrate for some breach of the law of the road in driving. The footmen abused each other, and the grooms occasionally fought. The masters and mistresses contented themselves with simple hatred. Therefore it was not surprising that Mrs. Baxter, in speaking of the death of Mrs. Proudie, should remember first her sins. "Mrs. Proudie dead," said the old man. "Indeed she is, Mr. Harding," said Mrs. Baxter, putting both her hands together piously. "We're just all grass, ain't we, sir? Dust and clay and flowers of the field." Whether Mrs. Proudie had most partaken of the clayey nature or of the flowery nature, Mrs. Baxter did not stop to consider. "Mrs. Proudie dead," said Posy, with a solemnity that was all her own. "Then she won't scold the poor bishop any more." "No, my dear, she won't scold anybody any more, and it will be a blessing for some, I must say. Everybody is always so considerate in this house, Miss Posy, that none of us know nothing about what that is." "Dead," said Mr. Harding again. "I think, if you please, Mrs. Baxter, you shall leave me for a little time, and take Miss Posy with you." He had been in the city of Barchester some 50 years, and here was one who might have been his daughter, who had come there scarcely 10 years since, and who had now gone before him. He had never loved Mrs. Proudie. Perhaps he had gone as near to disliking Mrs. Proudie as he had ever gone to disliking any person. Mrs. Proudie had wounded him in every part that was most sensitive. It would be long to tell, nor need it be told now, how she had ridiculed his cathedral work, how she had made nothing of him, how she had despised him, always manifesting her contempt plainly. He had been even driven to rebuke her, and it had perhaps been the sole personal rebuke he had ever uttered in Barchester. But now she was gone, and he thought of her simply as an active, pious woman who had been taken away from her work before her time. And for the bishop, no idea ever entered Mr. Harding's mind as to the removal of a thorn. The man had lost his life's companion at that time of life when such a companion is most needed, and Mr. Harding grieved for him with sincerity. The news went out to Plumstead Episcopi by the postman, and happened to reach the archdeacon as he was talking to his sexton at the little gate leading into the churchyard. "Mrs. Proudie dead!" he almost shouted, as the postman notified the fact to him. "Impossible!" "It be so for certain, your reverence," said the postman, who was proud of his news. "Heavens!" ejaculated the archdeacon, and then hurried in to his wife. "My dear," he said, and as he spoke he could hardly deliver himself of his words, so eager was he to speak them. "Who do you think is dead? Gracious heavens, Mrs. Proudie is dead!" Mrs. Grantly dropped from her hand the teaspoon of tea that was going into the pot, and repeated her husband's words. "Mrs. Proudie dead?" There was a pause, during which they looked into each other's faces. "My dear, I don't believe it," said Mrs. Grantly. But she did believe it very shortly. There were no prayers at Plumstead Rectory that morning. The archdeacon immediately went out into the village, and soon obtained sufficient evidence of the truth of that which the postman had told him. And then he rushed back to his wife. "It's true," he said. "It's quite true. She's dead. There's no doubt about that. She's dead. It was last night about 7. That was when they found her, at least, and she may have died about an hour before. Filgrave says not more than an hour." "And how did she die?" "Heart complaint. She was standing up, taking hold of the bedstead, and so they found her." Then there was a pause, during which the archdeacon sat down to his breakfast. I wonder how he felt when he heard it. Of course he was terribly shocked. I've no doubt he was shocked.
Any man would be shocked. But when you come to think of it, what a relief!" "How can you speak of it in that way?" said Mrs. Grantly. "How am I to speak of it in any other way?" said the archdeacon. "Of course I shouldn't go out and say it out in the street." "I don't think you ought to say it anywhere," said Mrs. Grantly. "The poor man no doubt feels about his wife in the same way that anybody else would. And if any other poor man has got such a wife as she has, you may be quite sure he would be glad to be rid of her. I don't say that he wished her to die, or that he would have done anything to contrive her death." "Gracious archdeacon, do, pray, hold your tongue." "But it stands to reason that her going will be a great relief to him. What has she done for him? She has made him contemptible to everybody in the diocese by her interference, and his life has been a burden to him through her violence." "Is that the way you carry out your proverb of De mortuis?" said Mrs. Grantly. "The proverb of De mortuis is founded on humbug. Humbug out of doors is necessary. It would not do for you and me to go into the High Street just now and say what we think about Mrs. Proudie. But I don't suppose that kind of thing need be kept up in here between you and me. She was an uncomfortable woman, so uncomfortable that I cannot believe that any one will regret her. Dear me, only to think that she has gone. You may as well give me my tea." I do not think that Mrs. Grantly's opinion differed much from that expressed by her husband, or that she was in truth the least offended by the archdeacon's plain speech. But it must be remembered that there was probably no house in the diocese in which Mrs. Proudie had been so thoroughly hated as she had been at the Plumstead rectory. There had been hatred at the deanery, but the hatred at the deanery had been mild in comparison with the hatred at Plumstead. The archdeacon was a sound friend, but he was also a sound enemy. From the very first arrival of the Proudies at Barchester, Mrs. Proudie had thrown down her gauntlet to him, and he had not been slow in picking it up. The war had been internecine, and each had given the other terrible wounds. It had been understood that there should be no quarter, and there had been none. His enemy was now dead, and the archdeacon would not bring himself to adopt before his wife the namby-pamby everyday decency of speaking well of one of whom he had ever thought ill, or of expressing regret when no regret could be felt. "May all her sins be forgiven her," said Mrs. Grantly. "Amen," said the archdeacon. There was something in the tone of his amen which thoroughly implied that it was uttered only on the understanding that her departure from the existing world was to be regarded as an unmitigated good, and that she should at any rate never come back again to Barchester. When Lady Lufton heard the tidings, she was not so bold in speaking of it as was her friend the archdeacon. "Mrs. Proudie dead," she said to her daughter-in-law. This was some hours after the news had reached the house, and when the fact of the poor lady's death had been fully recognised. "What will he do without her?" "The same as other men do," said young Lady Lufton. "But, my dear, he is not the same as other men. He is not at all like other men. He is so weak that he cannot walk without a stick to lean upon. No doubt she was a virago, a woman who could not control her temper for a moment. No doubt she had led him a terrible life. I have often pitied him with all my heart, but nevertheless she was useful to him. I suppose she was useful to him. I can hardly believe that Mrs. Proudie is dead. Had he gone, it would have seemed so much more natural. Poor woman, I dare say she had her good points." The reader will be pleased to remember that the Luftons had ever been strong partisans on the side of the Grantlys. The news made its way even to Hogglestock on the same day. Mrs. Crawley, when she heard it, went out after her husband, who was at the school. "Dead!" said he in answer to her whisper. "Do you tell me that the woman is dead?" Then Mrs. Crawley explained that the tidings were credible. "May God forgive her all her sins," said Mr. Crawley. "She was a violent woman, certainly, and I think that she misunderstood her duties, but I do not say that she was a bad woman. I am inclined to think that she was earnest in her endeavours to do good." It never occurred to Mr. Crawley that he and his affair had in truth been the cause of her death. It was thus that she was spoken of for a few days, and then men and women ceased to speak much of her, and began to talk of the bishop instead. A month had not passed before it was surmised that a man so long accustomed to the comforts of married life would marry again, and even then one lady connected with low church clergymen in and around the city was named as a probable successor to the great lady who was gone. For myself, I am inclined to think that the bishop will for the future be content to lean upon his chaplain. The monument that was put up to our old friend's memory in one of the side aisles of the choir of the cathedral was supposed to be designed and executed in good taste. There was a broken column, and on the column simply the words, "My beloved wife." Then there was a slab by the column bearing Mrs. Proudie's name with the date of her life and death. Beneath this was the common inscription, Requiescat in pace. End of chapter 67.
Chapter 68 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 68. The Obstinacy of Mr. Crawley. Dr. Tempest, when he heard the news, sent immediately to Mr. Robarts, begging him to come over to Silverbridge. But this message was not occasioned solely by the death of Mrs. Proudie. Dr. Tempest had also heard that Mr. Crawley had submitted himself to the bishop. That instant advantage, and as Mr. Tempest thought, unfair advantage, had been taken of Mr. Crawley's submission, and that the pernicious Thumble had been at once sent over to Hogglestock. Had these palace doings with reference to Mr. Crawley been unaccompanied by the catastrophe which had happened, the doctor, much as he might have regretted them, would probably have felt that there was nothing to be done. He could not in such case have prevented Thumble's journey to Hogglestock on the next Sunday, and certainly he could not have softened the heart of the presiding genius at the palace. But things were very different now. The presiding genius was gone. Everybody at the palace would for a while be weak and vacillating. Thumble would be then thoroughly cowed, and it might at any rate be possible to make some movement in Mr. Crawley's favour. Dr. Tempest therefore sent for Mr. Robarts. "I'm giving you a great deal of trouble, Robarts," said the doctor, "but then you are so much younger than I am, and I've an idea that you would do more for this poor man than any one else in the diocese." Mr. Robarts of course declared that he did not begrudge his trouble, and that he would do anything in his power for the poor man. "I think that you should see him again, and that you should then see Thumble also. I don't know whether you can condescend to be civil to Thumble. I could not." "I'm not quite sure that incivility would not be more efficacious," said Mr. Robarts. "Very likely. There are men who are deaf as adders to courtesy, but who are compelled to obedience at once by ill usage. Very likely Thumble is one of them, but of that you will be the best judge yourself. I would see Crawley first and get his consent." "That's the difficulty." "Then I should go on without his consent, and I would see Thumble and the bishop's chaplain, Snapper. I think you might manage just at this moment, when they will all be a little abashed and perplexed by this woman's death, to arrange that simply nothing shall be done. The great thing will be that Crawley should go on with the duty till the assizes. If it should then happen that he goes into Barchester, is acquitted, and comes back again, the whole thing will be over, and there will be no further interference in the parish. If I were you, I think I should try it." Mr. Robarts said that he would try it. "I dare say Mr. Crawley will be a little stiff-necked with you." "He will be very stiff-necked with me," said Mr. Robarts. "But I can hardly think that he will throw away the only means he has of supporting his wife and children, when he finds that there can be no occasion for his doing so. I do not suppose that any person wishes him to throw up his work, now that the poor woman has gone." Mr. Crawley had been almost in good spirits since the last visit which Mr. Thumble had made to him. It seemed as though the loss of everything in the world was in some way satisfactory to him. He had now given up his living by his own doing, and had, after a fashion, acknowledged his guilt by this act. He had proclaimed to all around him that he did not think himself to be any longer fit to perform the sacred functions of his office. He spoke of his trial as though a verdict against him must be the result. He knew that in going into prison he would leave his wife and children dependent on the charity of their friends, on charity which they must condescend to accept, though he could not condescend to ask it. And yet he was able to carry himself now with a greater show of fortitude than had been within his power when the extent of his calamity was more doubtful. I must not ask the reader to suppose that he was cheerful. To have been cheerful under such circumstances would have been inhuman, but he carried his head on high and walked firmly, and gave his orders at home with a clear voice. His wife, who was necessarily more despondent than ever, wondered at him, but wondered in silence. It certainly seemed as though the very extremity of ill fortune was good for him, and he was very diligent with his school, passing the greater part of the morning with the children. Mr. Thumble had told him that he would come on Sunday, and that he would then take charge of the parish. Up to the coming of Mr. Thumble he would do everything in the parish that could be done by a clergyman with a clear spirit and a free heart. Mr. Thumble should not find that spiritual weeds had grown rank in the parish because of his misfortunes. Mrs. Proudie had died on the Tuesday, that having been the day of Mr. Thumble's visit to Hogglestock, and Mr. Robarts had gone over to Silverbridge in answer to Dr. Tempest's invitation on the Thursday. He had not therefore the command of much time, it being his express object to prevent the appearance of Mr. Thumble at Hogglestock on the next Sunday. He had gone to Silverbridge by railway, and had therefore been obliged to postpone his visit to Mr. Crawley till the next day. But early on the Friday morning he rode over to Hogglestock. He did not arrive there with a broken-kneed horse, the reader may be quite sure. In all matters of that sort Mr. Robarts was ever above reproach. He rode a good horse, and drove a neat gig, and was always well dressed. On this account Mr. Crawley, though he really liked Mr. Robarts, and was thankful to him for many kindnesses, could never bear his presence with perfect equanimity. Robarts was no scholar, was not a great preacher, had obtained no celebrity as a churchman, had in fact done nothing to merit great reward, and yet everything had been given to him with an abundant hand. Within the last 12 months his wife had inherited, Mr. Crawley did not care to know how many £1,000, and yet Mr. Robarts had won all that he possessed by being a clergyman. Was it possible that Mr. Crawley should regard such a man with equanimity? Robarts rode over with the groom behind him, really taking the groom because he knew that Mr. Crawley would have no one to hold his horse for him, and the groom was a source of great offence. He came upon Mr. Crawley standing at the school door, and stopping at once, jumped off his nag. There was something in the way in which he sprang out of the saddle and threw the reins to the man, which was not clerical in Mr. Crawley's eyes. No man could be so quick in the matter of a horse who spent as many hours with the poor and with the children as should be spent by a parish clergyman. It might be probable that Mr. Robarts had never stolen £20, might never be accused of so disgraceful a crime, but nevertheless Mr. Crawley had his own ideas and made his own comparisons. "Crawley," said Robarts, "I am so glad to find you at home." "I am generally to be found in the parish," said the perpetual curate of Hogglestock. "I know you are," said Robarts, who knew the man well, and cared nothing for his friend's peculiarities when he felt his own withers to be unwrung. "But you might have been down at Hoggle End with the brickmakers, and then I should have had to go after you." "I should have grieved," began Crawley, but Robarts interrupted him at once. "Let us go for a walk, and I'll leave the man with the horses. I've something special to say to you, and can say it better out here than in the house. Grace is very well and sends her love. She's growing to look so beautiful." "I hope she may grow in grace with God," said Mr. Crawley. "She's as good a girl as I ever knew. By the by, you had Henry Grantly over here the other day." "Major Grantly, whom I cannot name without expressing my esteem for him, did do us the honour of calling upon us not very long since. If it be with reference to him that you have taken this trouble—" "No, no, not at all. I'll allow him and the ladies to fight out that battle. I've not the least doubt in the world how that will go. When I'm told that she made a complete conquest of the archdeacon, there cannot be a doubt about that." "A conquest of the archdeacon?" Mr. Robarts did not wish to have to explain anything further about the archdeacon. "Were you not terribly shocked, Crawley," he asked, "when you heard of the death of Mrs. Proudie?" "It was sudden and very awful," said Mr. Crawley. "Such deaths are always shocking, not more so perhaps as regards the wife of a bishop than with any other woman." "Only we happen to know her." "No doubt the finite and meagre nature of our feelings does prevent us from extending our sympathies to those whom we have not seen in the flesh. It should not be so, and would not with one who has nurtured his heart with proper care, and we are prone to permit an evil worse than that to canker our regards, and to foster and to mar our solicitudes. Those who are high in station strike us more by their joys and sorrows than do the poor and lowly. Were some young duke's wife wedded but the other day to die, all England would put on some show of mourning, nay, would feel some true gleam of pity. But nobody cares for the widowed brickmaker, seated with his starving infant on his cold hearth." "Of course we hear more of the big people," said Robarts. Ay, and think more of them. But do not suppose, sir, that I complain of this man or that woman because his sympathies or hers run out of that course, which my reason tells me they should hold. The man with whom it would not be so would simply be a god among men. It is in his perfection as a man that we recognize the divinity of Christ. It is in the imperfection of men that we recognize our necessity for a Christ. Yes, sir, the death of the poor lady at Barchester was very sudden. I hope that my lord the bishop bears with becoming fortitude the heavy misfortune. They say that he was a man much beholden to his wife, prone to lean upon her in his goings out and comings in. For such a man, such a loss is more dreadful, perhaps, than for another. They say she led him a terrible life, you know. I am not prone, sir, to believe much of what I hear about the domesticities of other men, knowing how little any other man can know of my own. And I have, methinks, observed a proneness in the world to ridicule that dependence on a woman which every married man should acknowledge in regard to the wife of his bosom, if he can trust her as well as love her. When I hear jocose proverbs spoken as to men, such as that in this house the grey mare is the better horse, or that in that house the wife wears that garment which is supposed to denote virile command, knowing that the joke is easy and that meekness in a man is more truly noble than a habit of stern authority, I do not allow them to go far with me in influencing my judgment. So spoke Mr. Crawley, who never permitted the slightest interference with his own word in his own family, and who had himself been a witness of one of those scenes between the bishop and his wife in which the poor bishop had been so cruelly misused. But to Mr. Crawley the thing which he himself had seen under such circumstances was as sacred as though it had come to him under the seal of confession. And speaking of the bishop and Mrs. Proudie, nay, as far as was possible in thinking of them, he was bound to speak and to think as though he had not witnessed that scene in the palace study. I don't suppose there is much doubt about her real character, said Robarts, but you and I need not discuss that. By no means. Such discussion would be both useless and unseemly. And just at present there is something else that I specially want to say to you. Indeed, I went to Silverbridge on the same subject yesterday, and have come here expressly to have a little conversation with you. If it be about affairs of mine, Mr. Robarts, I am indeed troubled in spirit that so great labour should have fallen upon you. Never mind my labour. Indeed, your saying that is a nuisance to me, because I hoped that by this time you would have understood that I regard you as a friend, and that I think nothing any trouble that I do for a friend. Your position just now is so peculiar that it requires a great deal of care. No care can be of any avail to me. There I disagree with you. You must excuse me, but I do, and so does Dr. Tempest. We think that you have been a little too much in a hurry since he communicated to you the result of our first meeting. As how, sir? It is perhaps hardly worth while for us to go into the whole question, but that man Thumble must not come here next Sunday. I cannot say, Mr. Robarts, that the Reverend Mr. Thumble has recommended himself to me strongly, either by his outward symbols of manhood, or by such manifestation of his inward mental gifts as I have succeeded in obtaining. But my knowledge of him has been so slight, and has been acquired in a manner so likely to bias me prejudicially against him, that I am inclined to think my opinion should go for nothing. It is, however, the fact that the bishop has nominated him to this duty, and that, as I have myself simply notified my desire to be relieved from the care of the parish on account of certain unfitness of my own, I am the last man who should interfere with the bishop in the choice of my temporary successor. It was her choice, not his. Excuse me, Mr. Robarts, but I cannot allow that assertion to pass unquestioned. I must say that I have adequate cause for believing that he came here by his lordship's authority. No doubt he did. Will you just listen to me for a moment? Ever since this unfortunate affair of the cheque became known, Mrs. Proudie has been anxious to get you out of the parish. She was a violent woman, and chose to take this matter up violently. Pray hear me out before you interrupt me. There would have been no commission at all but for her. The commission is right and proper and just, said Mr. Crawley, who could not keep himself silent. Very well, let it be so. But Mr. Thumble's coming over here is not proper or right, and you may be sure the bishop does not wish it. Let him send any other clergyman whom he may think more fitting, said Mr. Crawley. But we do not want him to send anybody. Somebody must be sent, Mr. Robarts.
No, not so. Let me go over and see Thumble and Snapper. Snapper, you know, is the domestic chaplain. And all that you need do is to go on with your services on Sunday. If necessary, I will see the bishop. I think you may be sure that I can manage it. If not, I will come back to you." Mr. Robarts paused for an answer, but it seemed for a while that all Mr. Crawley's impatient desire to speak was over. He walked on silently along the lane by his visitor's side, and when, after some 5 or 6 minutes, Robarts stood still in the road, Mr. Crawley even then said nothing. "It cannot be but that you should be anxious to keep the income of the parish for your wife and children," said Mark Robarts. "Of course I am anxious for my wife and children," Crawley answered. "Then let me do as I say. Why should you throw away a chance, even if it be a bad one? But here the chance is all in your favour. Let me manage it for you at Barchester." "Of course I am anxious for my wife and children," said Crawley, repeating his words. "How anxious, I fancy no man can conceive who has not been near enough to absolute want to know how terrible is its approach when it threatens those who are weak and who are very dear. But, Mr. Robarts, you spoke just now of the chance of the thing, the chance of your arranging on my behalf that I should for a while longer be left in the enjoyment of the freehold of my parish. It seemeth to me that there should be no chance on such a subject, that in the adjustment of so momentous a matter there should be a consideration of right and wrong, and no consideration of aught beside. I have been growing to feel, for some weeks past, that circumstances, whether through my own fault or not is an outside question as to which I will not further delay you by offering even an opinion, that unfortunate circumstances have made me unfit to remain here as guardian of the souls of the people of this parish. Then there came to me the letter from Dr. Tempest, for which I am greatly beholden to him, strengthening me altogether in this view. What could I do then, Mr. Robarts? Could I allow myself to think of my wife and my children when such a question as that was before me for self-discussion?" "I would, certainly," said Robarts. "No, sir. Excuse the bluntness of my contradiction, but I feel assured that in such emergency you would look solely to duty, as by God's help I will endeavour to do. Mr. Robarts, there are many of us who in many matters are much worse than we believe ourselves to be, but in other matters, and perhaps of larger moment, we can rise to ideas of duty, as the need for such ideas comes upon us. I say not this at all as praising myself. I speak of men as I believe that they will be found to be, of yourself, of myself, and of others who strive to live with clean hands and a clear conscience. I do not for a moment think that you would retain your benefice at Framley if there had come upon you, after much thought, an assured conviction that you could not retain it without grievous injury to the souls of others and grievous sin to your own. Wife and children, dear as they are to you and to me, as dear to me as to you, fade from the sight when the time comes for judgment on such a matter as that." They were standing quite still now, facing each other, and Crawley, as he spoke with a low voice, looked straight into his friend's eyes and kept his hand firmly fixed on his friend's arm. "I cannot interfere further," said Robarts. "No, you cannot interfere further." Robarts, when he told the story of the interview to his wife that evening, declared that he had never heard a voice so plaintively touching as was the voice of Mr. Crawley when he uttered those last words. They returned back to the servant and the house almost without a word, and Robarts mounted without offering to see Mrs. Crawley, nor did Mr. Crawley ask him to do so. It was better now that Robarts should go. "May God send you through all your troubles," said Mr. Robarts. "Mr. Robarts, I thank you warmly for your friendship," said Mr. Crawley. And then they parted. In about half an hour Mr. Crawley returned to the house. "Now for Pinder, Jane," he said, seating himself at his old desk. End of chapter 68. Chapter 69 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 69. Mr. Crawley's last appearance in his own pulpit.
No word or message from Mr. Crawley reached Barchester throughout the week, and on the Sunday morning Mr. Thumble was under a positive engagement to go out to Hogglestock and perform the services of the church. Dr. Tempest had been quite right in saying that Mr. Thumble would be awed by the death of his patroness. Such was altogether the case, and he was very anxious to escape from the task he had undertaken at her instance, if it were possible. In the first place, he had never been a favourite with the bishop himself, and had now therefore nothing to expect in the diocese. The crusts from bits of loaves and the morsels of broken fishes which had come in his way had all come from the bounty of Mrs. Proudie. And then, as regarded this special Hogglestock job, how was he to get paid for it? Whence, indeed, was he to seek repayment for the actual money which he would be out of pocket in finding his way to Hogglestock and back again? But he could not get to speak to the bishop, nor could he induce any one who had access to his lordship to touch upon the subject. Mr. Snapper avoided him as much as possible, and Mr. Snapper, when he was caught and interrogated, declared that he regarded the matter as settled. Nothing could be in worse taste, Mr. Snapper thought, than to undo immediately after the poor lady's death work in the diocese which had been arranged and done by her. Mr. Snapper expressed his opinion that Mr. Thumble was bound to go out to Hogglestock, and when Mr. Thumble declared petulantly that he would not stir a step out of Barchester, Mr. Snapper protested that Mr. Thumble would have to answer for it in this world and in the next if there were no services at Hogglestock on that Sunday. On the Saturday evening Mr. Thumble made a desperate attempt to see the bishop, but was told by Mrs. Draper that the bishop had positively declined to see him. The bishop himself probably felt unwilling to interfere with his wife's doings so soon after her death. So Mr. Thumble, with a heavy heart, went across to the Dragon of Wantley and ordered a gig, resolving that the bill should be sent in to the palace. He was not going to trust himself again upon the bishop's cob. Up to Saturday evening Mr. Crawley did the work of his parish, and on the Saturday evening he made an address to his parishioners from his pulpit. He had given notice among the brickmakers and labourers that he wished to say a few words to them in the schoolroom. But the farmers also heard of this and came with their wives and daughters, and all the brickmakers came, and most of the labourers were there, so that there was no room for them in the schoolhouse. The congregation was much larger than was customary even in the church. "They will come," he said to his wife, "to hear a ruined man declare his own ruin, but they will not come to hear the word of God." When it was found that the persons assembled were too many for the schoolroom, the meeting was adjourned to the church, and Mr. Crawley was forced to get into his pulpit. He said a short prayer, and then began his story. His story, as he told it then, shall not be repeated now, as the same story has been told too often already in these pages. Surely it was a singular story for a parish clergyman to tell of himself in so solemn a manner. That he had applied the cheque to his own purposes, and was unable to account for the possession of it, was certain. He did not know when or how he had got it. Speaking to them then in God's house, he told them that. He was to be tried by a jury, and all he could do was to tell the jury the same. He would not expect the jury to believe him. The jury would, of course, believe only that which was proved to them. But he did expect his old friends at Hogglestock, who had known him so long, to take his word as true. That there was no sufficient excuse for his conduct, even in his own sight, this, his voluntary resignation of his parish, was, he said, sufficient evidence. Then he explained to them, as clearly as he was able, what the bishop had done, what the commission had done, and what he had done himself. That he spoke no word of Mrs. Proudie to that audience need hardly be mentioned here. "And now, dearest friends, I leave you," he said, with that weighty solemnity which was so peculiar to the man, and which he was able to make singularly impressive, even on such a congregation as that of Hogglestock. "And I trust that the heavy but pleasing burden of the charge which I have had over you may fall into hands better fitted than mine have been for such work. I have always known my unfitness by reason of the worldly cares with which I have been laden. Poverty makes the spirit poor, and the hands weak, and the heart sore, and too often makes the conscience dull. May the latter never be the case with any of you." Then he uttered another short prayer, and, stepping down from the pulpit, walked out of the church, with his weeping wife hanging on his arm, and his daughter following them, almost dissolved in tears. He never again entered that church as the pastor of the congregation. There was an old lame man from Hoggle End leaning on his stick near the door as Mr. Crawley went out, and with him was his old lame wife. "He'll pull through yet," said the old man to his wife. "You'll see else. He'll pull through because he's so dogged. It's dogged as does it." On that night the position of the members of Mr. Crawley's household seemed to have been changed. There was something almost of elation in his mode of speaking, and he said soft loving words, striving to comfort his wife. She, on the other hand, could say nothing to comfort him. She had been averse to the step he was taking, and had been unable to press her objection in opposition to his great argument as to duty. Since he had spoken to her in that strain which he had used with Robarts, she also had felt that she must be silent. But she could not even feign to feel the pride which comes from the performance of a duty. "What will he do when he comes out?" she said to her daughter. The coming out spoken of by her was the coming out of prison. It was natural enough that she should feel no elation. The breakfast on Sunday morning was to her perhaps the saddest scene of her life. They sat down, the three together, at the usual hour, 9 o'clock. But the morning had not been passed as was customary on Sundays. It had been Mr. Crawley's practice to go into the school from 8 to 9, but on this Sunday he felt, as he told his wife, that his presence would be an intrusion there. But he requested Jane to go and perform her usual task. "If Mr. Thumble should come," he said to her, "be submissive to him in all things." Then he stood at his door and watched to see at what hour Mr. Thumble would reach the school. But Mr. Thumble did not attend the school on that morning. "And yet he was very express to me in his desire that I should not myself meddle with the duties," said Mr. Crawley to his wife as he stood at the door. "Unnecessarily urgent, as I must say I thought at the time." If Mrs. Crawley could have spoken out her thoughts about Mr. Thumble at that moment, her words would, I think, have surprised her husband. At breakfast there was hardly a word spoken. Mr. Crawley took his crust and ate it mournfully, almost ostentatiously. Jane tried and failed, and tried to hide her failure in that also. Mrs. Crawley made no attempt. She sat behind her old teapot with her hands clasped and her eyes fixed. It was as though some last day had come upon her, this the first Sunday of her husband's degradation. "Mary," he said to her, "why do you not eat?" "I cannot," she replied, speaking not in a whisper, but in words which would hardly get themselves articulated. "I cannot. Do not ask me." "For the honour of the Lord you will want the strength which bread alone can give you," he said, intimating to her that he wished her to attend the service. "Do not ask me to be there, Josiah. I cannot. It is too much for me." "Nay, I will not press it," he said. "I can go alone." He uttered no word expressive of a wish that his daughter should attend the church, but when the moment came Jane accompanied him. "What shall I do, mamma?" she said, "if I find I cannot bear it?" "Try to bear it," the mother said. "Try for his sake. You are stronger now than I am." The tinkle of the church bell was heard at the usual time, and Mr. Crawley, hat in hand, stood ready to go forth. He had heard nothing of Mr. Thumble, but had made up his mind that Mr. Thumble would not trouble him. He had taken the precaution to request his churchwarden to be early at the church, so that Mr. Thumble might encounter no difficulty. The church was very near to the house, and any vehicle arriving might have been seen had Mr. Crawley watched closely. But no one had cared to watch Mr. Thumble's arrival at the church. He did not doubt that Mr. Thumble would be at the church. With reference to the school he had had some doubt. But just as he was about to start he heard the clatter of a gig. Up came Mr. Thumble to the door of the parsonage, and having come down from his gig was about to enter the house as though it were his own. Mr. Crawley greeted him in the pathway, raising his hat from his head and expressing a wish that Mr. Thumble might not feel himself fatigued with his drive. "I will not ask you into my poor house," he said, standing in the middle of the pathway, "for that my wife is ill." "Nothing catching, I hope?" said Mr. Thumble. "Her malady is of the spirit rather than of the flesh," said Mr. Crawley. "Shall we go on to the church?" "Certainly, by all means. How about the surplice?" "You will find, I trust, that the churchwarden has everything in readiness. I have notified to him expressly your coming, with the purport that it may be so." "You'll take a part in the service, I suppose?" said Mr. Thumble. No part whatever," said Mr. Crawley, standing still for a moment as he spoke, and showing plainly by the tone of his voice how dismayed he was, how indignant he had been made by so indecent a proposition. Was he giving up his pulpit to a stranger for any reason less cogent than one which made it absolutely imperative on him to be silent in that church which had so long been his own? "Just as you please," said Mr. Thumble. "Only it's rather hard lines to have to do it all myself after coming all the way from Barchester this morning." To this Mr. Crawley condescended to make no reply whatever. In the porch of the church, which was the only entrance, Mr. Crawley introduced Mr. Thumble to the churchwarden simply by a wave of the hand, and then passed on with his daughter to a seat which opened upon the aisle. Jane was going on to that which she had hitherto always occupied, with her mother in the little chancel, but Mr. Crawley would not allow this. Neither to him nor to any of his family was there attached any longer the privilege of using the chancel of the church of Hogglestock. Mr. Thumble scrambled into the reading desk some 10 minutes after the proper time, and went through the morning service under what must be admitted to be serious difficulties. There were the eyes of Mr. Crawley fixed upon him throughout the work, and a feeling pervaded him that everybody there regarded him as an intruder. At first this was so strong upon him that Mr. Crawley pitied him, and would have encouraged him, had it been possible. But as the work progressed, and as custom and the sound of his own voice emboldened him, there came to the man some touches of the arrogance which so generally accompanies cowardice, and Mr. Crawley's acute ear detected the moment when it was so. An observer might have seen that the motion of his hands was altered as they were lifted in prayer. Though he was praying, even in prayer he could not forget the man who was occupying his desk. Then came the sermon, preached very often before, lasting exactly half an hour, and then Mr. Thumble's work was done. Itinerant clergymen, who preach now here and now there, as had been the lot of Mr. Thumble to do, have at any rate this relief, that they can preach their sermons often. From the communion table Mr. Thumble had stated that, in the present peculiar circumstances of the parish, there would be no second service at Hogglestock for the present, and this was all he said or did peculiar to the occasion. The moment the service was over he got into his gig and was driven back to Barchester. "Mamma," said Jane as they sat at their dinner, "such a sermon I am sure was never heard in Hogglestock before. Indeed, you can hardly call it a sermon. It was downright nonsense." "My dear," said Mr. Crawley energetically, "keep your criticisms for matters that are profane. Then, though they be childish and silly, they may at least be innocent. Be critical on Euripides, if you must be critical." But when Jane kissed her father after dinner, she, knowing his humour well, felt assured that her remarks had not been taken altogether in ill part. Mr. Thumble was neither seen nor heard of again in the parish during the entire week. End of chapter 69. Chapter 70 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 70. Mrs. Arabin is caught. One morning about the middle of April, Mr. Toogood received a telegram from Venice, which caused him instantly to leave his business in Bedford Row and take the first train to Silverbridge. "It seems to me that this job will be a deal of time and very little money," said his partner to him, when Toogood, on the spur of the moment, was making arrangements for his sudden departure and uncertain period of absence. "That's about it," said Toogood. "A deal of time, some expense, and no returns. It's not the kind of business a man can live upon, is it?" The partner growled, and Toogood went. But as we must go with Mr. Toogood down to Silverbridge, and as we cannot make the journey in this chapter, we will just indicate his departure and then go back to John Eames, who, as will be remembered, was just starting for Florence when we last saw him. Our dear old friend Johnny had been rather proud of himself as he started from London. He had gotten an absolute victory over Sir Raffle Buffle, and that alone was gratifying to his feelings. He liked the excitement of a journey, and especially of a journey to Italy, and the importance of the cause of his journey was satisfactory to him. But above all things he was delighted at having found that Lily Dale was pleased at his going. He had seen clearly that she was much pleased, and that she made something of a hero of him because of his alacrity in the cause of his cousin. He had partially understood, had understood in a dim sort of way, that his want of favour in Lily's eyes had come from some deficiency of his own in this respect. She had not found him to be a hero. She had known him first as a boy, with boyish belongings around him, and she had seen him from time to time as he became a man, almost with too much intimacy for the creation of that love with which he wished to fill her heart. His rival had come before her eyes for the first time with all the glories of Pall Mall heroism about him, and Lily in her weakness had been conquered by them. Since that she had learned how weak she had been, how silly, how childish, she would say to herself when she allowed her memory to go back to the details of her own story, but not the less on that account did she feel the want of something heroic in a man before she could teach herself to look upon him as more worthy of her regard than other men. She had still unconsciously hoped in regard to Crosbie, but now that hope had been dispelled as unconsciously, simply by his appearance. There had been moments in which John Eames had almost risen to the necessary point, had almost made good his footing on the top of some moderate but still sufficient mountain, but there had still been a succession of little tumbles, unfortunate slips for which he himself should not always have been held responsible, and he had never quite stood upright on his pinnacle, visible to Lily's eyes as being really excelsior. Of all this John Eames himself had an inkling, which had often made him very uncomfortable. What the mischief was it she wanted of him, and what was he to do? The days for plucking glory from the nettled danger were clean gone by. He was well dressed. He knew a good many of the right sort of people. He was not in debt. He had saved an old nobleman's life once upon a time, and had been a good deal talked about on that score. He had even thrashed the man who had ill-treated her. His constancy had been as the constancy of a Jacob. What was it that she wanted of him? But in a certain way he did know what was wanted, and now as he started for Florence, intending to stop nowhere till he reached that city, he hoped that by this chivalrous journey he might even yet achieve the thing necessary. But on reaching Paris he heard tidings of Mrs. Arabin which induced him to change his plans and make for Venice instead of for Florence. A banker at Paris, to whom he brought a letter, told him that Mrs. Arabin would now be found in Venice. This did not perplex him at all. It would have been delightful to see Florence, but was more delightful still to see Venice. His journey was the same as far as Turin, but from Turin he proceeded through Milan to Venice, instead of going by Bologna to Florence. He had fortunately come armed with an Austrian passport, as was necessary in those bygone days of Venetia's thraldom. He was almost proud of himself, as though he had done something great, when he tumbled into his inn at Venice, without having been in a bed since he left London. But he was barely allowed to swim in a gondola, for on reaching Venice he found that Mrs. Arabin had gone back to Florence. He had been directed to the hotel which Mrs. Arabin had used, and was there told that she had started the day before. She had received some letter from her husband, as the landlord thought, and had done so. That was all the landlord knew. Johnny was vexed, but became a little prouder than before, as he felt it to be his duty to go on to Florence before he went to bed. There would be another night in a railway carriage, and he would live through it. There was just time to have a tub and a breakfast, to swim in a gondola, to look at the outside of the Doge's palace, and to walk up and down the piazza before he started again. It was hard work, but I think he would have been pleased had he heard that Mrs. Arabin had retreated from Florence to Rome. Had such been the case, he would have folded his cloak around him and have gone on, regardless of brigands, thinking of Lily and wondering whether anybody else had ever done so much before without going to bed. As it was, he found that Mrs. Arabin was at the hotel in Florence, still in bed, as he had arrived early in the morning. So he had another tub, another breakfast, and sent up his card. Mr. John Eames, and across the top of it he wrote, has come from England about Mr. Crawley. Then he threw himself on a sofa in the hotel reading room and went fast to sleep. John had found an opportunity of talking to a young lady in the breakfast room, and had told her of his deeds. I only left London on Tuesday night, and have come here, taking Venice on the road. Then you have travelled fast, said the young lady. I haven't seen a bed, of course, said John. The young lady immediately afterwards told her father. I suppose he must be one of those Foreign Office messengers, said the young lady. Anything but that, said the gentleman.
People never talk about their own trades. He's probably a clerk, with a fortnight's leave of absence, seeing how many towns he can do in the time. It's the usual way of travelling nowadays. When I was young, there were no railways. I remember going from Paris to Vienna without sleeping." Luckily for his present happiness, John did not hear this. He was still fast asleep when a servant came to him from Mrs. Arabin to say that she would see him at once. "Yes, yes, I'm quite ready to go on," said Johnny, jumping up and thinking of the journey to Rome. But there was no journey to Rome before him. Mrs. Arabin was almost in the next room, and there he found her. The reader will understand that they had never met before, and hitherto knew nothing of each other. Mrs. Arabin had never heard the name of John Eames till John's card was put in her hands, and would not have known his business with her had he not written those few words upon it. "You have come about Mr. Crawley," she said to him eagerly. "I have heard from my father that somebody was coming." "Yes, Mrs. Arabin, as hard as I could travel. I'd expected to find you at Venice." "Have you been at Venice?" "I have just arrived from Venice. They told me at Paris I should find you there. However, that does not matter, as I have found you here. I wonder whether you can help us." "Do you know Mr. Crawley? Are you a friend of his?" "I never saw him in my life, but he married my cousin." "I gave him the cheque, you know," said Mrs. Arabin. "What!" exclaimed Eames, literally almost knocked backwards by the easiness of the words which contained a solution for so terrible a difficulty. The Crawley case had assumed such magnitude, and the troubles of the Crawley family had been so terrible, that it seemed to him to be almost sacrilegious that words so simple uttered could suffice to cure everything. He had hardly hoped, had at least barely hoped, that Mrs. Arabin might be able to suggest something which would put them all on a track towards discovery of the truth. But he found that she had the clue in her hand, and that the clue was one which required no further delicacy of investigation. There would be nothing more to unravel. No journey to Jerusalem would be necessary. "Yes," said Mrs. Arabin, "I gave it to him. They have been writing to my husband about it, and never wrote to me. Until I received a letter about it from my father, and another from my sister at Venice the day before yesterday, I knew nothing of the particulars of Mr. Crawley's trouble." "Had you not heard that he had been taken before the magistrates?" "No, not so much even as that. I had seen in Galignani something about a clergyman, but I did not know what clergyman. And I heard that there was something wrong about Mr. Crawley's money. But there has always been something wrong about money with poor Mr. Crawley. And as I knew that my husband had been written to also, I did not interfere further than to ask the particulars. My letters have followed me about, and I only learned at Venice, just before I came here, what was the nature of the case." "And did you do anything?" "I telegraphed at once to Mr. Toogood, who I understand is acting as Mr. Crawley's solicitor. My sister sent me his address." "He is my uncle." "I telegraphed to him, telling him that I had given Mr. Crawley the cheque, and then I wrote to Archdeacon Grantly, giving him the whole history. I was obliged to come here before I could return home, but I intended to start this evening." "And what is the whole history?" asked John Eames. The history of the gift of the cheque was very simple. It has been told how Mr. Crawley in his dire distress had called upon his old friend at the deanery, asking for pecuniary assistance. This he had done with so much reluctance that his spirit had given way while he was waiting in the dean's library, and he had wished to depart without accepting what the dean was quite willing to bestow upon him. From this cause it had come to pass there had been no time for explanatory words, even between the dean and his wife, from whose private funds had in truth come the money which had been given to Mr. Crawley. For the private wealth of the family belonged to Mrs. Arabin and not to the dean, and was left entirely in Mrs. Arabin's hands, to be disposed of as she might please. Previously to Mr. Crawley's arrival at the deanery this matter had been discussed between the dean and his wife, and it had been agreed between them that a sum of £50 should be given. It should be given by Mrs. Arabin, but it was thought that the gift would come with more comfort to the recipient from the hands of his old friend than from those of his wife. There had been much discussion between them as to the mode in which this might be done with least offence to the man's feeling, for they knew Mr. Crawley and his peculiarities well. At last it was agreed that the notes should be put into an envelope, which envelope the dean should have ready with him. But when the moment came, the dean did not have the envelope ready, and was obliged to leave the room to seek his wife. and Mrs. Arabin explained to John Eames that even she had not had it ready, and had been forced to go to her own desk to fetch it. Then, at the last moment, with the desire of increasing the good to be done to people who were so terribly in want, she put the cheque for £20, which was in her possession as money of her own, along with the notes, and in this way the cheque had been given by the Dean to Mr. Crawley. "I shall never forgive myself for not telling the Dean," she said. "Had I done that, all this trouble would have been saved." "But where did you get the cheque?" Eames asked with natural curiosity. "Exactly," said Mrs. Arabin. "I have got to show now that I did not steal it, have I not? Mr. Soames will indict me now. And indeed I have had some trouble to refresh my memory as to all the particulars, for you see it is more than a year past." But Mrs. Arabin's mind was clearer on such matters than Mr. Crawley's, and she was able to explain that she had taken the cheque as part of the rent due to her from the landlord of the Dragon of Wantley, which inn was her property, having been the property of her first husband. For some years past there had been difficulty about the rent, things not having gone at the Dragon of Wantley as smoothly as they had used to go. At one time the money had been paid half yearly by the landlord's cheque on the bank at Barchester. For the last year and a half this had not been done, and the money had come into Mrs. Arabin's hands at irregular periods and in irregular sums. There was at this moment rent due for 12 months, and Mrs. Arabin expressed her doubt whether she would get it on her return to Barchester. On the occasion to which she was now alluding, the money had been paid into her own hands in the deanery breakfast parlour by a man she knew very well, not the landlord himself, but one bearing the landlord's name, whom she believed to be the landlord's brother, or at least his cousin. The man in question was named Daniel Stringer, and he had been employed in the Dragon of Wantley as a sort of clerk or managing man as long as she had known it. The rent had been paid to her by Daniel Stringer quite as often as by Daniel's brother or cousin, John Stringer, who was in truth the landlord of the hotel. When questioned by John respecting the persons employed at the hotel, she said that she did believe that there had been rumours of something wrong. The house had been in the hands of the Stringers for many years, before the property had been purchased by her husband's father, and therefore there had been an unwillingness to move them. But gradually, so she said, there had come upon her and her husband a feeling that the house must be put into other hands. "But did you say nothing about the cheque?" John asked. "Yes, I said a good deal about it. I asked why a cheque of Mr. Soames was brought to me instead of being taken to the bank for money. And Stringer explained to me that they were not very fond of going to the bank, as they owed money there, but that I could pay it into my account. Only I kept my account at the other bank." "You might have paid it in there," said Johnny. "I suppose I might, but I didn't. I gave it to poor Mr. Crawley instead, like a fool, as I know now that I was. And so I have brought all this trouble on him and on her. And now I must rush home, without waiting for the Dean, as fast as the trains will carry me." Eames offered to accompany her, and this offer was accepted. "It is hard upon you, though," she said. "You will see nothing of Florence. 3 hours in Venice and 6 in Florence, and no hours at all anywhere else. It will be a hard fate to you on your first trip to Italy." But Johnny said Excelsior to himself once more, and thought of Lily Dale, who was still in London, hoping that she might hear of his exertions. And he felt perhaps also that it would be pleasant to return with the Dean's wife, and never hesitated. Nor would it do, he thought, for him to be absent in the excitement caused by the news of Mr. Crawley's innocence and injuries. "I don't care a bit about that," he said. "Of course I should like to see Florence, and of course I should like to go to bed, but I will live in hopes that I may do both some day." And so there grew to be a friendship between him and Mrs. Arabin, even before they had started. He was driven once through Florence. He saw the Venus de Medici, and he saw the Seggiola, and he looked up from the side of the Duomo to the top of the Campanile, and he walked round the back of the cathedral itself. He tried to inspect the doors of the baptistry, and declared that the David was very fine. Then he went back to the hotel, dined with Mrs. Arabin, and started for England. The Dean was to have joined his wife at Venice, and then they were to have returned together, coming round by Florence. Mrs. Arabin had not, therefore, taken her things away from Florence when she left it, and had been obliged to return to pick them up on her journey homeward. He, the Dean, had been delayed in his eastern travels. Neither Syria nor Constantinople had got themselves done as quickly as he had expected, and he had, consequently, twice written to his wife, begging her to pardon the transgression of his absence for even yet a few days longer. Everything, therefore, as Mrs. Arabin said, has conspired to perpetuate this mystery, which a word from me would have solved. I owe more to Mr. Crawley than I can ever pay him." "He will be very well paid, I think," said John, "when he hears the truth. If you could see inside his mind at this moment, I'm sure you'd find that he thinks he stole the cheque." "He cannot think that, Mr. Eames. Besides, at this moment, I hope he has heard the truth." "That may be, but he did think so. I do believe he had not the slightest notion where he got it, and, which is more, not a single person in the whole county had a notion. People thought that he had picked it up and used it in his despair, and the bishop has been so hard upon him." "Oh, Mr. Eames, that is the worst of all." "So I am told. The bishop has a wife, I believe." "Yes, she has a wife, certainly," said Mrs. Arabin. "And people say she is not very good natured." "There are some of us at Barchester who do not love her very dearly. I cannot say that she is one of my own especial friends." "I believe she has been hard on Mr. Crawley," said John Eames. "I should not be in the least surprised," said Mrs. Arabin. Then they reached Turin, and there, taking up Galignani's Messenger in the reading room of Trompetter's Hotel, John Eames saw that Mrs. Proudie was dead. "Look at that," said he, taking the paragraph to Mrs. Arabin. "Mrs. Proudie is dead." "Mrs. Proudie dead!" she explained. "Poor woman! Then there will be peace at Barchester." "I never knew her very intimately," she afterwards said to her companion, "but I do not know that I have a right to say that she ever did me an injury. But I remember well her first coming into Barchester. My sister's father-in-law, the late bishop, was just dead. He was a mild, kind, dear old man, whom my father loved beyond all the world, except his own children. You may suppose we were all a little sad. I was not specially connected with the cathedral then, except through my father." And Mrs. Arabin, as she told all this, remembered that in the days of which she was speaking she was a young mourning widow. "But I think I can never forget the sort of harsh toned paean of low church trumpets with which that poor woman made her entry into the city. She might have been more lenient, as we had never sinned by being very high. She might at any rate have been more gentle with us at first. I think we had never attempted much beyond decency, goodwill, and comfort. Our comfort she utterly destroyed. Goodwill was not to her taste. And as for decency, when I remember some things, I must say that when the comfort and goodwill went, the decency went along with them. And now she is dead. I wonder how the bishop will get on without her." "Like a house on fire, I should think," said Johnny. "Fie, Mr. Eames, you shouldn't speak in such a way on such a subject." Mrs. Arabin and Johnny became fast friends as they journeyed home. There was a sweetness in his character which endeared him readily to the woman, though, as we have seen, there was a want of something to make one woman cling to him. He could be soft and pleasant mannered. He was fond of making himself useful, and was a perfect master of all those little caressing modes of behaviour in which the caress is quite impalpable, and of which most women know the value and appreciate the comfort. By the time they had reached Paris, John had told Mrs. Arabin the whole story of Lilydale and Crosbie, and Mrs. Arabin had promised to assist him, if any assistance might be in her power. "Of course I have heard of Miss Dale," she said, "because we know the De Courcys." Then she turned away her face, almost blushing, as she remembered the first time that she had seen that Alexandrina De Courcy whom Mr. Crosbie had married. It had been at Mr. Thorne's house at Ullathorne, and on that day she had done a thing which she had never since remembered without blushing. But it was an old story now, and a story of which her companion knew nothing, of which he never could know anything. That day at Ullathorne, Mrs. Arabin, the wife of the Dean of Barchester, than whom there was no more discreet clerical matron in the diocese, had boxed a clergyman's ears. "Yes," said John, speaking of Crosbie, "he was a wise fellow. He knew what he was about. He married an earl's daughter." "And now I remember hearing that somebody gave him a terrible beating. Perhaps it was you?" "It wasn't terrible at all." "Then it was you?" "Oh yes, it was I." "Then it was you who saved poor old Lord De Guest from the bull." "Go on, Mrs. Arabin. There is no end of the grand things I've done." "You're quite a hero of romance." He bit his lip as he told himself that he was not enough of a hero. "I don't know about that," said Johnny.
I think what a man ought to do in these days is to seem not to care what he eats and drinks, and to have his linen very well got up. Then he'll be a hero." But that was hard upon Lily. "Is that what Miss Dale requires?" said Mrs. Arabin. "I was not thinking about her particularly," said Johnny, lying. They slept a night at Paris, as they had done also at Turin, Mrs. Arabin not finding herself able to accomplish such marvels in the way of travelling as her companion had achieved, and then arrived in London in the evening. She was taken to a certain quiet clerical hotel at the top of Suffolk Street, much patronized by bishops and deans of the better sort, expecting to find a message there from her husband. And there was the message, just arrived. The dean had reached Florence 3 days after her departure, and as he would do the journey home in 24 hours less than she had taken, he would be there at the hotel on the day after to-morrow. "I suppose I may wait for him, Mr. Eames?" said Mrs. Arabin. "I will see Mr. Toogood to-night, and I will call here to-morrow whether I see him or not. At what hour will you be in?" "Don't trouble yourself to do that. You must take care of Sir Raffle Buffle, you know." "I shan't go near Sir Raffle Buffle to-morrow, nor yet the next day. You mustn't suppose that I am afraid of Sir Raffle Buffle." "You are only afraid of Lily Dale." From all which it may be seen that Mrs. Arabin and John Eames had become very intimate on their way home. It was then arranged that he should call on Mr. Toogood that same night or early the next morning, and that he should come to the hotel at 12 o'clock on the next day. Going along one of the passages he passed 2 gentlemen in shovel hats with very black new coats and knee breeches, and Johnny could not but hear a few words which one clerical gentleman said to the other. "She was a woman of great energy, of wonderful spirit, but a firebrand, my lord, a complete firebrand." Then Johnny knew that the Dean of A was talking to the Bishop of B about the late Mrs. Proudie. End of chapter 70. Chapter 71 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 71. Mr. Toogood at Silverbridge. We will now go back to Mr. Toogood as he started for Silverbridge on the receipt of Mrs. Arabin's telegram from Venice. "I gave cheque to Mr. Crawley. It was part of a sum of money. Will write to Archdeacon Grantly to-day and return home at once." That was the telegram which Mr. Toogood received at his office, and on receiving which he resolved that he must start to Barchester immediately. "It isn't certainly what you may call a paying business," he said to his partner, who continued to grumble, "but it must be done all the same. If it don't get into the ledger in one way, it will in another." So Mr. Toogood started for Silverbridge, having sent to his house in Tavistock Square for a small bag, a clean shirt and a toothbrush. And as he went down in the railway carriage before he went to sleep, he turned it all over in his mind. "Poor devil! I wonder whether any man ever suffered so much before. And as for that woman, it's 10,000 pities that she should have died before she heard it. Talk of heart complaint! She'd have had a touch of heart complaint if she had known this." Then, as he speculated how Mrs. Arabin could have become possessed of the cheque, he went to sleep. He made up his mind that the first person to be seen was Mr. Walker, and after that he would, if possible, go to Archdeacon Grantly. He was at first minded to go at once to Hogglestock, but when he remembered how very strange Mr. Crawley was in all his ways, and told himself professionally that telegrams were a but bad source of evidence on which to depend for details, he thought that it would be safer if he were first to see Mr. Walker. There would be very little delay. In a day or two the Archdeacon would receive his letter, and in a day or two after that Mrs. Arabin would probably be at home. It was late in the evening before Mr. Toogood reached the house of the Silverbridge solicitor, having the telegram carefully folded in his pocket, and he was shown into the dining room, while the servant took his name up to Mr. Walker. The clerks were gone and the office was closed, and persons coming on business at such times, as they often did come to that house, were always shown into the parlour. "I don't know whether the master can see you to-night," said the girl, "but if he can, he'll come down." When the card was brought up to Mr. Walker, he was sitting alone with his wife. "It's Toogood," said he, "poor Crawley's cousin."
"I wonder whether he has found anything out," said Mrs. Walker. "May he not come up here?" Then Mr. Toogood was summoned into the drawing room, to the maid's astonishment, for Mr. Toogood had made no toilet sacrifices to the goddess or grace who presided over evening society in provincial towns, and presented himself with the telegram in his hand. "We have found out all about poor Crawley's cheque," he said, before the maidservant had closed the door. "Look at that," and he handed the telegram to Mr. Walker. The poor girl was obliged to go, though she would have given one of her ears to know the exact contents of that bit of paper. "Walker, what is it?" said his wife, before Walker had had time to make the contents of the document his own. "He got it from Mrs. Arabin," said Toogood. "No," said Mrs. Walker. "I thought that was it all along." "It's a pity you didn't say so before," said Mr. Walker. "So I did, but a lawyer thinks that nobody can ever see anything but himself, begging your pardon, Mr. Toogood, but I forgot you were one of us. But, Walker, do read it." Then the telegram was read. "I gave cheque to Mr. Crawley. It was part of a sum of money," with the rest of it. "I knew it would come out," said Mrs. Walker. "I was quite sure of it." "But why the mischief didn't he say so?" said Walker. "He did say he got it from the Dean," said Toogood. "But he didn't get it from the Dean, and the Dean clearly knew nothing about it." "I'll tell you what it is," said Mrs. Walker. "It has been some private transaction between Mr. Crawley and Mrs. Arabin, which the Dean was to know nothing about, and so he wouldn't tell. I must say I honour him." "I don't think it has been that," said Walker. "Had he known all through that it had come from Mrs. Arabin, he would have never said that Mr. Soames gave it to him, and then that the Dean gave it to him." "The truth has been that he has known nothing about it," said Toogood, "and we shall have to tell him." At that moment Mary Walker came into the room, and Mrs. Walker could not constrain herself. "Mary, Mr. Crawley is all right. He didn't steal the cheque. Mrs. Arabin gave it to him." "Who says so? How do you know? Oh dear, I am so happy if it's true." Then she saw Mr. Toogood and curtsied. "It is quite true, my dear," said Mr. Walker. "Mr. Toogood has had a message by the wires from Mrs. Arabin at Venice. She is coming home at once, and no doubt everything will be put right. In the meantime it may be a question whether we should not hold our tongues. Mr. Crawley himself, I suppose, knows nothing of it yet." "Not a word," said Toogood. "Papa, I must tell Miss Prettyman," said Mary. "I should think that probably all Silverbridge knows it by this time," said Mrs. Walker, "because Jane was in the room when the announcement was made. You may be sure that every servant in the house has been told." Mary Walker, not waiting for any further command from her father, hurried out of the room to convey the secret to her special circle of friends. It was known throughout Silverbridge that night, and indeed it made so much commotion that it kept many people for an hour out of their beds. Ladies who were not in the habit of going out late at night without the fly from the George and Vulture tied their heads up in their handkerchiefs and hurried up and down the street to tell each other that the great secret had been discovered, and that in truth Mr. Crawley had not stolen the cheque. The solution of the mystery was not known to all, was known on that night only to the very select portion of the aristocracy of Silverbridge to whom it was communicated by Mary Walker or Miss Anne Prettyman. For Mary Walker, when earnestly entreated by Jane, the parlour maid, to tell her something more of the great news, had so far respected her father's caution as to say not a word about Mrs. Arabin. "Is it true, Miss Mary, that he didn't steal it?" Jane asked imploringly. "It is true. He did not steal it." "And who did, Miss Mary? Indeed, I won't tell anybody." "Nobody. But don't ask any more questions, for I won't answer them. Get my hat at once, for I want to go up to Miss Prettyman's." Then Jane got Miss Walker's hat, and immediately afterwards scampered into the kitchen with the news. "Oh, Lord Cook, it's all come out. Mr. Crawley's as innocent as the unborn babe. The gentleman upstairs, what's just come, and was here once before, for I knowed him immediately, I heard him say so. And master said so too." "Did master say so his own self?" asked the cook. "Indeed he did, and Miss Mary told me the same this moment." "If master said so, then there ain't no doubt they'll find him innocent. And who tooked it, Jane?" "Miss Mary says as nobody didn't steal it." "That's nonsense, Jane. It stands to reason as somebody had it as hadn't ought to have had it. But I'm as glad as anything as how that poor reverend gentle'll come off. I am. They tells me it's weeks sometimes before a bit of butcher's meat finds its way into his house." Then the groom and the housemaid and the cook, one after another, took occasion to slip out of the back door, and poor Jane, who had really been the owner of the news, was left alone to answer the bell. Miss Walker found the two Miss Prettymans sitting together over their accounts in the elder Miss Prettyman's private room, and she could see at once by signs which were not unfamiliar to her that Miss Anne Prettyman was being scolded. It often happened that Miss Anne Prettyman was scolded, especially when the accounts were brought out upon the table. "Sister, they're illegible," Mary Walker heard as the servant opened the door for her. "I don't think it's quite as bad as that," said Miss Anne, unable to restrain her defence. Then, as Mary entered the room, Miss Prettyman the elder laid her hands down on certain books and papers as though to hide them from profane eyes. "I am glad to see you, Mary," said Miss Prettyman gravely. "I've brought such a piece of news," said Mary. "I knew you'd be glad to hear it, so I ventured to disturb you." "Is it good news?" said Anne Prettyman. "Very good news. Mr. Crawley is innocent." Both the ladies sprung onto their legs. Even Miss Prettyman herself jumped up onto her legs. "No," said Anne. "Your father has discovered it?" said Miss Prettyman. "Not exactly that. Mr. Toogood has come down from London to tell him. Mr. Toogood, you know, is Mr. Crawley's cousin, and he is a lawyer like papa." It may be observed that ladies belonging to the families of solicitors always talk about lawyers and never about attorneys or barristers. "And does Mr. Toogood say that Mr. Crawley is innocent?" asked Miss Prettyman. "He has heard it by a message from Mrs. Arabin. But you mustn't mention this. You won't, please, because papa has asked me not. I told him that I should tell you." Then, for the first time, the frown passed away entirely from Miss Prettyman's face, and the papers and account books were pushed aside as being of no moment. The news had been momentous enough to satisfy her. Mary continued her story almost in a whisper. "It was Mrs. Arabin who sent the cheque to Mr. Crawley. She says so herself. So that makes Mr. Crawley quite innocent. I am so glad." "But isn't it odd he didn't say so?" said Miss Prettyman. "Nevertheless, it's true," said Mary. "Perhaps he forgot," said Anne Prettyman. "Men don't forget such things as that," said the elder sister. "I really do think Mr. Crawley could forget anything," said the younger sister. "You may be sure it's true," said Mary Walker, "because papa said so." "If he said so, it must be true," said Miss Prettyman, "and I am rejoiced. I really am rejoiced. Poor man, poor ill-used man, and nobody has ever believed that he has really been guilty, even though they may have thought that he spent the money without any proper right to it. And now he will get off. But dear me, Mary, Mr. Smythe told me yesterday that he had already given up his living, and that Mr. Spooner, the minor canon, was trying to get it from the dean, but that was because Mr. Spooner and Mrs. Proudie had quarrelled, and as Mrs. Proudie is gone, Mr. Spooner very likely won't want to move now." "They'll never go and put anybody into Hogglestock, Annabella, over Mr. Crawley's head," said Anne. "I didn't say that they would. Surely I may be allowed to repeat what I hear, like another person, without being snapped up." "I didn't mean to snap you up, Annabella." "You're always snapping me up. But if this is true, I cannot say how glad I am. My poor Grace! Now I suppose there will be no difficulty, and Grace will become a great lady." Then they discussed very minutely the chances of Grace Crawley's promotion. John Walker, Mr. Winthrop, and several others of the chosen spirits of Silverbridge were playing whist at a provincial club which had established itself in the town when the news was brought up to them. Though Mr. Winthrop was the partner of the great Walker, and though John Walker was the great man's son, I fear that the news reached their ears in but an underhand sort of way. As for the great man himself, he never went near the club, preferring his slippers and tea at home. The Walkerian groom, rushing up the street to the George and Vulture, paused a moment to tell his tidings to the club porter. From the club porter it was whispered respectfully to the Silverbridge apothecary, who by special grace was a member of the club, and was by him repeated with much cautious solemnity over the card tables. "Who told you that, Balsam?" said John Walker, throwing down his cards. "I've just heard it," said Balsam. "I don't believe it," said John. "I shouldn't wonder if it's true," said Winthrop. "I always said that something would turn up." "Will you bet 3-1 he is not found guilty?" said John Walker. "Done," said Winthrop, "in pounds." That morning the odds in the club against the event had been only 2-1, but as the matter was discussed, the men in the club began to believe the tidings, and before he went home John Walker would have been glad to hedge his bet on any terms. After he had spoken to his father, he gave his money up for lost. But Mr. Walker, the great Walker, had more to do that night before his son came home from the club. He and Mr. Toogood agreed that it would be right that they should see Dr. Tempest at once, and they went over together to the rectory. It was past 10 at this time, and they found the doctor almost in the act of putting out the candles for the night. "I could not but come to you, doctor," said Mr. Walker, "with the news my friend has brought. Mrs. Arabin gave the cheque to Crawley. Here is a telegram from her saying so." And the telegram was handed to the doctor. He stood perfectly silent for a few minutes, reading it over and over again. "I see it all," he said, when he spoke at last. "I see it all now, and I must own that I was never before so much puzzled in my life." "I own I can't see why she should have given him Mr. Soames's cheque," said Mr. Walker. "I can't say where she got it, and I own I don't much care," said Dr. Tempest. "But I don't doubt but what she gave it him without telling the Dean, and that Crawley thought it came from the Dean. I'm very glad. I am indeed very glad. I do not know that I ever pitied a man so much in my life as I pitied Mr. Crawley." "It must have been a hard case when it has moved him," said Mr. Walker to Mr. Toogood as they left the clergyman's house. And then the Silverbridge attorney saw the attorney from London home to his inn. It was the general opinion at Silverbridge that the news from Venice ought to be communicated to the Crawleys by Major Grantly. Mary Walker had expressed this opinion very strongly, and her mother had agreed with her. Miss Prettyman also felt that poetical justice, or at least the romance of justice, demanded this, and, as she told her sister Anne after Mary Walker left her, she was of opinion that such an arrangement might tend to make things safe. "I do think he is an honest man and a fine fellow," said Miss Prettyman. "But, my dear, you know what the proverb says, 'There's many a slip twixt the cup and the lip.'" Miss Prettyman thought that anything which might be done to prevent a slip ought to be done. The idea that the pleasant task of taking the news out to Hogglestock ought to be confided to Major Grantly was very general. But then Mr. Walker was of opinion that the news ought not to be taken to Hogglestock at all till something more certain than the telegram had reached them. Early on the following morning the two lawyers again met, and it was arranged between them that the London lawyer should go over at once to Barchester, and that the Silverbridge lawyer should see Major Grantly. Mr. Toogood was still of opinion that with due diligence something might yet be learned as to the cheque by inquiry among the denizens of the Dragon of Wantley, and his opinion to this effect was stronger than ever when he learned from Mr. Walker that the Dragon of Wantley belonged to Mrs. Arabin. Mr. Walker, after breakfast, had himself driven up in his open carriage to Cosby Lodge, and as he entered the gates observed that the auctioneer's bills as to the sale had been pulled down. The Mr. Walkers of the world know everything, and our Mr. Walker had quite understood that the Major was leaving Cosby Lodge because of some misunderstanding with his father. The exact nature of the misunderstanding he did not know, even though he was Mr. Walker, but had little doubt that it referred in some way to Grace Crawley. If the archdeacon's objection to Grace arose from the imputation against the father, that objection would now be removed, but the abolition of the posters could not as yet have been owing to any such cause as that. Mr. Walker found the Major at the gate of the farmyard attached to Cosby Lodge, and perceived that at that very moment he was engaged in superintending the abolition of sundry other auctioneers' bills from sundry other posts. "What is all this about?" said Mr. Walker, greeting the Major. "Is there to be no sale after all?" "It has been postponed," said the Major. "Postponed for good, I hope. Bill to be read again this day 6 months," said Mr. Walker. "I rather think not, but circumstances have induced me to have it put off." Mr. Walker had got out of the carriage and had taken Major Grantly aside. "Just come a little further," he said. "I have something special to tell you. News reached me last night which will clear Mr. Crawley altogether. We know now where he got the cheque." "You don't tell me so." "Yes, I do. And though the news has reached us in such a way that we cannot act upon it till it's confirmed, I do not in the least doubt it." "And how did he get it?" You cannot guess? Not in the least, said the Major, unless, after all, Soames gave it to him. Soames did not give it to him, but Mrs. Arabin did. Mrs. Arabin? Yes, Mrs. Arabin. Not the Dean? No, not the Dean. What we know is this, that your aunt has telegraphed to Crawley's cousin, Toogood, to say that she gave Crawley that cheque, and that she has written to your father about it at length. We do not like to tell Crawley till that letter has been received. It is so easy, you know, to misunderstand a telegram, and the wrong copying of a word may make such a mistake. When was it received? Toogood received it in London only yesterday morning. Your father will not get his letter, as I calculate, till the day after tomorrow, but perhaps you had better go over and see him and prepare him for it. Toogood has gone to Barchester this morning. To this proposition Grantly made no immediate answer. He could not but remember the terms on which he had left his father, and though he had, most unwillingly, pulled down the auctioneer's bills in compliance with his mother's last prayer to him, and indeed had angrily told the auctioneer to send him in his bill when the auctioneer had demurred to these proceedings, nevertheless he was hardly prepared to discuss the matter of Mr. Crawley with his father in pleasant words, in words which should be full of rejoicing. It was a great thing for him, Henry Grantly, that Mr. Crawley should be innocent, and he did rejoice. But he had intended his father to understand that he meant to persevere, whether Mr. Crawley were innocent or guilty, and thus he would now lose an opportunity for exhibiting his obstinacy, an opportunity which had not been without charm for him. He must console himself as best he might with the returning prospect of assured prosperity, and with his renewed hopes as to the Plumstead foxes. We think, Major, that when the time comes, you ought to be the bearer of the news to Hogglestock, said Mr. Walker. Then the Major did undertake to convey the news to Hogglestock, but he made no promise as to going over to Plumstead. End of chapter 71. Chapter 72 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 72. Mr. Toogood at the Dragon of Wantley. In accordance with his arrangement with Mr. Walker, Mr. Toogood went over to Barchester early in the morning and put himself up at the Dragon of Wantley. He now knew the following facts: that Mr. Soames, when he lost his cheque, had had with him one of the servants from that inn, that the man who had been with Mr. Soames had gone to New Zealand, that the cheque had found its way into the hands of Mrs. Arabin, and that Mrs. Arabin was the owner of the inn in question. So much he believed to be within his knowledge, and if his knowledge should prove to be correct, his work would be done as far as Mr. Crawley was concerned. If Mr. Crawley had not stolen the cheque, and if that could be proved, it would be a question of no great moment to Mr. Toogood, who had stolen it, but he was a sportsman in his own line who liked to account for his own fox. As he was down in Barchester, he thought that he might as well learn how the cheque had got into Mrs. Arabin's hands. No doubt that for her own personal possession of it she would be able to account on her return. Probably such account would be given in her first letter home, but it might be well that he should be prepared with any small circumstantial details which he might be able to pick up at the inn. He reached Barchester before breakfast, and in ordering his tea and toast, reminded the old waiter with the dirty towel of his former acquaintance with him. "I remember you, sir," said the old waiter. "I remember you very well. You was asking questions about the cheque which Mr. Soames lost afore Christmas." Mr. Toogood certainly had asked one question on the subject. He had inquired whether a certain man who had gone to New Zealand had been the post-boy who accompanied Mr. Soames when the cheque was lost, and the waiter had professed to know nothing about Mr. Soames or the cheque. He now perceived at once that the gist of the question had remained in the old man's mind, and that he was recognized as being in some way connected with the lost money. "Did I? Ah, yes, I think I did, and I think you told me that he was the man." "No, sir, I never told you that." "Then you told me that he wasn't." "No, I didn't tell you that neither," said the waiter angrily. "Then what the devil did you tell me?" To this further question the waiter sulkily declined to give any answer, and soon afterwards left the room. Toogood, as soon as he had done his breakfast, rang the bell, and the same man appeared. "Will you tell Mr. Stringer that I should be glad to see him if he's disengaged?" said Mr. Toogood.
I know he's bad with the gout, and therefore, if he'll allow me, I'll go to him instead of his coming to me." Mr. Stringer was the landlord of the inn. The waiter hesitated a moment, and then declared that to the best of his belief the master was not down. He would go and see. Toogood, however, would not wait for that, but rising quickly and passing the waiter, crossed the hall from the coffee room and entered what was called the bar. The bar was a small room connected with the hall by a large open window, at which orders for rooms were given and cash was paid, and glasses of beer were consumed, and a great deal of miscellaneous conversation was carried on. The barmaid was here at the window, and there was also, in a corner of the room, a man at a desk with a red nose. Toogood knew that the man at the desk with the red nose was Mr. Stringer's clerk. So much he had learned in his former rummaging about the inn, and he also remembered at this moment that he had observed the man with the red nose standing under a narrow archway in the close as he was coming out of the deanery on the occasion of his visit to Mr. Harding. It had not occurred to him then that the man with the red nose was watching him, but it did occur to him now that the man with the red nose had been there under the arch with the express purpose of watching him on that occasion. Mr. Toogood passed quickly through the bar into an inner parlour, in which was sitting Mr. Stringer, the landlord, propped among his cushions. Toogood, as he had entered the hotel, had seen Mr. Stringer so placed through two doors, which at that moment had both happened to be open. He knew, therefore, that his old friend the waiter had not been quite true to him in suggesting that his master was not as yet down. As Toogood cast a glance of his eye on the man with the red nose, he told himself the old story of the apparition under the archway. "Mr. Stringer," said Mr. Toogood to the landlord, "I hope I'm not intruding." "Oh dear, no, sir," said the forlorn man. "Nobody ever intrudes coming in here. I'm always glad to see gentlemen, only mostly I'm so bad with the gout." "Have you got a sharp touch of it just now, Mr. Stringer?" "Not just to-day, sir. I've been a little easier since Saturday. The worst of this burst is over, but Lord bless you, sir, it don't leave me, not for a fortnight at a time now, it don't, and it ain't what I drink, nor it ain't what I eat." "Constitutional, I suppose," said Toogood. "Look here, sir," and Stringer showed his visitor the chalk stones in all his knuckles. "They say I'm all a mass of chalk, and sometimes think they'll break me up to mark the scores behind my own door with." And Mr. Stringer laughed at his own wit. Mr. Toogood laughed too. He laughed loud and cheerily, and then he asked a sudden question, keeping his eye as he did so upon a little square open window which communicated between the landlord's private room and the bar. Through this small aperture he could see, as he stood, a portion of the hat worn by the man with the red nose. Since he had been in the room with the landlord, the man with the red nose had moved his head twice, on each occasion drawing himself closer into his corner, but Mr. Toogood, by moving also, had still contrived to keep a morsel of the hat in sight. He laughed cheerily at the landlord's joke, and then he asked a sudden question, looking well at the morsel of the hat as he did so. "Mr. Stringer," said he, "how do you pay your rent, and to whom do you pay it?" There was immediately a jerk in the hat, and then it disappeared. Toogood, stepping to the open door, saw that the red-nosed man had taken his hat off and was very busy at his accounts. "How do I pay my rent?" said Mr. Stringer, the landlord. "Well, sir, since this cursed gout has been so bad, it's hard enough to pay it at all sometimes. You ain't sent here to look for it, sir, are you?" "Not I," said Toogood. "It was only a chance question." He felt that he had nothing more to do with Mr. Stringer, the landlord. Mr. Stringer, the landlord, knew nothing about Mr. Soames's cheque. "What's the name of your clerk?" said he. "The name of my clerk?" said Mr. Stringer. "Why do you want to know the name of my clerk?" "Does he ever pay your rent for you?" "Well, yes, he does at times. He pays it into the bank for the lady as owns the house. Is there any reason for your asking these questions, sir? It isn't usual, you know, for a stranger, sir." Toogood, during the whole of this time, was standing with his eye upon the red-nosed man, and the red-nosed man could not move. The red-nosed man heard all the questions and the landlord's answers, and could not even pretend that he did not hear them. "I am my cousin's clerk," said he, putting on his hat and coming up to Mr. Toogood with a swagger. "My name is Dan Stringer, and I'm Mr. John Stringer's cousin. I've lived with Mr. John Stringer for 12 years and more, and I'm almost as well known in Barchester as himself. Have you anything to say to me, sir?" "Well, yes, I have," said Toogood. "I believe you're one of them attorneys from London," said Mr. Downstringer. "That's true. I am an attorney from London." "I hope there's nothing wrong," said the gouty man, trying to get off his chair, but not succeeding. "If there is anything wronger than usual, Dan, do tell me. Is there anything wrong, sir?" And the landlord appealed piteously to Mr. Toogood. "Never you mind, John," said Dan. "You keep yourself quiet and don't answer none of his questions. He's one of them low sort he is. I know him. I knowed him from what he is directly I saw him. Ferreting about, that's his game, to see if there's anything to be got." "But what is he ferreting you for?" said Mr. John Stringer. "I'm ferreting for Mr. Soames's cheque for £20, said Mr. Toogood. "That's the cheque that the parson stole," said Dan Stringer. "He's to be tried for it at the assizes." "You've heard about Mr. Soames and his cheque, and about Mr. Crawley, I dare say?" said Toogood. "I've heard a great deal about them," said the landlord. "And so I dare say have you?" said Toogood, turning to Dan Stringer. But Dan Stringer did not seem inclined to carry on the conversation any further. When he was hardly pressed, he declared that he had just heard that there was some parson in trouble about a sum of money, but that he knew no more about it than that. He didn't know whether it was a cheque or a note that the parson had taken, and had never been sufficiently interested in the matter to make any inquiry. "But you've just said that Mr. Soames's cheque was the cheque the parson stole," said the astonished landlord, turning with open eyes upon his cousin. "You be blowed," said Dan Stringer, the clerk, to Mr. John Stringer, the landlord, and then walked out of the room back to the bar. "I understand nothing about it, nothing at all," said the gouty man. "I understand pretty nearly all about it," said Mr. Toogood, following the red-nosed clerk. There was no necessity that he should trouble the landlord any further. He left the room and went through the bar, and as he passed out along the hall he found Dan Stringer with his hat on, talking to the waiter. The waiter immediately pulled himself up and adjusted his dirty napkin under his arm, after the fashion of waiters, and showed that he intended to be civil with the customers of the house. But he of the red nose cocked his hat, and looked with insolence at Mr. Toogood, and defied him. "There's nothing I do hate so much as them low-bred Old Bailey attorneys," said Mr. Dan Stringer to the waiter, in a voice intended to reach Mr. Toogood's ears. Then Mr. Toogood told himself that Dan Stringer was not the thief himself, and that it might be very difficult to prove that Dan had ever been the receiver of stolen goods. He had, however, no doubt in his own mind that such was the case. He first went to the police office, and there explained his business. Nobody at the police office pretended to forget Mr. Soames's cheque or Mr. Crawley's position. The constable went so far as to swear that there wasn't a man, woman, or child in all Barchester who was not talking about Mr. Crawley at that very moment. Then Mr. Toogood went with the constable to the private house of the mayor, and had a little conversation with the mayor. "Not guilty?" said the mayor with incredulity, when he first heard the news about Crawley. But when he heard Mr. Toogood's story, or as much of it as was necessary that he should hear, he yielded reluctantly. "Dear, dear," he said, "I'd have bet anything 'twas he who stole it." And after that the mayor was very sad. Only let us think what a comfortable excitement it would create throughout England if it was surmised that an archbishop had forged a deed, and how much England would lose when it was discovered that the archbishop was innocent. As the archbishop and his forgery would be to England, so was Mr. Crawley and the cheque for £20 to Barchester and its mayor. Nevertheless, the mayor promised his assistance to Mr. Toogood. Mr. Toogood, still neglecting his red-nosed friend, went next to the deanery, hoping that he might again see Mr. Harding. Mr. Harding was, he was told, too ill to be seen. Mr. Harding, Mrs. Baxter said, could never be seen now by strangers, nor yet by friends, unless they were very old friends. "There's been a deal of change since you were here last, sir. I remember your coming, sir. You were talking to Mr. Harding about the poor clergyman as is to be tried." He did not stop to tell Mrs. Baxter the whole story of Mr. Crawley's innocence, but having learned that a message had been received to say that Mrs. Arabin would be home on the next Tuesday, this being Friday, he took his leave of Mrs. Baxter. His next visit was to Mr. Soames, who lived 3 miles out in the country. He found it very difficult to convince Mr. Soames. Mr. Soames was more staunch in his belief of Mr. Crawley's guilt than any one whom Toogood had yet encountered. "I never took the cheque out of his house," said Mr. Soames. "But you have not stated that on oath," said Mr. Toogood. "No," rejoined the other, "and I never will. I can't swear to it, but yet I'm sure of it." He acknowledged that he had been driven by a man named Scuttle, and that Scuttle might have picked up the cheque if it had been dropped in the gig, but the cheque had not been dropped in the gig. The cheque had been dropped in Mr. Crawley's house. "Why did he say then that I paid it to him?" said Mr. Soames, when Mr. Toogood spoke confidently of Crawley's innocence. "Ah, why indeed?" answered Toogood. "If he had not been fool enough to do that, we should have been saved all this trouble. All the same, he did not steal your money, Mr. Soames, and Jem Scuttle did steal it. Unfortunately, Jem Scuttle is in New Zealand by this time." "Of course it is possible," said Mr. Soames, as he bowed Mr. Toogood out. Mr. Soames did not like Mr. Toogood. That evening a gentleman with a red nose asked at the Barchester station for a second-class ticket for London by the up night mail train. He was well known at the station, and the station master made some little inquiry. "All the way up to London to-night, Mr. Stringer?" he said. "Yes, all the way," said the red-nosed man sulkily. "I don't think you'd better go to London to-night, Mr. Stringer," said a tall man, stepping out of the door of the booking office. "I think you'd better come back with me to Barchester. I do indeed." There was some little argument on the occasion, but the stranger, who was a detective policeman, carried his point, and Mr. Dan Stringer did return to Barchester. End of chapter 72. Chapter 73 of the last Chronicle of Barset, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 73. There is comfort at Plumstead. Henry Grantly had written the following short letter to Mrs. Grantly when he made up his mind to pull down the auctioneer's bills. Dear Mother, I have postponed the sale, not liking to refuse you anything. As far as I can see, I shall still be forced to leave Cosby Lodge, as I certainly shall do all I can to make Grace Crawley my wife. I say this, that there may be no misunderstanding with my father. The auctioneer has promised to have the bills removed. Your affectionate son, Henry Grantly. This had been written by the Major on the Friday before Mr. Walker had brought up to him the tidings of Mr. Toogood and Mrs. Arabin's solution of the Crawley difficulty, but it did not reach Plumstead till the following morning. Mrs. Grantly immediately took the good news about the sale to her husband, not of course showing him the letter, being far too wise for that, and giving him credit for being too wise to ask for it. "Henry has arranged with the auctioneer," she said joyfully, "and the bills have all been pulled down." "How do you know?" "I've just heard from him. He has told me so. Come, my dear, let me have the pleasure of hearing you say that things shall be pleasant again between you and him. He has yielded." "I don't see much yielding in it." "He has done what you wanted. What more can he do?" "I want him to come over here and take an interest in things, and not treat me as though I were nobody." Within an hour of this the Major had arrived at Plumstead, laden with the story of Mrs. Arabin and the cheque, and of Mr. Crawley's innocence, laden not only with such tidings as he had received from Mr. Walker, but also with further details which he had received from Mr. Toogood, for he had come through Barchester and had seen Mr. Toogood on his way. This was on the Saturday morning, and he had breakfasted with Mr. Toogood at the Dragon of Wantly. Mr. Toogood had told him of his suspicions, how the red-nosed man had been stopped and had been summoned as a witness for Mr. Crawley's trial, and how he was now under the surveillance of the police. Grantly had not cared very much about the red-nosed man, confining his present solicitude to the question whether Grace Crawley's father would certainly be shown to have been innocent of the theft. "There's not a doubt about it, Major," said Mr. Toogood, "not a doubt on earth. But we'd better be a little quiet till your aunt comes home. Just a little quiet. She'll be here in a day or two, and I won't budge till she comes." In spite of his desire for quiescence, Mr. Toogood consented to a revelation being at once made to the Archdeacon and Mrs. Grantly. "I'll tell you what, Major. As soon as ever Mrs. Arabin is here and has given us her own word to act on, you and I will go over to Hogglestock and astonish them. I should like to go myself, because, you see, Mrs. Crawley is my cousin, and we have taken a little trouble about this matter." To this the Major assented, but he altogether declined to assist in Mr. Toogood's speculations respecting the unfortunate Dan Stringer. It was agreed between them that for the present no visit should be made to the palace, as it was thought that Mr. Thumble had better be allowed to do the Hogglestock duties on the next Sunday. As matters went, however, Mr. Thumble did not do so. He had paid his last visit to Hogglestock. It may be as well to explain here that the unfortunate Mr. Snapper was constrained to go out to Hogglestock on the Sunday which was now approaching, which fell out as follows. It might be all very well for Mr. Toogood to arrange that he would not tell this person or that person of the news which he had brought down from London, but as he had told various people in Silverbridge, as he had told Mr. Soames, and as he had told the police at Barchester, of course the tale found its way to the palace. Mr. Thumble heard it, and having come by this time thoroughly to hate Hogglestock and all that belonged to it, he pleaded to Mr. Snapper that this report afforded ample reason why he need not again visit that detestable parish. Mr. Snapper did not see it in the same light. "You may be sure Mr. Crawley will not get into the pulpit after his resignation, Mr. Thumble," said he. "His resignation means nothing," said Thumble. "It means a great deal," said Snapper, "and the duties must be provided for." "I won't provide for them," said Thumble, "and so you may tell the bishop." In these days Mr. Thumble was very angry with the bishop, for the bishop had not yet seen him since the death of Mrs. Proudie. Mr. Snapper had no alternative but to go to the bishop. The bishop in these days was very mild to those whom he saw, given but to few words, and a little astray, as though he had one of his limbs cut off, as Mr. Snapper expressed it to Mrs. Snapper. "I shouldn't wonder if he felt as though all his limbs were cut off," said Mrs. Snapper. "You must give him time, and he'll come round by and by." I am inclined to think that Mrs. Snapper's opinion of the bishop's feelings and condition was correct. In his difficulty respecting Hogglestock and Mr. Thumble, Mr. Snapper went to the bishop, and spoke perhaps a little harshly of Mr. Thumble. "I think upon the whole, Snapper, that you would better go yourself," said the bishop. "Do you think so, my lord?" said Snapper. "It will be inconvenient." "Everything is inconvenient, but you'd better go. And look here, Snapper, if I were you, I wouldn't say anything out at Hogglestock about the cheque. We don't know what it may come to yet." Mr. Snapper, with a heavy heart, left his patron, not at all liking the task that was before him. But his wife encouraged him to be obedient. He was the owner of a one-horse carriage, and the work was not therefore so hard to him as it would have been or had been to poor Mr. Thumble, and moreover his wife promised to go with him. Mr. Snapper and Mrs. Snapper did go over to Hogglestock, and the duty was done. Mrs. Snapper spoke a word or two to Mrs. Crawley, and Mr. Snapper spoke a word or two to Mr. Crawley. But not a word was said about the new news as to Mr. Soames's cheque, which was now almost current in Barchester. Indeed, no whisper about it had as yet reached Hogglestock. "One word with you, reverend sir," said Mr. Crawley to the chaplain, as the latter was coming out of the church, "as to the parish work, sir, during the week. I should be glad if you would favour me with your opinion." "About what, Mr. Crawley?" "Whether you think that I may be allowed, without scandal, to visit the sick, and to give instruction in the school." Surely, Mr. Crawley, why not?" "Mr. Thumble gave me to understand that the bishop was very urgent that I should interfere in no way with the ministrations of the parish. Twice did he enjoin on me that I should not interfere, unnecessarily as it seemed to me." "Quite unnecessary," said Mr. Snapper. "And the bishop will be obliged to you, Mr. Crawley, if you'll just see that the things go on all straight." "I wish it were possible to know with accuracy what his idea of straightness is," said Mr. Crawley to his wife. "It may be that things are straight to him when they are buried, as it were, out of sight, and put away without trouble. I hope it be not so with the bishop." When he went into his school and remembered, as he did remember through every minute of his teaching, that he was about to receive no portion of the poor stipend which was allotted for the clerical duties of the parish, he told himself that there was gross injustice in the way in which things were being made straight at Hogglestock. But we must go back to the Major and the Archdeacon at Plumstead, in which comfortable parish things were generally made straight more easily than at Hogglestock. Henry Grantly went over from Barchester to Plumstead in a gig from the Dragon, and made his way at once into his father's study. The archdeacon was seated there with sundry manuscripts before him, and with one half-finished manuscript, as was his wont on every Saturday morning. "Hullo, Harry," he said, "I didn't expect you in the least." It was barely an hour since he had told Mrs. Grantly that his complaint against his son was that he wouldn't come and make himself comfortable at the rectory. "Father," said he, giving the archdeacon his hand, "you have heard nothing yet about Mr. Crawley?" "No," said the archdeacon, jumping up. "Nothing new. What is it?" Many ideas about Mr. Crawley at that moment flitted across the archdeacon's mind. Could it be that the unfortunate man had committed suicide, overcome by his troubles? "It has all come out. He got the cheque from my aunt." "From your aunt Eleanor?" "Yes, from my aunt Eleanor. She has telegraphed over from Venice to say that she gave the identical cheque to Crawley. That is all we know at present, except that she has written an account of the matter to you, and that she will be here herself as quick as she can come." "Who got the message, Henry?" "Crawley's lawyer, a fellow named Toogood, a cousin of his wife's. A very decent fellow," added the major, remembering how necessary it was that he should reconcile his father to all the Crawley belongings. "He is to be over here on Monday, and then we'll arrange what is to be done." "Done in what way, Henry?" "There's a great deal to be done yet. Crawley does not know himself at this moment how the cheque got into his hands. He must be told, and something must be settled about the living. They've taken the living away from him among them, and then the indictment must be quashed, or something of that kind done. Toogood has got hold of the scoundrel at Barchester, who really stole the cheque from Soames, or thinks that he has. It's that Dan Stringer." "He's got hold of a regular scamp, then. I never knew any good of Dan Stringer," said the archdeacon. Then Mrs. Grantly was told, and the whole story was repeated again, with many expressions of commiseration in reference to all the Crawleys. The archdeacon did not join in these at first, being rather shy on that head. It was very hard for him to have to speak to his son about the Crawleys as though they were people in all respects estimable and well conducted and satisfactory. Mrs. Grantly understood this so well, that every now and then she said some half-laughing word respecting Mr. Crawley's peculiarities, feeling that in this way she might ease her husband's difficulties. "He must be the oddest man that ever lived," said Mrs. Grantly, "not to have known where he got the cheque." The archdeacon shook his head and rubbed his hands as he walked about the room. "I suppose too much learning has upset him," said the archdeacon. "They say he's not very good at talking English, but put him on in Greek and he never stops." The archdeacon was perfectly aware that he had to admit Mr. Crawley to his good will, and that as for Grace Crawley, it was essentially necessary that she should be admitted to his heart of hearts. He had promised as much. It must be acknowledged that Archdeacon Grantly always kept his promises, and especially such promises as these. And indeed it was the nature of the man that when he had been very angry with those he loved, he should be unhappy until he had found some escape from his anger. He could not endure to have to own himself to have been in the wrong, but he could be content with a very incomplete recognition of his having been in the right. The posters had been pulled down, and Mr. Crawley, as he was now told, had not stolen the cheque. That was sufficient. If his son would only drink a glass or two of wine with him, comfortably, and talk dutifully about the Plumstead foxes, all should be held to be right, and Grace Crawley should be received with lavish paternal embraces. The archdeacon had kissed Grace once, and felt that he could do so again without an unpleasant strain upon his feelings. "Say something to your father about the property after dinner," said Mrs. Grantly to her son when they were alone together. "About what property?" "About this property, or any property. You know what I mean. Something to show that you are interested about his affairs. He is doing the best he can to make things right." After dinner, over the claret, Mr. Thorne's terrible sin in reference to the trapping of foxes was accordingly again brought up, and the archdeacon made beautifully irate, and expressed his animosity, which he did not in the least feel, against an old friend, with an energy which would have delighted his wife if she could have heard him. "I shall tell Thorne my mind certainly. He and I are very old friends. We have known each other all our lives. But I cannot put up with this kind of thing, and I will not. It's all because he's afraid of his own gamekeeper." And yet the archdeacon had never ridden after a fox in his life, and never meant to do so. Nor had he in truth been always so very anxious that foxes should be found in his covers. That fox which had been so fortunately trapped just outside the Plumstead property afforded a most pleasant escape for the steam of his anger. When he began to talk to his wife that evening about Mr. Thorne's wicked gamekeeper, she was so sure that all was right that she said a word of her extreme desire to see Grace Crawley. "If he is to marry her, we might as well have her over here," said the archdeacon. "That's just what I was thinking," said Mrs. Grantly. And thus things at the rectory got themselves arranged. On the Sunday morning the expected letter from Venice came to hand, and was read on that morning very anxiously, not only by Mrs. Grantly and the Major, but by the archdeacon also, in spite of the sanctity of the day. Indeed, the archdeacon had been very stoutly anti-sabbatarial when the question of stopping the Sunday post to Plumstead had been mooted in the village, giving those who on that occasion were the special friends of the postman to understand that he considered them to be numbskulls, and little better than idiots. The postman, finding the parson to be against him, had seen that there was no chance for him, and had allowed the matter to drop. Mrs. Arabin's letter was long and eager and full of repetitions, but it did explain clearly to them the exact manner in which the cheque had found its way into Mr. Crawley's hand. "Francis came up to me," she said in her letter, Francis being her husband the dean, "and asked me for the money, which I had promised to make up in a packet. The packet was not ready, and he would not wait, declaring that Mr. Crawley was in such a flurry that he did not like to leave him. I was therefore to bring it down to the door. I went to my desk, and thinking that I could spare the £20 as well as the 50, I put the cheque into the envelope, together with the notes, and handed the packet to Francis at the door. I think I told Francis afterwards that I put £70 into the envelope instead of 50, but of this I will not be sure. At any rate, Mr. Crawley got Mr. Soames's cheque from me." These last words she underscored, and then went on to explain how the cheque had been paid to her a short time before by Dan Stringer. "Then Toogood has been right about the fellow," said the archdeacon. "I hope they'll hang him," said Mrs. Grantly. "He must have known all the time what dreadful misery he was bringing upon this unfortunate family." "I don't suppose Dan Stringer cared much about that," said the major. "Not a straw," said the archdeacon, and then all hurried off to church, and the archdeacon preached the sermon in the fabrication of which he had been interrupted by his son, and which therefore barely enabled him to turn the quarter of an hour from the giving out of his text. It was his constant practice to preach for full 20 minutes. As Barchester lay on the direct road from Plumstead to Hogglestock, it was thought well that word should be sent to Mr. Toogood, desiring him not to come out to Plumstead on the Monday morning. Major Grantly proposed to call for him at the Dragon, and to take him on from thence to Hogglestock. "You had better take your mother's horses all through," said the archdeacon. The distance was very nearly 20 miles, and it was felt both by the mother and the son that the archdeacon must be in a good humour when he made such a proposition as that. It was not often that the rectory carriage horses were allowed to make long journeys. A run into Barchester and back, which altogether was under 10 miles, was generally the extent of their work. "I meant to have posted from Barchester," said the major. "You may as well take the horses through," said the archdeacon. "Your mother will not want them. And I suppose you might as well bring your friend Toogood back to dinner. We'll give him a bed." "He must be a good sort of man," said Mrs. Grantly, "for I suppose he has done all this for love." "Yes, and spent a lot of money out of his own pocket too," said the major enthusiastically. "And the joke of it is that he has been defending Crawley in Crawley's teeth. Mr. Crawley had refused to employ counsel, but Toogood had made up his mind to have a barrister, on purpose that there might be a fuss about it in court. He thought he would tell with the jury in Crawley's favour." "Bring him here, and we'll hear all about that from himself," said the archdeacon. The major, before he started, told his mother that he should call at Framley Parsonage on his way back, but he said nothing on this subject to his father. "I'll write to her in a day or two," said Mrs. Grantly, "and we'll have things settled pleasantly." End of chapter 73. Chapter 74 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 74. The Crawleys are informed. Major Grantly made an early start, knowing that he had a long day's work before him. He had written overnight to Mr. Toogood, naming the hour at which he would reach the Dragon, and was there punctual for the moment. When the attorney came out and got into the open carriage, while the groom held the steps for him, it was plain to be seen that the respect in which he was held at the Dragon was greatly increased. It was already known that he was going to Plumstead that night, and it was partly understood that he was engaged with the Grantly and Arabin faction in defending Mr. Crawley, the clergyman, against the Proudie faction. Dan Stringer, who was still at the inn, as he saw his enemy get into the Plumstead carriage, felt himself to be one of the palace party, and felt that if Mrs. Proudie had only lived till after the assizes, all this heavy trouble would not have befallen him. The waiter with the dirty napkin stood at the door, and bowed, thinking perhaps that as the Proudie party was going down to Barchester, it might be as well to be civil to Mr. Toogood. The days of the Stringers were probably drawing to a close at the Dragon of Wantley, and there was no knowing who might be the new landlord. Henry Grantly and the lawyer found very little to say to each other on their long way out of Hogglestock. They were thinking, probably, much of the coming interview, and hardly knew how to express their thoughts to each other. "I will not take the carriage up to the house," said the Major, as they were entering the parish of Hogglestock, "particularly as the man must feed the horses." So they got out at a farmhouse about half a mile from the church, where the offence of the carriage and the livery servant would be well out of Mr. Crawley's sight, and from thence walked towards the parsonage. The church and the school close to it lay on their way, and as they passed by the school door they heard voices within. "I'll bet twopence he's there," said Toogood. "They tell me he's always either in one shop or the other. I'll slip in and bring him out." Mr. Toogood had assumed a comfortable air, as though the day's work was to be good pastime, and even made occasional attempts at drollery. He had had his jokes about Dan Stringer, and had attempted to describe the absurdities of Mr. Crawley's visit to Bedford Row. All this would have angered the Major, had he not seen that it was assumed to cover something below of which Mr. Toogood was a little ashamed, but of which, as the Major thought, Mr. Toogood had no cause to be ashamed. When therefore Toogood proposed to go into the school and bring Mr. Crawley out, as though the telling of their story would be the easiest thing in the world, the Major did not stop him. Indeed, he had no plan of his own ready. His mind was too intent on the tragedy which had occurred, and which was now to be brought to a close, to enable him to form any plan as to the best way of getting up the last scene. So Mr. Toogood, with quick and easy steps, entered the school, leaving the Major still standing in the road. Mr. Crawley was in the school, as was also Jane Crawley. "So here you are," said Toogood. "That's fortunate. I hope I find you pretty well?" "If I am not mistaken in the identity, my wife's relative, Mr. Toogood," said Mr. Crawley, stepping down from his humble desk. "Just so, my friend," said Toogood, with his hand extended. "Just so. And there's another gentleman outside who wants to have a word with you also. Perhaps you won't mind stepping out. These are the young Hogglestockians, are they?" The young Hogglestockians stared at him, and so did Jane. Jane, who had before heard of him, did not like him at first sight, seeing that her father was clearly displeased by the tone of the visitor's address. Mr. Crawley was displeased. There was a familiarity about Mr. Toogood which made him sore, as having been exhibited before his pupils. "If you will be pleased to step out, sir, I will follow you," he said, waving his hand towards the door. "Jane, my dear, if you will remain with the children, I will return to you presently. Bobby Studge has failed in saying his belief. You had better set him on again from the beginning. Now, Mr. Toogood," and again he waved with his hand towards the door. "So that's my young cousin, is it?" said Toogood, stretching over and just managing to touch Jane's fingers, of which act of touching Jane was very chary. Then he went forth, and Mr. Crawley followed him. There was the Major standing in the road, and Toogood was anxious to be the first to communicate the good news. It was the only reward he had proposed to himself for the money he had expended, and the time he had lost, and the trouble he had taken. "It's all right, old fellow," he said, clapping his hand on Crawley's shoulder. "We've got the right sow by the ear at last. We know all about it." Mr. Crawley could hardly remember the time when he had been called an old fellow last, and now he did not like it. Nor, in the confusion of his mind, could he understand the allusion to the right sow. He supposed that Mr. Toogood had come to him about his trial, but it did not occur to him that the lawyer might be bringing him news which might make the trial altogether unnecessary. "If my eyes are not mistaken, there is my friend Major Grantly," said Mr. Crawley. "There he is, as large as life," said Toogood. "But stop a moment before you go to him, and give me your hand. I must have the first shake of it." Hereupon Crawley extended his hand. "That's right. And now let me tell you, we all know about the cheque, Soames's cheque. We know where you got it. We know who stole it. We know how it came to the person who gave it to you. It's all very well talking, but when you're in trouble, always go to a lawyer." By this time Mr. Crawley was looking full into Mr. Toogood's face, and seeing that his cousin's eyes were streaming with tears, began to get some insight into the man's character, and also some very dim insight into the facts which the man intended to communicate to himself. "I do not as yet fully understand you, sir," said he, "being perhaps in such matters somewhat dull of intellect, but it seemeth to me that you are a messenger of glad tidings, whose feet are beautiful upon the mountains." "Beautiful!" said Toogood. "By George, I should think they are beautiful. Don't you hear me tell you that we have found out all about the cheque, and that you are as right as a trivet?" They were still on the little causeway leading from the school up to the road, and Henry Grantly was waiting for them at the small wicket gate. "Mr. Crawley," said the Major, "I congratulate you with all my heart. I could not but accompany my friend Mr. Toogood when he brought you this good news." "I do not even yet altogether comprehend what has been told to me," said Crawley, now standing out on the road between the two men. "I am doubtless dull, very dull. May I beg some clearer word of explanation before I ask you to go with me to my wife?" "The cheque was given to you by my Aunt Eleanor." "Your Aunt Eleanor?" said Crawley, now altogether in the clouds. Who was the Major's Aunt Eleanor? Though he had no doubt at different times heard all the circumstances of the connection, he had never realized the fact that his daughter's lover was the nephew of his old friend Arabin. "Yes, by my aunt, Mrs. Arabin." "She put it into the envelope with the notes," said Toogood, "slipped it in without saying a word to anyone. I never heard of a woman doing such a mad thing in my life before. If she had died, or if we hadn't caught her, where should we all have been? Not but what I think I should have run Dan Stringer to ground too, and worked it out of him." "Then, after all, it was given to me by the Dean?" said Crawley, drawing himself up. "It was in the envelope, but the Dean did not know it," said the Major. "Gentlemen," said Mr. Crawley, "I was sure of it. I knew it. Weak as my mind may be, and at times it is very weak, I was certain that I could not have erred in such a matter. The more I struggled with my memory, the more fixed with me became the fact, which I had forgotten but for a moment, that the document had formed a part of that small packet handed to me by the Dean. But look you, sirs, bear with me yet a moment. I said that it was so, and the Dean denied it." "The Dean did not know it, man," said Toogood, almost in a passion. "Bear with me yet a while. So far have I been from misdoubting the Dean, whom I have long known to be in all things a true and honest gentleman, that I postponed the elaborated result of my own memory to his word, and yet I felt myself the more constrained to do this, because, in a moment of forgetfulness, in the wantonness of inconsiderate haste, with wicked thoughtlessness, I had allowed myself to make a false statement, unwittingly false, indeed, nathless very false, unpardonably false. I had declared, without thinking, that the money had come to me from the hands of Mr. Soames, thereby seeming to cast a reflection upon that gentleman. When I had been guilty of so great a blunder, of so gross a violation of that ordinary care which should govern all words between man and man, especially when any question of money may be in doubt, how could I expect that any one should accept my statement when contravened by that made by the Dean? How, in such an embarrassment, could I believe my own memory? Gentlemen, I did not believe my own memory, though all the little circumstances of that envelope, with its rich but perilous freightage, came back upon me from time to time with an exactness that has appeared to me to be almost marvellous, yet I have told myself that it was not so. Gentlemen, if you please, we will go into the house. My wife is there, and should no longer be left in suspense." They passed on in silence for a few steps, till Crawley spoke again. "Perhaps you will allow me the privilege to be alone with her for 1 minute, but for a minute. Her thanks shall not be delayed, where thanks are so richly due." "Of course," said Toogood, wiping his eyes with a large red bandana handkerchief. "By all means. We'll take a little walk. Come along, Major." The Major had turned his face away, and he also was weeping. "By George, I never heard such a thing in all my life," said Toogood. "I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it. I wouldn't indeed. If I were to tell that up in London, nobody would believe me." "I call that man a hero," said Grantly. I don't know about being a hero. I never quite knew what makes a hero, if it isn't having 3 or 4 girls dying in love for you at once. But to find a man who is going to let everything in the world go against him because he believed another fellow better than himself. There's many a chap thinks another man is wool gathering, but this man has thought he was wool gathering himself. It's not natural, and the world wouldn't go on if there were many like that. He's beckoning, and we had better go in." Mr. Toogood went first, and the Major followed him. When they entered the front door they saw the skirt of a woman's dress flitting away through the door at the end of the passage, and on entering the room to the left they found Mr. Crawley alone. "She has fled as though from an enemy," he said, with a little attempt at a laugh, "but I will pursue her and bring her back." "No, Crawley, no," said the lawyer. "She's a little upset, and all that kind of thing. We know what women are. Let her alone." "Nay, Mr. Toogood, but then she would be angered with herself afterwards, and would lack the comfort of having spoken a word of gratitude. Pardon me, Major Grantly, but I would not have you leave us till she has seen you. It is, as her cousin says, she is somewhat overexcited, but still it will be best that she should see you. Gentlemen, you will excuse me." Then he went out to fetch his wife, and while he was away not a word was spoken. The Major looked out of one window and Mr. Toogood out of the other, and they waited patiently till they heard the coming steps of the husband and wife. When the door was opened, Mr. Crawley appeared, leading his wife by the hand. "My dear," he said, "you know Major Grantly. This is your cousin, Mr. Toogood. It is well that you know him too, and remember his great kindness to us." But Mrs. Crawley could not speak. She could only sink on the sofa and hide her face, while she strove in vain to repress her sobs. She had been very strong through all her husband's troubles, very strong in bearing for him what he could not bear for himself, and in fighting on his behalf battles in which he was altogether unable to couch a lance. But the endurance of so many troubles, and the great overwhelming sorrow at last, had so nearly overpowered her, that she could not sustain the shock of this turn in their fortunes. "She was never like this, sirs, when ill news came to us," said Mr. Crawley, standing somewhat apart from her. The Major sat himself by her side and put his hand upon hers, and whispered some word to her about her daughter. Upon this she threw her arms around him and kissed his face, and then his hands, and then looked up into his face through her tears. She murmured some few words, or attempted to do so. I doubt whether the Major understood their meaning, but he knew very well what was in her heart. "And now I think we might as well be moving," said Mr. Toogood. "I'll see about having the indictment quashed. I'll arrange all that with Walker. It may be necessary that you should go into Barchester the first day the judges sit, and if so, I'll come and fetch you. You may be sure I won't leave the place till it's all square." As they were going, Grantly, speaking now altogether with indifference as to Toogood's presence, asked Mr. Crawley's leave to be the bearer of these tidings to his daughter. "She can hear it in no tones that can be more grateful to her," said Mr. Crawley. "I shall ask her for nothing for myself now," said Grantly. "It would be ungenerous. But hereafter, in a few days, when she shall be more at ease, may I then use your permission?" "Major Grantly," said Mr. Crawley solemnly, "I respect you so highly and esteem you so thoroughly that I give willingly that which you ask. If my daughter can bring herself to regard you as a woman should regard her husband, with the love that can worship and cling and be constant, she will, I think, have a fair promise of worldly happiness. And for you, sir, in giving you to my girl, if so it be that she is given to you, I shall bestow upon you a great treasure." Had Grace been a king's daughter with a queen's dowry, the permission to address her could not have been imparted to her lover with a more thorough appreciation of the value of the privilege conferred. "He is a rum 'un," said Mr. Toogood as they got into the carriage together, "but they say he's a very good 'un to go." After their departure Jane was sent for, that she might hear the family news, and when she expressed some feeling not altogether in favour of Mr. Toogood, Mr. Crawley thus strove to correct her views. "He is a man, my dear, who conceals a warm heart and an active spirit and healthy sympathies under an affected jocularity of manner, and almost with a touch of assumed vulgarity. But when the jewel itself is good, any fault in the casket may be forgiven.
Then, papa, the next time I see him, I'll like him, if I can, said Jane.
The village of Framley lies slightly off the road from Hogglestock to Barchester, so much so as to add perhaps a mile to the journey if the traveller goes by the parsonage gate. On their route to Hogglestock our two travellers had passed Framley without visiting the village, but on the return journey the Major asked Mr. Toogood's permission to make the deviation. "I'm not in a hurry," said Toogood. "I never was more comfortable in my life. I'll just light a cigar while you go in and see your friends." Toogood lit his cigar, and the Major, getting down from the carriage, entered the parsonage. It was his fortune to find Grace alone. Robarts was in Barchester, and Mrs. Robarts was across the road at Lufton Court.
Miss Crawley was certainly in,
the servant told him, and he soon found himself in Miss Crawley's presence. "I have only called to tell you the news about your father," said he.
"What news?"
"We have just come from Hogglestock, your cousin, Mr. Toogood, that is, and myself. They have found out all about the cheque. My aunt, Mrs. Arabin, the Dean's wife, you know, gave it to your father."
"Oh, Major Grantly!"
"It seems so easily settled, does it not?"
"And is it settled?"
"Yes, everything about that." Now he had hold of her hand, as if he were going. "Good-bye. I told your father that I would just call and tell you."
"It seems almost more than I can believe."
"You may believe it. Indeed you may." He still held her hand. "You will write to your mother, I dare say, to-night. Tell her I was here. Good-bye now."
"Good-bye,"
she said. Her hand was still in his as she looked up into his face.
"Dear, dear, dearest Grace, my darling Grace."
And he took her into his arms and kissed her, and went his way without another word, feeling that he had kept his word to her father like a gentleman. Grace, when she was left alone, thought that she was the happiest girl in Christendom. If she could only get to her mother, and tell everything and be told everything. She had no idea of any promise that her lover might have made to her father, nor did she make inquiry of her own thoughts as to his reasons for staying with her so short a time. But looking back at it all, she thought his conduct had been perfect. In the meantime, the Major, with Mr. Toogood, was driven home to dinner at Plumstead. End of chapter 74. Chapter 75 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 75. Madalina's heart is bleeding. John Eames, as soon as he had left Mrs. Arabin at the hotel, and had taken his travelling bag to his lodgings, started off for his uncle Toogood's house. There he found Mrs. Toogood, not in the most serene state of mind as to her husband's absence. Mr. Toogood had now been at Barchester for the best part of a week, spending a good deal of money at the inn. Mrs. Toogood was quite sure that he must be doing that. Indeed, how could he help himself? Johnny remarked that he did not see how in such circumstances his uncle was to help himself. And then Mr. Toogood had only written one short scrap of a letter, just 3 words, and they were written in triumph. "Crawley is all right, and I think I've got the real Simon Pure by the heels." "It's all very well, John," Mrs. Toogood said, "and of course it would be a terrible thing to the family if anybody connected with it were to be made out to be a thief." "It would be quite dreadful," said Johnny. "Not that I ever looked upon the Crawleys as connections of ours. But however, let that pass. I'm sure I'm very glad that your uncle should have been able to be of service to them. But there's reason in the roasting of eggs, and I can tell you that money is not so plenty in this house that your uncle can afford to throw it into the Barchester gutters. Think what 12 children are, John. It might be all very well if Toogood were a bachelor, and if some lord had left him a fortune." John Eames did not stay very long in Tavistock Square. His cousins Polly and Lucy were gone to the play with Mr. Summerkin, and his aunt was not in one of her best humours. He took his uncle's part as well as he could, and then left Mrs. Toogood. The little allusion to Lord De Guest's generosity had not been pleasant to him. It seemed to rob him of all his own merit. He had been rather proud of his journey to Italy, having contrived to spend nearly £40 in 10 days. He had done everything in the most expensive way, feeling that every Napoleon wasted had been laid out on behalf of Mr. Crawley. But as Mrs. Toogood had just told him, all this was nothing to what Toogood was doing. Toogood, with 12 children, was living at his own charges at Barchester, and was neglecting his business besides. "There's Mr. Crump," said Mrs. Toogood. "Of course he doesn't like it. And what can I say to him when he comes to me?" This was not quite fair on the part of Mrs. Toogood, as Mr. Crump had not troubled her even once as yet, since her husband's departure. What was Johnny to do when he left Tavistock Square? His club was open to him. Should he go to his club, play a game of billiards, and have some supper? When he asked himself the question, he knew that he would not go to his club, and yet he pretended to doubt about it, as he made his way to a cab stand in Tottenham Court Road. It would be slow, he told himself, to go to his club. He would have gone to see Lily Dale, only that his intimacy with Mrs. Thorne was not sufficient to justify his calling at her house between 9 and 10 o'clock at night. But as he must go somewhere, and as his intimacy with Lady Demolines was, he thought, sufficient to justify almost anything, he would go to Bayswater. I regret to say that he had written a mysterious note from Paris to Madalina Demolines, saying that he should be in London on this very night, and that it was just on the cards that he might make his way up to Porchester Terrace before he went to bed. The note was mysterious because it had neither beginning nor ending. It did not contain even initials. It was written like a telegraph message, and was about as long. It was the kind of thing Miss Demolines liked, Johnny thought, and there could be no reason why he should not gratify her. It was her favourite game. Some people like whist, some like croquet, and some like intrigue. Madalina would probably have called it romance, because by nature she was romantic. John, who was made of sterner stuff, laughed at this. He knew that there was no romance in it. He knew that he was only amusing himself and gratifying her at the same time by a little innocent pretence. He told himself that it was his nature to prefer the society of women to that of men. He would have liked the society of Lily Dale, no doubt, much better than that of Miss Demolines, but as the society of Lily Dale was not to be had at that moment, the society of Miss Demolines was the best substitute within his reach. So he got into a cab and had himself driven to Porchester Terrace. "Is Lady Demolines at home?" he said to the servant. He always asked for Lady Demolines, but the page, who was accustomed to open the door for him, was less false, being young, and would now tell him, without any further fiction, that Miss Madalina was in the drawing-room. Such was the answer he got from the page on this evening. What Madalina did with her mother on these occasions he had never yet discovered. There used to be some little excuses given about Lady Demolines' state of health, but latterly Madalina had discontinued her references to her mother's headaches. She was standing in the centre of the drawing-room when he entered it, with both her hands raised, and an almost terrible expression of mystery in her face. Her hair, however, had been very carefully arranged so as to fall with copious carelessness down her shoulders, and altogether she was looking her best. "Oh, John!" she said. She called him John by accident in the tumult of the moment. "Have you heard what has happened? But of course you have heard it." "Heard what? I have heard nothing," said Johnny, arrested almost in the doorway by the nature of the question, and partly also, no doubt, by the tumult of the moment. He had no idea how terrible a tragedy was in truth in store for him. But he perceived that the moment was to be tumultuous, and that he must carry himself accordingly. "Come in and close the door," she said. He came in and closed the door. "Do you mean to say that you haven't heard what has happened in Hook Court?" "No. What has happened in Hook Court?" Miss Demolines threw herself back into an armchair, closed her eyes, and clasped both her hands upon her forehead. "What has happened in Hook Court?" said Johnny, walking up to her. "I do not think I can bring myself to tell you," she answered. Then he took one of her hands down from her forehead and held it in his, which she allowed passively. She was thinking, no doubt, of something far different from that. "I never saw you looking better in my life," said Johnny. "Don't," said she. "How can you talk in that way when my heart is bleeding, bleeding?"
Then she put away her hand, and again clasped it with the other upon her forehead. "But why is your heart bleeding? What has happened in Hook Court?" Still she answered nothing, but she sobbed violently, and the heaving of her bosom showed how tumultuous was the tumult within it. "You don't mean to say that Dobbs Broughton has come to grief, that he's been sold out?" "Man," said Madalina, jumping from her chair, standing at her full height, and stretching out both her arms, "he has destroyed himself." The revelation was at last made with such tragic propriety, in so excellent a tone, and with such an absence of all the customary redundancies of commonplace relation, that I think that she must have rehearsed the scene, either with her mother or with the page. Then there was a minute's silence, during which she did not move even an eyelid. She held her outstretched hands without dropping a finger half an inch. Her face was thrust forward, her chin projecting, with tragic horror. But there was no vacillation even in her chin. She did not wink an eye, or alter to the breadth of a hair the aperture of her lips. Surely she was a great genius if she did it all without previous rehearsal. Then, before he had thought of words in which to answer her, she let her hands fall to her side. She closed her eyes and shook her head, and fell back again into her chair. "It is too horrible to be spoken of, to be thought about," she said. "I could not have brought myself to tell the tale to a living being, except to you." This would naturally have been flattering to Johnny, had it not been that he was in truth absorbed by the story which he had heard. "Do you mean to tell me," he said, "that Broughton has committed suicide?" She could not speak of it again, but nodded her head at him thrice, while her eyes were still closed. "And how was the manner of it?" said he, asking the question in a low voice. He could not even as yet quite bring himself to believe it. Madalina was so fond of a little playful intrigue, that even this story might have something in it of the nature of fiction. He was not quite sure of the facts, and yet he was shocked by what he had heard. "Would you have me repeat to you all the bloody details of that terrible scene?" she said. "It is impossible. Go to your friend Dalrymple. He will tell you. He knows it all. He has been with Maria all along. I wish it had not been so." But nevertheless she did bring herself to narrate all the details, with something more of circumstance than Eames desired. She soon succeeded in making him understand that the tragedy of Hook Court was a reality, and that poor Dobbs Broughton had brought his career to an untimely end. She had heard everything, having indeed gone to Musselborough in the city, and having penetrated even to the sanctum of Mr. Bangles. To Mr. Bangles she had explained that she was bosom friend of the widow of the unfortunate man, and that it was her miserable duty to make herself the mistress of all the circumstances. Mr. Bangles, the reader may remember him, Burton and Bangles, who kept the stores for Himalaya wines at 22 shillings and sixpence the dozen in Hook Court, was a bachelor, and rather liked the visit, and told Miss Demolines very freely all he had seen. And when she suggested that it might be expedient, for the sake of the family, that she should go back to Mr. Bangles for further information at a subsequent period, he very politely assured her that she would do him proud whenever she might please to call in Hook Court. And then he saw her into Lombard Street, and put her into an omnibus. She was therefore well qualified to tell Johnny all the particulars of the tragedy, and she did so far overcome her horror as to tell them all. She told her tale somewhat after the manner of Aeneas, not forgetting the quorum pars magna fui. "I feel that it almost makes an old woman of me," said she, when she had finished. "No," said Johnny, remonstrating, "not that." "But it does. To have been concerned in so terrible a tragedy takes more of life out of one than years of tranquil existence." As she had told him nothing of her intercourse with Bangles who had literally picked the poor wretch up, he did not see how she herself had been concerned in the matter. But he said nothing about that, knowing the character of his Madalina. "I shall see that body floating before my eyes while I live," she said, "and the gory wound and " "Don't," said Johnny, recoiling in truth from the picture, by which he was revolted. "Never again," she said, "never again. But you forced it from me, and now I shall not close my eyes for a week." She then became very comfortably confidential, and discussed the affairs of poor Mrs. Dobbs Broughton with a great deal of satisfaction. "I went to see her, of course, but she sent me down word to say that the shock would be too much for her. I do not wonder that she should not see me. Poor Maria! She came to me for advice, you know, when Dobbs Broughton first proposed to her, and I was obliged to tell her what I really thought. I knew her character so well. 'Dear Maria,' I said, 'if you think that you can love him, take him.' 'I think I can,' she replied. 'But,' said I, 'make yourself quite sure about the business.' And how has it turned out? She never loved him. What heart she has given to that wretched Dalrymple." "I don't see that he's particularly wretched," said Johnny, pleading for his friend. "He is wretched, and so you'll find. She gave him her heart after giving her hand to poor Dobbs, and as for the business, there isn't as much left as will pay for her mourning. I don't wonder that she could not bring herself to see me." "And what has become of the business?" "It belongs to Mrs. Van Siever, to her and Musselborough. Poor Broughton had some little money, and it has gone among them. Musselborough, who never had a penny, will be a rich man. Of course you know that he is going to marry Clara." "Nonsense." "I always told you that it would be so. And now you may perhaps acknowledge that Conway Dalrymple's prospects are not very brilliant. I hope he likes being cut out by Mr. Musselborough. Of course he will have to marry Maria. I do not see how he can escape. Indeed, she is too good for him. Only after such a marriage as that, there would be an end to all his prospects as an artist. The best thing for them would be to go to New Zealand." John Eames certainly liked these evenings with Miss Demolines. He sat at his ease in a comfortable chair, and amused himself by watching her different little plots. And then she had bright eyes, and she flattered him, and allowed him to scold her occasionally. And now and again there might be some more potent attraction, when she would admit him to take her hand, or the like. It was better than to sit smoking with men at the club. But he could not sit all night even with Madalina Demolines, and at 11 he got up to take his leave. "When shall you see Miss Dale?" she asked him suddenly. "I do not know," he answered, frowning at her. He always frowned at her when she spoke to him of Miss Dale. "I do not in the least care for your frowns," she said playfully, putting up her hands to smooth his brows. "I think I know you intimately enough to name your goddess to you." "She isn't my goddess." "A very cold goddess, I should think, from what I hear. I wish to ask you for a promise respecting her." "What promise?" "Will you grant it me?" "How can I tell till I hear?" "You must promise me not to speak of me to her when you see her." "But why must I promise that?" "Promise me." "Not unless you tell me why." Johnny had already assured himself that nothing could be more improbable than that he should mention the name of Miss Demolines to Lily Dale. "Very well, sir. Then you may go. And I must say that unless you can comply with so slight a request as that, I shall not care to see you here again. Mr. Eames, why should you want to speak evil of me to Miss Dale?" "I do not want to speak evil of you." "I know that you could not speak of me to her without at least ridicule. Come, promise me. You shall come here on Thursday evening, and I will tell you why I have asked you." "Tell me now." She hesitated a moment, and then shook her head. "No, I cannot tell you now. My heart is still bleeding with the memory of that poor man's fate. I will not tell you now. And yet it is now that you must give me the promise. Will you not trust me so far as that?" "I will not speak of you to Miss Dale." "There is my friend. And now, John, mind you are here at 8:30 on Thursday, punctually at 8:30. There is a thing I have to tell you, which I will tell you then, if you will come. I had thought to have told you to-day." "And why not now?" "I cannot. My feelings are too many for me. I should never go through with it after all that has passed between us about poor Broughton. I should break down. Indeed I should. Go now, for I am tired." Then, having probably taken a momentary advantage of that more potent attraction to which we have before alluded, he left the room very suddenly. He left the room very suddenly because Madalina's movements had been so sudden and her words so full of impulse. He had become aware that in this little game which he was playing at Porchester Terrace everything ought to be done after some unaccustomed and special fashion. So, having clasped Madalina for one moment in his arms, he made a rush at the room door, and was out on the landing in a second. He was a little too quick for old Lady Demolines, the skirt of whose nightdress, as it seemed to Johnny, he saw whisking away in at another door. It was nothing, however, to him if old Lady Demolines, who was always too ill to be seen, chose to roam about her own house in her nightdress. When he found himself alone in the street, his mind reverted to Dobbs Broughton and the fate of the wretched man, and he sauntered slowly down Palace Gardens, that he might look at the house in which he had dined with a man who had destroyed himself by his own hands. He stood for a moment looking up at the windows, in which there was now no light, thinking of the poor woman whom he had seen in the midst of luxury, and who was now left a widow in such miserable circumstances. As to the suggestion that his friend Conway would marry her, he did not believe it for a moment. He knew too well what the suggestions of his Madalina were worth, and the motives from which they sprung. But he thought it might be true that Mrs. Van Siever had absorbed all there was of property, and possibly also that Musselborough was to marry her daughter. At any rate, he would go to Dalrymple's rooms, and if he could find him, he would learn the truth. He knew enough of Dalrymple's ways of life, and of the ways of his friend's chambers and studio, to care nothing for the lateness of the hour, and in a very few minutes he was sitting in Dalrymple's armchair. He found Sif Dunn there, smoking in unperturbed tranquillity, and as long as that lasted he could ask no questions about Mrs. Broughton. He told them, therefore, of his adventures abroad and of Crawley's escape, but at last, having finished his third pipe, Sif Dunn took his leave. "Tell me," said John, as soon as Dunn had closed the door, "what is this I hear about Dobbs Broughton?" "He has blown his brains out, that is all." "How terribly shocking!" "Yes, it shocked us all at first. We are used to it now." "And the business?" "That has gone to the dogs. They say at least that his share of it had done so." "And he was ruined?" "They say so. That is, Musselborough says so, and Mrs. Van Siever." "And what do you say, Conway?" "The less I say the better. I have my hopes. Only you're such a talkative fellow. One can't trust you." "I never told any secret of yours, old fellow." "Well, the fact is, I have an idea that something may be saved for the poor woman. I think that they are wronging her. Of course, all I can do is to put the matter into a lawyer's hands and pay the lawyer's bill. So I went to your cousin, and he has taken the case up. I hope he won't ruin me." "Then I suppose you are quarrelling with Mrs. Van?" "That doesn't matter. She has quarrelled with me." "And what about Jael, Conway? They tell me that Jael is going to become Mrs. Musselborough." "Who has told you that?" "A bird." "Yes, I know who the bird is. I don't think that Jael will become Mrs. Musselborough. I don't think that Jael would become Mrs. Musselborough if Jael were the only woman and Musselborough the only man in London. To tell you a little bit of secret, Johnny, I think that Jael will become the wife of one Conway Dalrymple. That is my opinion, and as far as I can judge, it is the opinion of Jael also." "But not the opinion of Mrs. Van. The bird told me another thing, Conway." "What was the other thing?" "The bird hinted that all this would end in your marrying the widow of that poor wretch who destroyed himself." "Johnny, my boy," said the artist, after a moment's silence, "if I give you a bit of advice, will you profit by it?" "I'll try, if it's not disagreeable." "Whether you profit by it or whether you do not, keep it to yourself. I know the bird better than you do, and I strongly caution you to beware of the bird. The bird is a bird of prey, and altogether an unclean bird. The bird wants a mate, and doesn't much care how she finds one. And the bird wants money, and doesn't much care how she gets it. The bird is a decidedly bad bird, and not at all fit to take the place of domestic hen in a decent farmyard. In plain English, Johnny, you'll find some day, if you go over too often to Porchester Terrace, either that you are going to marry the bird, or else that you are employing your cousin Toogood for your defence in an action of breach of promise brought against you by that venerable old bird, the bird's mamma. If it's to be either, it will be the latter, said Johnny, as he took up his hat to go away. End of chapter 75.